5-year-old little girl is lying quietly inside a coffin, but out of nowhere, she suddenly opens her eyes the next second. The funeral instantly turns into a horror scene, sending everyone into a state of sheer panic. "Someone help! The young lady has reanimated! Quick, go inform Duke Heroes!" The girl's heart suddenly sinks. No way it's this much of a coincidence, right? Daphne sits by the window, all by herself. Behind her, the maid's non-stop whispering rises and falls. Look at how pitiful the young lady is all alone. Duke Heroes is way too heartless. I wanted to treat her better too, but her temper is just way too awful. Daphne barely holds back her rage. As a noble and majestic dragon, she disdains keeping score with these petty humans. More importantly, the person she's waiting for is about to arrive. Hearing footsteps, she quickly rushes to the window, locking her eyes onto that tall, blonde man. He is the enemy who sealed her in her past life, Duke Heroes Akewan. What's even more unacceptable to her is that this man is now the father of this body. Thinking up to this point, she feels like her dragon pride is being brutally trampled upon. She lets out a roar, rolling around and throwing a tantrum on the floor. "No way! I absolutely refuse this!" In this world, there were once 5 giant dragons hailed as the fragments of God. They protected the human empire and received boundless love. But Cyrus, the dragon of calamity, was the sole exception. Wherever he passed, living beings were devastated, and not a single blade of grass could grow. Even with all the factions joining forces, it was difficult to hold him back. Until the hero Heroes appeared, and everything changed. After a long and fierce battle, Heroes pierced Cyrus's left eye with a single arrow, and that happened to be his only weakness. Writhing in agonizing pain, Cyrus couldn't believe it. Why did this human know his secret? In the end, Heroes didn't take his life, but chose to seal him away for a whopping 1,000 years. "When you wake up, my descendants will finish you off." But Cyrus could never accept this. What exactly did he do wrong? Is it his fault that he was born to be a calamity? However, when he wakes up again, he finds that he has actually become his enemy's daughter. In the blink of an eye, a week passes. As the soul and body gradually merge, Daphne can finally move around normally. Looking at her blonde-haired, green-eyed self in the mirror, she pouts in annoyance. Why does she look so much like that bastard? But so far, no one has noticed that this body's soul has already been swapped. Even that man, on the day of her revival, only cast a cold glance over and said, "Not dead, huh?" His tone even carried a hint of disappointment, and he never showed up again after that. Even for a dragon like her, this feels strange. Don't humans value bloodlines and family bonds the most? How can this guy treat his biological daughter even more coldly than a complete stranger? But right now, there's a more important matter at hand. This body carries the bloodline of the strongest sword saint, while the soul remains the supreme dragon of calamity. If she can merge her 1,000 years of magic cultivation with the sword saint bloodline, perhaps she can become an extraordinary existence even more powerful than before. A sly smirk curls up on Daphne's lips. When she inherits the position of the family head and finally reveals her true identity, that man's expression will surely be priceless. "I'm going to become the family head and then destroy this family with my own hands." But Daphne quickly discovers a problem. Back when she was still a dragon, magic was deeply branded into her soul. But now she feels her surging magic powers locked away, like it's blocked by a dam, completely unusable. She quietly inspects this body. When she sees her physical strength is nearly depleted and her magic well is at 0, she's completely dumbfounded. How is this even possible? This is the descendant of the Sword Saint. Right then, she suddenly feels a sharp, massive pain in her chest. Suddenly, she coughs up a huge mouthful of blood. This gives her a massive fright. Hearing the commotion, the maids hurriedly rush inside, frantically wiping away the blood and calling for the doctor. As expected, even though the young lady revived, this illness still can't be cured. Daphne panics hard. "Am I sick? What kind of illness is this? Don't tell me this body is about to die." Then wouldn't her grand plan for revenge be completely ruined? Daphne recalls a wise sage she happened to cross paths with decades ago, who claimed he could foresee the future. He prophesied that Cyrus would become a completely worthless existence. This made Cyrus extremely displeased, so he blasted him to the other side of the continent with a single punch. Looking at it now, that guy definitely knew the whole truth. She must find him to get some clear answers. But as things stand, just staying alive in this body is already an issue. Daphne looks at the twin maids, Anna and Annie. What kind of illness do I actually have? The two of them show troubled expressions, hesitating and not daring to speak. "Young lady, you don't like mentioning the name of this illness. Yeah, when we talked about it before, you even threw a vase at us. It seems the original owner's awful temper has indeed left a shadow on them. I won't be like that anymore, so don't be scared. Tell me, what illness do I have? The two exchange glances. The black butterfly disease. Daphne recalls the Encyclopedia of World Diseases she read before. It records that the black butterfly disease has an unknown cause and is a type of black magic curse. Black butterfly-like patterns will appear on the patient's body. When all four wings of the butterfly turn completely black, it means death is imminent and there is no cure. She immediately checks her chest. Sure enough, she sees a butterfly pattern with one wing already half black, but she furrows her brows in confusion. Since it takes all wings turning black to cause death, why did this body already die a week ago? She presses the maids further about the cause of her death. Anna and Annie try to recall for a long time, looking completely lost. We don't really remember it clearly either. We just remember the young lady's condition suddenly worsened. Daphne feels this is highly unusual. How could the maids who care so much about her not remember such a crucial event clearly? Could it be that someone murdered this body and erased the memories of the people around? A thought flashes through her mind. A black mage. He suddenly understands now. It looks like from the curse to the assassination, this was a flawless plot targeted at this body. Does the outside world know about my revival yet? No, they don't. The Duke ordered us to keep it a secret for now, because you might pass away again. Daphne grits her teeth in pure rage. Fortunately, she doesn't have to worry about being assassinated again for the time being, but that guy's heart is truly malicious. She can only take her anger out by furiously punching her pillow. Seeing this, the maid quickly comforts her. Don't worry, young lady. The Duke has hired a famous doctor for you. It's Teddy, an elf doctor from the Engshiha Mountains. Teddy hums a little tune as he arrives at the Duke's estate. He had already heard long ago that the Duke's youngest daughter is suffering from an incurable disease. If the Duke's estate hadn't offered a high price, he wouldn't even bother making this trip. It doesn't matter if it can be cured or not, a paycheck is a paycheck. He arrives at the door of Daphne's room and is just about to push it open. Suddenly, a familiar and terrifying aura blasts right into his face. His face turns completely pale instantly. What's going on? I haven't felt this kind of fear in decades. With trembling hands, he pushes the door open, only to see a 5-year-old little girl standing at the entrance. Yet the spiritual pressure radiating from her body is none other than Cyrus, the dragon of calamity. Teddy slams the door shut instantly. His face turns a few shades whiter than before. Why on earth is that maniac here? In the end, Teddy still submits to the dragon's might, kneeling before Daphne while trembling in fear. The moment Daphne dismisses her attendants, he immediately switches to a respectful posture and begins kissing up to her. You must be Lord Cyrus, right? Only you could radiate such a massive, terrifying aura. Daphne quite enjoys this flattery. You've got a bright future ahead of you, kid. Are you this body's exclusive doctor? Yes, starting from today. I will be in charge of your treatment, Lord Cyrus. Just call me Daphne from now on. Teddy carefully agrees, but he's a bit curious. My lord, why did you turn into a human little girl? Daphne awkwardly looks away, explaining that she wanted to experience life as a human. Teddy instantly comes to a realization. Ah, so that's why. That's why you hid your magic power. If our elf race's perception wasn't so sharp, I really wouldn't have noticed. Daphne quickly changes the subject. Can you cure this black butterfly disease? A strange expression appears on Teddy's face. Are you sure about that? The black butterfly disease isn't actually an illness, but a black magic curse. As long as we find a way to lift the curse, it can be cured. But Daphne is puzzled. This body is only 5 years old. Who on earth did she offend to get slapped with this kind of curse? Teddy shakes his head. To be exact, it wasn't this body of yours that caused the offense. He raises his hand and points at the crest of the Akiwan family. It was the Duke. It turns out the Duke once killed a black mage. Before dying, the other party placed a curse on the Duke, ensuring that the Akiwan family bloodline could never continue. Daphne feels even more wronged. But why did it have to be me? Teddy's expression becomes subtle. It seems you really don't know anything, my lord. The truth is, although Duke Heroes has 4 children, the first 3 are all adopted. Only the youngest, Daphne, is his biological flesh and blood. Daphne understands it completely now. So this body was cursed because of the Duke, and because she's his biological child, she's about to die. The more Daphne thinks about it, the angrier she gets. This is way too much. I'm in this state and he hasn't even visited once. Why should I? That's because... The Duchess passed away right when she gave birth to Daphne. Daphne's mind is completely blown by this truth. This man is way too selfish. He actually went as far as treating his biological daughter with this level of coldness, just because he's taking his anger out on her. She rolls up her sleeves, ready to throw hands. Let's go! Let's go give this worse-than-a-beast piece of trash a good beating! Although Heros is the Duke of the Akiwan estate, because of his illegitimate status, he has always been looked down upon by some of the vassals. The fact that he could sit in this position is entirely due to his strength as the strongest sword saint and the hero title personally bestowed by the emperor. Even so, the vassals still constantly go toe-to-toe with him regarding political affairs. Right now, the atmosphere inside the council hall is extremely tense. The Duke and his trusted aides advocate for opening the granaries to provide relief to the refugees when disasters strike. However, a faction of vassals led by a count resolutely opposes this, believing it damages the financial interests of the Duke's estate. They even mockingly say, Duke Heros is so considerate of the commoners. I suppose it's hard to forget the days when you were a stray living on the streets in your youth. The Duke stays silent for a moment, his well-defined fingers tap on the table, gesturing for everyone to quiet down. A while ago, the Marquise's engagement ceremony for his daughter was burned down. This is a protest from the commoners against the luxurious and extravagant lives of the nobility. His voice is steady, yet carries an unquestionable weight. If you all want to continue enjoying your wealth and status in peace, you'll have to make some compromises. After all, the commoners don't have much patience left. With a dull thud, his finger actually presses a dent right into the solid wooden table by sheer force. To lighten up the mood, the vassals quickly switch the topic. The next topic is regarding the long vacant position of the Duchess. Before the words even completely leave his mouth, the tabletop is crushed by the Duke once again. Right at that moment, the doors to the council hall are violently pushed open. Daphne walks right in, oozing absolute menace. Long time no see, Duke! Under everyone's shocked gazes, she struggles to stand on her tiptoes, grabs a teacup from the table, and hurls it straight at the Duke. Unfortunately, the teacup merely grazes past his cheek, smashing into the wall behind him instead. Daphne climbs onto the table, approaching the Duke step by step. You gave birth to this body without permission, making me suffer from this curse, and yet, you don't even fulfill a single ounce of a father's responsibility. You are truly way too much. Far from being angry, a faint smile actually curls up on the Duke's lips. What's wrong? Are you resenting me now? You don't even have the right to be resented by me. I came here to declare war on you. Suddenly, Daphne grabs a quill pen near her hand and swiftly stabs it toward the Duke's heart. Yet the Duke simply tilts back effortlessly, holding his ink bottle. Daphne puts all her strength into laying down the gauntlet to the Duke. I will absolutely not die. I will definitely survive and then kill you with my own hands. After everyone disperses, the Duke sits alone in the empty council hall. His fingertips unconsciously twirl that quill pen. His trusted aides, Marquis Kailong and Poling, stand to the side, unable to guess what on earth he is thinking. Because of the Black Mage's curse, the Duke's emotions were stripped away. Coupled with his naturally reserved personality, his feelings are rarely ever shown. But being emotionally detached doesn't mean he doesn't think. Daphne, the sole biological bloodline of Duke Akiwan, a child who took away another life at birth, and cannot escape the family curse. She used to have a violent temper due to years of chronic pain, often beating the servants for no reason. In the end, the Duke confined her to the separate villa. Originally, she had already passed away silently, but who would have thought that not only did she revive today, she even pulled off a declaration of war stunt like this. After giving the Duke a good scolding, Daphne's mood brightens up quite a bit. Seeing this, Teddy cautiously prepares to slip away. Daphne narrows her eyes. Are you trying to run away from me? How could I ever leave the great Lord Daphne? I am willing to dedicate my entire life to you. It's just that I really do have other matters to attend to. Besides, you're afflicted by a curse, and I have no way of treating that for you. My butterfly wings are only half black, which proves this body didn't die from the curse, but from murder. Teddy's eyes suddenly widen in shock. Wait up! You're not thinking of having me scout for intelligence, are you? I'm just an elf. At most, I can help you contact the Information Guild. I'm truly powerless to do anything else. You're overthinking it. I'm asking you to help me concoct some potions to restore my stamina, slow down the progress of the curse, and gather strength for me. With a bitter face, Teddy confesses, My lord, I'm actually an elf pretending to be a doctor, not a potion master. Daphne squeezes her tiny fists and glares at him. Are you refusing me? I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Starting today, I am a potion master. Daphne smiles with satisfaction. Everything is set. Now she just needs to wait for her power to awaken. The maids, Anna and Annie, have been feeling that their young lady is very strange lately. She hasn't beaten anyone for a whole week, and she no longer throws things at them. Even the tone of her voice has become quite old-fashioned and sophisticated. Today, she even went to the training grounds all by herself and forbade them from following. Could she be trying to get Duke Hiros's attention? Inside the training grounds, Daphne finds a secluded corner, preparing to create a magic container for herself. Everything in the world possesses magic. Even human infants are no exception. Yet her magic stat being 0 is clearly caused by the curse. What she needs to do now is guide out the magic power branded inside her soul. Daphne takes out a magic stone and swallows it right down. Instantly, a burning, agonizing pain sweeps through her entire body. She curls up into a ball, enduring it with all her might, slowly guiding the crystal's energy to break through the blocked magic channels in her body. As time passes by, she suddenly coughs up a huge mouthful of black blood. At the same time, she clearly feels a tiny magic container finally taking shape inside her body. Her magic stat changes from 0 to 1. Daphne is absolutely thrilled. Awesome! If I keep training like this, I can continuously level up my magic. As expected of the great me, Cyrus. She carefully collects the black blood containing the curse's power. This will make it convenient for future investigations. Right at that moment, a stone hits Daphne right on the back of her head. Who dares to sneak attack me from behind? She turns around in anger, only to see a red-haired boy with his arms crossed, looking down at her arrogantly. Why did you come to the training grounds? Talk about bad luck. Beat it already. Turns out, this is the third child adopted by the Duke, and also Daphne's older brother, Ares Akiwan. Daphne dismisses him with utter disdain. Are you done talking? Consider that your final words before you die. Ares is a bit surprised, but he still mocks her sneeringly. No matter how much you struggle, you're going to die sooner or later. Shouldn't you be hiding in your room torturing the maids like you always do? Who would have guessed that the next second, Daphne's fist would land squarely and solidly on his face. Ares stumbles to the ground, clutching his face in disbelief. You actually dare to hit me? What, you hit me first and I can't fight back? How can you be like this? No matter what, I'm still your older brother. Daphne can't help but roll her eyes. I don't have a shameless brother like you. A long time ago, as a dragon who had always lived alone, Cyrus had also been curious about what a family was actually like. He had quietly hidden his presence to observe humans, thinking that family meant always caring for and worrying about each other no matter what. Yet this brother in front of her can only throw malicious words at her when she's on the verge of life and death. I don't have a brother like you. Don't come bother me ever again. Ares laughs from absolute anger. I've never considered you family either. He steps forward, pointing right at Daphne's head. Wake up, you're nothing but a disgrace to the Akiwan family. But the next second, his finger is bitten hard by Daphne. Ares cries out in pain. I think you're just begging for a beating. Hilarious. What else can you even do besides getting beaten up by me? Terrified and furious, Ares is just about to strike back when the Order of Knights, Commander Lloyd, arrives at the sound of commotion and barks out. What do you think you're doing? Lloyd separates the two. Not being able to beat Ares to a pulp leaves Daphne incredibly disappointed. But the next words out of his mouth completely catch Daphne off guard. Lloyd tosses 2 wooden swords right in front of them. To fight on the sacred training grounds, you must use swords. Begin now. An excited gleam instantly bursts out of Daphne's eyes. Settling things with a sword is going to be way more satisfying. The strongest dragon of calamity, Cyrus, was brutally sealed away. But his soul accidentally possessed the body of a 5-year-old little girl who had just passed away. Who could have known that this body's father happens to be none other than Duke Hiros, the very man who sealed him back then? Just as the flames of revenge are ignited inside him, he discovers that he is afflicted by a curse and doesn't have much time left to live. In order to survive, Daphne tries every possible way to retrain herself, only to face the unreasonable provocation of her adopted older brother, Ares. Ares looks at Daphne with utter contempt. You haven't even learned swordsmanship. How could you possibly be my opponent? Daphne silently weighs the wooden sword in her hand. You're too stupid. Having a brother like you is an absolute embarrassment. If we're going to fight, then fight. Cut the useless chatter. The Knight Commander, Lloyd, quietly observes the two of them. Although Daphne is the Duke's sole heir, she is viewed as a stain on the family. She beats the maids, tortures the knights, and causes trouble all day long, making everyone sick of her. He even heard she barged into the council hall to declare war on the Duke. The Duke once ordered Lloyd and the others to just tolerate it, but what Daphne did was simply way too out of line, pushing Lloyd past his breaking point. This time, he'll just let young Master Ares teach her a little lesson. But the next split second, his pupils suddenly constrict. What's going on? That little girl who has never held a sword before has a gripping stance that is absolutely flawless. Decades ago, the Dragon of Calamity, Cyrus, traveled the human world in human form. He happened to cross paths with an old man revered as a swordmaster. Back then, Cyrus was incredibly arrogant, thinking, humans isn't using this kind of weapon just a matter of swinging it around a couple of times. Who knew the old man would deliver a violent smackdown saying, even if you are a dragon, you have no right to look down on my sword. Being beaten by a human for the first time left Cyrus a bit dazed, but the confidence and determination in the old man's eyes as inexplicably drew him in, and so Cyrus followed the old man and began learning swordsmanship. The old man demanded absolute perfection, down to the finest detail of every single motion, making him practice each move thousands of times. Even though it was exhausting, Cyrus felt fulfilled for the very first time. It felt as if all the sweat and tears finally had meaning. He even began to enjoy this kind of life. Between the man and the dragon, a deep yet unspoken friendship was forged. Soon, a year passed by. When Cyrus arrived at the old man's cabin, as he usually did, he found that he was still lying in bed. Hey human, what are you going to teach me today? Stop sleeping in, hurry up and get up. But what his fingertips brushed against was nothing but an icy cold stiffness. He looks at the lifeless body on the bed, frozen in place. Are you dead? Asking several times, only the changing seasons respond to him. Only then does Cyrus suddenly realize a fact he had ignored for the longest time. Human life is fleeting. Didn't you say you'd wait for me to become a swordmaster? Tears stream down uncontrollably. He doesn't even know what this unfamiliar, warm liquid represents. I didn't even get to know your name. He erects a small grave for the old man, with only 2 words carved on the tombstone, human. That was also the first time he ever realized that he is a lonely existence. For decades after that, Cyrus never visited the human world again. He hid away in the mountains, practicing the swordsmanship the old man taught him day after day, trying his best to forget those memories with humans. Under Ares' shocked gaze, Daphne holds the wooden sword high, unleashing a flawless vertical slash. Don't look down on me, you foolish human. Her aura, her posture, and her eyes are all absolutely perfect. Just as the wooden sword is merely 1 centimeter away from Ares' head, Daphne suddenly freezes. The next second, she collapses straight down. Everyone is completely stunned. What on earth just happened? Only Daphne knows that her stamina stat is only 10, and that single swing just now completely drained her. Ares' voice trembles. Commander, is what I just saw real? Have you ever seen a 5-year-old kid swing a sword with such perfect posture? He can't believe that a child who has never held a sword and was born physically weak could have forms even more textbook than his own after 3 years of hard training. Is this what bloodlines are all about? Suppressing the bitterness in his heart, he tells the servants to carry Daphne back. He grips the sword in his hand, starting today. Commander, you will personally train me. I absolutely cannot let this little girl catch up to me. After sleeping for half the day, Daphne finally recovers. Faced with the non-stop, all-around pampering from the maids, she has already gotten used to it. She didn't expect that she would faint from exhaustion just by swinging a sword once. Back when she was a dragon, she never even knew what the word exhaustion meant. At this moment, Knight Commander Lloyd arrives to request an audience. Daphne thinks it over. Although she doesn't like that commander, he is at least one of the stronger people here, so she might as well meet him. Lloyd gets straight to the point. Young lady, may I ask if you've learned swordsmanship before? Daphne shakes her head. At least this body hasn't learned it. Lloyd is utterly shocked. Could it really be raw talent? He hurriedly asks Daphne if she plans on learning swordsmanship. Daphne shrugs helplessly. Of course I want to, but you also saw that my health is terrible. I fainted after swinging a sword just once. By the way, do you know how to increase stamina? It's very simple. Just keep running consistently. Really? But Lloyd's tone changes. Even so, it might be dangerous for your body. You already possess a flower-like talent, but the vase holding it is cracked. For now, maintaining the status quo is the top priority. A look of regret washes over Lloyd's eyes. What a shame. Otherwise, you might have been able to inherit the Duke's mantle. After Lloyd leaves, Daphne grips the blanket tightly, rage surging inside her. To think he wants me to inherit that bastard's mantle. How dare you compare me to him? Do you think I've gone through all this trouble just to follow in his footsteps? I'm going to surpass him, even if this body completely breaks down. Soon enough, Daphne starts running, from fainting before even finishing half a lap at the very beginning, to now being able to push through 3 consecutive laps. Half a month passes, and her stamina stat finally reaches 30, while her strength also increases from 1 to 4. Daphne is highly satisfied. This is going way smoother than she imagined. If things keep progressing like this, she'll be able to get her revenge in no time. Of course, the potions Teddy made for her played a massive part. Lloyd takes note of Daphne's hard work, and his impression of her shifts drastically. Young lady, you've already kept up your running routine for half a month. Ever since you started training, the Order's morale has boosted a ton. I'm truly glad and grateful for that. Daphne is completely unfazed. What does that have to do with her? Young lady, even though you are physically weak, you still push through your training. The knights have all been motivated, and even the training vibe is way better than before. Only then does Daphne notice that compared to when she first came here, there are indeed a lot more people training in the early morning. Young lady, do you want to become stronger? Hearing Lloyd ask this, Daphne stops in her tracks. Duh, why else would I be doing this? Lloyd gazes at the girl's unyielding appearance. Only a handful of people know about the young lady being cursed. Even young Master Ares thinks she's just suffering from an incurable disease. In the future, she will have to continue enduring all this pain and injustice. Lloyd drops to one knee and looks straight into Daphne's eyes. Young lady, please do not give up. It might be disrespectful to say this, but I still hope you can overcome it. You sure talk a lot. Daphne's face beams with confidence. I already told you I will become stronger. I was originally a great existence who doesn't even know what giving up means. However, she gives up pretty fast. By the time she runs her 16th lap, she collapses again from total stamina depletion. Right then, a wooden sword is thrown right in front of her. Turns out it's Ares. Done for already? Get up and duel me. We didn't settle a winner last time. Let's have a proper fight today. Daphne flat out refuses. Can't you tell I'm exhausted right now? Challenging me when you know damn well my stamina is trash. I don't have the energy to deal with your nonsense right now. Go away. But Ares doesn't want to leave. Isn't your health way better now? It's only improved a little bit. I haven't reached my goal yet. Daphne points at Lloyd standing nearby. If you want to duel, find someone else. But Ares has his mind set on her and won't back down. You have to fight me. Even if you just humor me for a bit is fine. I said no. Do you not understand English? Ares gets anxious, and in his desperation, he finally blurts out the truth. I just want to see your sword stance. Daphne blanks out for a moment, and then a playful smirk instantly creeps onto her face. You should have just said so. If you wanted to learn, you can just beg me to teach you. What's the point of making up an excuse to duel? She gives a mischievous wink. Come on, hurry up and let me hear you call me master. The hot-tempered Duke's daughter underwent a massive personality shift after being possessed by the Dragon of Calamity, transforming straight from a weak, sickly kid into a top-tier swordmaster. Even her older brother Ares, who always used to give her the cold shoulder, can't help but be drawn in by her clean, sharp sword forms. All awkwardly and hesitantly, he wants her to demonstrate her swordsmanship. Daphne sees right through his little scheme. If you want to learn, just say it straight. Let me hear you call me master. Ares' face flushes bright red instantly, yet his mouth stays stubborn. Keep dreaming. What do you have that's even worth me learning? Oh, really? Then keep practicing your sword with that trash stance of yours. If you don't fix it while you're young, it's going to ruin your whole life. After struggling for a long time, his craving for perfect swordsmanship finally defeats his pride. Ares squeezes out 2 words in a tiny voice. Master. Daphne deliberately pretends she didn't hear him. Ares finally lets it all out. Master, please teach me. Daphne laughs super loud. You should have said that from the start. Don't worry, as the grown-up, I will obviously give you kids some proper guidance. However, under Daphne's guidance, the lesson doesn't go smoothly at all. Ares' movements are constantly off form. Daphne is completely speechless. Are you an idiot? How can you not even get this down? At Ares' insistent request, Daphne personally gives him a demonstration. Watching her perfect form as she swings the sword, Ares' eyes are filled with pure admiration. This kind of unparalleled, overwhelming talent can probably only be explained by genetics. He vows to train like hell to surpass Daphne one day, but a violent fit of coughing cuts him short. He sees Daphne suddenly coughing up a huge amount of blood, scaring Ares into frantically calling for the doctor. She was completely fine just now. How is she coughing up blood again? Right then, Daphne suddenly remembers the warning from the elf doctor, Teddy. The stamina-boosting potion might have some side effects, like feeling bloated. Daphne's vision goes dark from absolute fury. Bloated to the point of coughing up blood? That idiot elf. Daphne finally wakes up the next morning. She's almost getting used to the cycle of fainting and waking up. She wants to find that idiot elf to settle the score immediately, but suddenly feels her body is exceptionally light. She quickly runs an inspection on herself and discovers her stamina stat has actually jumped to 50. Looks like that guy wasn't capping after all. Then I'll spare his life for now. Daphne's confidence boosts a ton, and she gets ready to show off her skills at the training grounds. Who would have thought that she'd be completely blocked by the knights? Young lady! You just fainted from coughing up blood yesterday. You can't push yourself to train anymore. Daphne's face turns cold. You guys actually dare to block me? The knights earnestly try to persuade her. We are just worried about your safety, young lady. If you absolutely insist on training, then kill us first. To their surprise, Daphne doesn't play around with them and straight up pulls out a real sword to scare them. Right then, an arrogant male voice from behind interrupts the standoff. So are you trying to defy the Count's orders? Turns out, the Count's youngest son is going hunting and needs to borrow men from the Order of Knights. But Lloyd disagrees. What kind of emergency is the Count's son going hunting? His Grace the Duke has ordered that the Order of Knights must not be deployed for private matters. Furthermore, the Vice Commander and I are currently assisting young Master Ares with his training, so we cannot leave. The man wears a mocking sneer. Our young master is an heir with noble bloodlines. You wouldn't piss off the Count for some stray kid, would you? Hearing this, Lloyd barely holds back his rage. Daphne shakes her head, unable to help but sigh at how pathetic and petty humans are, oppressing each other over so-called status. She originally didn't want to meddle in this matter, but she notices Ares hiding behind a pillar. At this moment, the arrogant man is still refusing to let it go, viciously belittling Ares' commoner background. Are you still blind to the situation, Lloyd? Once the Duke abdicates, those self-righteous young masters and ladies will all be kicked out. Even the sole heir is about to die. You'd better hurry up and find another way out. Are you done talking? Daphne's sudden appearance gives the man a massive fright. Young lady, why are you here? To send you to your grave, of course. Are those your final words? Her icy words make the man panic hard. Ares fiercely holds back his tears. But the next second, Daphne's warm words completely wipe away the gloom in his heart. Ares is a child of the Achewan family. Even without a blood relation, he is an existence recognized by the Achewan family. Daphne grimly warns the man, if you still want to deny it, then keep talking. I will personally arrange a meeting for you with the Duke. This completely scares the wits out of the man, making him repeatedly apologize and beg for mercy. But Daphne has no intention of letting them off easy. But I'm in a very bad mood right now. If everything could be forgiven with just a simple apology, then what would be the point of punishment? She points at the ground, her eyes fierce. Plant your heads right into the dirt. And so, a bizarre sight appears on the training grounds. Several men with their butts in the air and their heads planted in the dirt are obediently accepting the Duke's daughter's punishment. Lloyd silently gives Daphne a big thumbs up. But internally, Daphne only finds the status disputes among humans rather ridiculous. However, if anyone dares to bully the weak right in front of her, she will absolutely not just stand by and watch. Right then, Ares appears holding a bouquet of flowers, blushing as he hands it to Daphne. Please take this. Yet his mouth stubbornly emphasizes that it's not a thank you gift, but just to celebrate her recovery. Ares is actually not ashamed of his status as an adopted son. When his mother was alive, she always said he was the son she was most proud of. And he has always treasured the name Ares Achewan. But the malice from the outside world would sometimes still make him doubt his own self-worth. And today, Daphne's unhesitating validation made him happier than he could have ever imagined. He looks at Daphne with immense gratitude. Thank you. Also, don't do those crazy things ever again in the future. Hearing this, Daphne is just about to blow her top, but then she realizes that he mistakenly thinks her coughing up blood was caused by him. Daphne reaches out and takes the flowers. I'll make an exception and accept your apology this time. She pulls out a single flower and gives it back to Ares. Listen closely. When someone does something wrong, no matter who the other party is, they must apologize immediately. Overcoming shame when admitting a mistake, pride when apologizing, and the self-reflection of resolving never to do it again. These together constitute a person's sense of pride. That is the very foundation of oneself. Don't throw it away for the sake of that pitiful self-esteem. Ares takes the flower. You're right, but whenever I hear you lecturing like a grown-up, I inexplicably get the creeps. Daphne's eyes instantly dim. Back during the ages when she was known as the Dragon of Calamity, every existence instinctively rejected her. No matter what she said, the only response she ever got was condemnation. As expected, saying these things is still completely meaningless. But I get it now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making things difficult for you before because of me, and I'll be more careful in the future. Daphne's eyes widen in sheer surprise. This is the very first time someone has been willing to accept her words. Seeing the relationship between the two turn harmonious, Lloyd and the Knights also feel deeply comforted. The young lady really is different from before. In the blink of an eye, another month passes by. Through constant and continuous training, Daphne's stamina has reached 70, and her strength has hit 10, meaning she can finally start actual combat sparring. Ever since that last incident, Daphne has been training together with Ares. Even though this kid always babbles on nonstop, it's actually pretty entertaining. Is this what they call resonance? Daphne says to herself, should I also try establishing a resonance with an elf? Right now, the poor elf is shaking all over. Turns out, because of the potion's side effects, Daphne is currently punishing Teddy by making him do a handstand. Teddy cries out, claiming he's wronged. I already explained to you that there were side effects. You're the one who didn't pay attention. Originally, seeing how effective the potion was, Daphne planned to turn a blind eye. But this guy actually ignored her summons 3 times in a row, which is way too much. Looks like I still need to learn summoning magic first. Otherwise, you'll just treat me like air. You deserve to be executed. I'm innocent. I was really busy with... Only Teddy is crying tears of grievance. All you think about every day is killing and fighting. You're way too barbaric. What did you say? Daphne sweeps a sharp look over, making Teddy instantly chicken out. You misheard me. That wasn't me talking just now. It was another corrupted elf inside my body. Daphne is completely speechless. She changes the subject. How about I chop off half of your source of life as an apology then? Teddy instantly breaks out into a cold sweat. To an elf, the source of life is just like their heart, helping them become one with nature. Once it gets cut off, they will be rejected by nature and turn into a completely powerless existence. He immediately grabs Daphne's leg and begs, Lord Daphne, spare my life, punish me however you want, just please don't touch my source of life. Then hand over the magic crystals that grant you magic power. Leveling up my magic through training is way too slow. I'm going to use your magic power to test it out. Bring me 100 of them first. Teddy has no choice but to submit to her tyrannical might. Afterward, showing off like he's presenting a treasure, he pulls out a brand new potion. This is a new medicine I concocted that can lift your curse and restore your original power. Daphne's eyes instantly light up. Not bad at all. Thank you for the praise, my lord. However, the duration of the effect is a bit short, only about 10 seconds. Daphne falls silent for a brief moment, then points to the ground. Go back to doing your handstand. Yes, my lord, a duke's daughter who is only 5 years old appears all by herself in the middle of nowhere, walking straight toward a chaotic robbery scene filled with flashing blades. This gives the bandits quite a pleasant surprise. Hey there, kiddo. How about Mr. sells you to a really fun place, okay? It turns out that not long ago, in order to quickly boost her magic power, Daphne had traveled to the Engshiha Mountains at the border of the Duke's territory under the guidance of the elf Teddy. This is also the place where the elves live in clusters. Sensing the dense elven aura, Daphne gets ready to conduct her magic training. She instructs Teddy to keep watch around the area. If my mental state gets disrupted, I might lose control and go berserk. Teddy complies out loud, but he can't help but grumble in his heart. Not only do I have to watch a dragon train its magic, but I also have to work part-time as a bodyguard. Anyone who sees this will definitely think I've gone insane. He really can't figure out why, even if it's to experience human life, this lord would choose to possess this little girl who is heavily cursed and knows absolutely nothing about her family. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem voluntary. Teddy only feels like his life is miserable. How on earth did he run into such a crazy dragon? It isn't until dusk that Daphne slowly opens both her eyes. Her magic stat has grown from 1 to 8, which is a pretty solid result. Just as the two are about to leave, a piercing cry for help suddenly echoes from the distance. Help! Daphne stops in her tracks, turning her head toward the direction where the voice came from. Teddy, on the other hand, urges her to leave quickly. Don't mind other people's business. Let's hurry up and go back. Daphne furrows her brows in dissatisfaction. You elven race are truly selfish and self-centered. I'm going to save them. But those humans have absolutely nothing to do with you. Daphne's eyes are filled with determination. Because that is my grand mission. Everything in the world is woven together by cause and effect. Every cause must have an effect. But which way the scale of karma tilts usually depends on one's stance. For example, as a fragment of God, even if the golden dragon releases a breath on a whim and takes countless lives, karma will still tilt in its favor, justifying everything as a benevolent deed. Meanwhile, as a calamity, The black dragon Cyrus bears all the misunderstanding, condemnation, and wrath, simply because his essence is deemed evil. Even so, the Calamity still made his own choice. When Daphne arrives at the conflict scene alone, she sees a gang of bandits robbing a merchant caravan. The bandits, seeing this single little girl in fancy clothes, are planning to kidnap her and sell her for cash. Daphne, on the other hand, calmly scans the field, counting their numbers. Right then, a guard from the merchant caravan struggles to block the bandit boss. He shouts toward Daphne, "Kid, run! I'll hold them off!" But he is knocked to the ground in the blink of an eye. Daphne walks straight toward the bandits. She pulls out the 10-second potion Teddy concocted and drinks it all down in one gulp. Lowly humans killing each other and welcoming a lowly death. But right in front of the great me, Cyrus, I absolutely cannot just stand by and ignore this. The people from the caravan look on, completely dumbfounded, at this little girl who suddenly appeared. In less than 10 seconds, she actually beats down 13 bandits. And she was only using a wooden sword. Although this kid's behavior and tone seem pretty roguelike, there isn't a single opening in her movements. Looking at her blonde hair and unbelievable strength, the guildmaster walks up to the girl to test the waters. "Excuse me, are you Lord Daphne Akuan?" Daphne gives him an impatient glare. "Who are you? How do you even know me?" The guildmaster's eyes fill with tears of emotion as he tightly grasps her hand. "I am Adahart, the guildmaster of the Golden Holy Grail Guild. It is my absolute honor to meet you, Lord Daphne. Thank you so much for stepping in to save us. That's the only reason we're alive right now." Yeah, if it weren't for Lord Daphne, we'd definitely be dead by now. "Thank you for saving us, Lord Daphne." The Merchant Guild members' expressions of gratitude rise and fall. Daphne freezes up. "Are you saying thank you to me?" The Guildmaster cries tears of emotion. "Yeah, who else could it be besides you? We will never forget this kindness." In the hundreds of years she lived as Cirrus, even when she saved all the humans swept away by a tsunami, she had never heard a single word of thanks. Yet since possessing this body, this is already the second time. Could it be because I was forced to possess a human body, so my karmic reaction has also changed accordingly? If she continues to live as Daphne, could she throw off the title of Calamity and live an ordinary life? The karmic fate that had troubled her for hundreds of years was actually broken so easily. A self-deprecating smirk curls up on her lips. Right then, Teddy inches closer and reminds her in a low voice, "My lord, I hate to kill the vibe, but you might not have time to be touched right now." "What's wrong?" "That medicine you drank just now is actually a type of stimulant. When the effect wears off..." Before he can finish his words, Daphne suddenly coughs up a huge mouthful of fresh blood. Inside the Duke's office, Vice Captain Poling is currently reporting the caravan robbery to the Duke. The Golden Holy Grail Guild was ordered to secretly transport the Duke Estate's sacred artifact, yet they were ambushed ahead of time. Obviously, the information has leaked. The only ones who knew the inside details were the Guildmaster and the Vice Guildmaster. The Guildmaster seems completely clueless about this matter. The Duke decides to personally interrogate that Vice Guildmaster. Poling pauses, her voice carrying a hint of disbelief. According to the Guildmaster, when they were attacked at the time, it was Lady Daphne who used a wooden sword to beat back all the bandits. The Duke raises his eyes, his gaze filled with pure skepticism. But Poling has already confirmed it with other guild members. The situation is absolutely true. Why did she save them? The Duke mutters to himself, his brow furrowed in utter confusion. He orders Poling to continue digging into the bandits' background, while he picks up the box containing the sacred artifact and leaves the office. At the same time, Daphne falls into a chaotic dreamscape. She is still that terrifying giant dragon. One day, she sees a village being consumed by raging flames. She tries to use the nearby lake water to put out the fire, but it's just a drop in the bucket. She doesn't dare use freezing magic, dreading that she might accidentally hurt the humans. She can only circle above the village, using amplification magic to shout over and over, "Humans, get out of the houses immediately! I will use my magic to protect you all." But in the end, not a single person is willing to come out. She looks at the village turned to ruins, as well as the corpses hugging each other while hiding inside the houses. She suddenly realizes that compared to the suffocating, fierce flames devouring the buildings, what humans fear even more is herself outside the door, who is viewed as an even greater calamity. These humans who could have survived all died simply because they feared her. The despair in the dream surges like a tidal wave. "I can't save anyone. I am the calamity itself." The scene abruptly switches and she becomes Daphne once again, surrounded excitedly by the merchants who survived the ordeal. All of us survived because of Lord Daphne. We will never forget this kindness for generations to come." The words of gratitude are so genuine, forming a sharp contrast with the lonely fate she bore for hundreds of years. He wanted to say something, but suddenly woke up from the dream. He couldn't tell which side was the dream, but the chains of karma might have already broken. Daphne sits up and is surprised to find the Duke actually sitting by the bed. "You're awake." Daphne's mood instantly sours. "Say what you want, then get lost if you're done." The Duke stares at her face and suddenly asks, "I've always been curious. Why has the way you speak suddenly become so strange?" Daphne rolls her eyes, too lazy to respond. The Duke looks away. "Forget it. Just answer 2 questions for me and I will leave." Daphne sneers. "Your daughter almost died, yet you don't even have a single word of concern after she wakes up, going straight to an interrogation instead. Truly amusing." The Duke's expression remains unchanged. "You said you don't recognize me as your father. Since that's the case, I will treat you as an independent entity rather than my daughter. If you don't like it, then go back to being my daughter." Daphne only finds it disgusting to hear, "Who wants to be your daughter?" First question, did you know the Merchant Guild was transporting the family's sacred artifact? Daphne looks completely blank. The sacred artifact is the gift of the dragon, passed down from generation to generation in each family. If you want to see it, I can show you. Not interested. Second, why did you save those merchants? Because they were being bullied by bad guys, so I stepped in to save them. Daphne's matter-of-fact look leaves the Duke very puzzled. You need to explain in more detail. Otherwise, the Duke Estate's investigators will give you a hard time. Daphne is impatient. Isn't it completely natural for the strong to protect the weak? Natural. The Duke ponders these words carefully. But just a few months ago, a maid was fired simply because she stepped on her shadow. And because the food was cold, she drew a blade to threaten the head chef. Is that ruthless, heartless young lady really the same person as this girl right now who talks about the strong protecting the weak? Could rising from the dead really change a person this much? Yet her curse is still there, and there is nothing unusual about her body. If your questions are done, get lost already. I need to rest. The Duke gives a warning. If you are plotting something, you'd better stop right now. I've also long grown tired of your past misdeeds. Thanks for the advice. The Duke hands her the box containing the sacred artifact. This is the lamp of the White Lion. Turning it on while sleeping helps with stamina recovery. Even if you don't want to look at it, you'd better keep it around. This is something you earned for yourself. The Duke leaves right after saying this. Daphne examines the sacred artifact in her hand, unable to help but complain. Coming over to deliver stuff with that kind of attitude. Humans are truly impossible to understand. A 5-year-old little girl, relying on nothing but a single wooden sword, instantly taking down over a dozen bandits. The shocking news rapidly spreads across the entire noble social circle. Inside an underground casino, where nobles secretly exchange information, several elegantly dressed men and women are whispering about the ambush on the Duke Estate's sacred artifact. Has the Duke found out who the mastermind is? Not yet. No matter what kind of torture they use, they can't pry open the mouths of those bandits. It's really strange. There isn't even a single clue about the person behind the scenes. However, what's even more enticing than the identity of the bandits is that little girl who crushed the bandit gang. And as the eyewitness, Adihart, the guildmaster of the Golden Holy Grail Guild, naturally becomes the prime target for information that the nobles scramble to probe into. Adihart plays hard to get. My story is very expensive, you know. Right then, a long-haired man wearing a cloak quietly approaches and fills a cup of wine for him. This is a 30-year Divine Grace wine. Could you please continue telling the story? As the fine wine hits his throat, Adihart instantly opens his chatterbox. It turns out the merchant caravan had a peaceful journey all the way until they reached the Duke's territory. Moreover, the accompanying escorts were the elites of the Ohur mercenary group. Every single one of them had a strength close to a Swordmaster, and could even serve as a prince's bodyguard. Yet such a lineup was actually rendered completely defenseless before the bandits. Just when I thought we were absolutely dead meat, a kid suddenly appeared and beat all the bandits to the ground. She was only using a tiny wooden sword. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it at all. And that child was none other than Lady Daphne, the daughter of Duke Aeon Tiawan. Adihart's face then shows worry, but right after she dealt with the bandits, she coughed up blood and fainted. The accompanying elf doctor said it was due to extreme exhaustion. The nobles are all astonished. It seems that spoiled, arrogant young lady really has changed. After the long-haired man hears this, a subtle, elusive smile curls up on his lips. He leaves silently, walking out of the casino. He takes off his cloak, his blood-red eyes flashing with a golden light. As expected, you never disappoint, Lord Cyrus. A few days later, the maid bursts into the room excitedly. Young lady, look what I brought you! Only to see Daphne lying on the ground, stiff all over. Help me up first before you say anything. Ever since she took down those bandits last time, whether it's the potion's side effects or something else, Daphne has been bedridden for 3 whole days due to intense muscle soreness. Even so, her recovery speed is still way faster than expected. She looks at the sacred artifact by the bed, the lamp of the white lion. Although she really hates to admit it, this thing actually seems kind of OP. There's definitely something fishy about it. I've got to be careful. The maid hands over an envelope. Young lady, it's an invitation to Marquis Finch's grand ball. This is the first time you've received one in 6 months. Daphne is puzzled. Why 6 months? Don't you remember? 6 months ago, you threw a massive tantrum at the tea party hosted by Count Adele's family. You beat up over 10 kids all at once. You even broke young Master Adele's nose bridge. Daphne sighs helplessly. I get it. Put it away. That guy Teddy has been ghosting her again for several days under the excuse of brewing medicine, and she can't contact him at all. With the progress being this slow, when will she ever get strong enough to take her revenge? Unable to stay idle, Daphne goes to the training grounds once again. Just as she's about to train her magic, she suddenly spots something shiny on the ground. It's actually a magic crystal. Seeing that no one is around, she snatches it up, planning to keep it for herself. But when she looks up, she finds another one not far away. Talk about crazy luck today. She happily picks up 3 of them in a row. As expected of the great me, my luck is also cracked. To her surprise, when she looks up, a silhouette is actually crouching right next to her. Daphne reacts instantly, landing a punch right on the person's face. Who are you? Did you lure me here on purpose? No wonder we kept heading toward such a secluded spot. The punched girl grimaces in pain. Even though it's true I shouldn't have popped out of nowhere, you can't just hit people. Daphne stares at her warily. Who the hell are you, and what are you doing here? The girl blanks out, her eyes dimming. I guess that makes sense. I haven't stepped foot out of my room lately, so you probably don't remember me. She lowers her head, her voice getting smaller and smaller, before gathering up her courage and shouting, I'm your older sister. Daphne stares blankly at the girl's aggrieved little face. You're saying you're my older sister? Don't tell me you forgot my name too. I'm Pipera. As she speaks, she suddenly sinks into her own world. It really has been a long time since we last met. Communicating with people seems to be getting harder and harder for me anyway. Nobody likes me anyway. Sometimes I even think it might be better to just stay in my room alone and be forgotten. She suddenly snaps out of it and looks eagerly at Daphne. But I came to find you because I have a favor to ask. Can you let me meet your elf doctor? Pipera had already prepared herself to be rejected. For the sake of this request, she had been practicing her speech all night long. Sure, I'll help you meet him. Daphne agrees way too bluntly, which instead makes a strong sense of unreality surge up in Pipera's heart. Because the Daphne in her memories was an absolute brat through and through. Look at your hair color, it's just like weeds. So ugly, I get pissed off just looking at you. Back then, Daphne would always find all sorts of ways to humiliate her, as if hurting others was a completely natural thing to do. She looks at her own dark green hair. Her mother clearly said this color was very beautiful. Even though she was hurt time and time again, Pipera still followed her mother's wishes and wanted to take good care of Daphne. But every time she tried to get close, she was only met with harsher beatings and scoldings. No matter how toxic Daphne was, Pipera endured it all silently. After her mother passed away, she was merely a commoner girl who was lucky enough to be adopted. She's terrified of being hated and kicked out, wanting nothing more than to spend her life in this place where she can still feel her mother's presence. Ultimately, she locked herself in her room, and that lock lasted for half a year. For this sole chance to see the elf doctor, she had been stressing out for a whole month. She was even prepared to get beaten and yelled at, but she never expected that Daphne would agree so easily. Daphne looks at her dazed expression. What's wrong with you? Didn't I already say yes? If you don't want to meet him, then forget it. Pipera instinctively covers her head. I see, I really need it. Please don't hit me. There is a subtle, barely noticeable sigh in Daphne's voice. Don't be scared, I won't hit you. From now on, I won't hit anyone without a good reason ever again. After confirming it over and over, Pipera finally relaxes. Thank you. Turns out, Pipera always fails whenever she tries to brew potions. She heard that elven doctors are experts in herbology, so she wanted to ask for help. But Daphne is puzzled. If you're brewing potions, wouldn't the dwarves be more professional? At the mere mention of dwarves, Pipera gets super annoyed. Turns out, whenever she asks the dwarves for herbs, they always make things difficult for her, demanding she do weird tasks each time just to trade for the herbs. So I really doubt the quality of those herbs. Since I heard elves don't tell lies, I wanted to ask an elf to clear things up. Daphne looks at the girl in front of her, knowing full well in her heart that for her to try brewing potions at such a young age means her talent is actually cracked. But she probably doesn't realize it herself. She seems to have already won over the dwarves. After all, if the dwarf race looks down on someone, they won't even bother giving them the time of day. The real question is, that guy Teddy, does he really not lie? You can see him, but I have a condition. Tell me some intel on the Duke. That guy's weaknesses, the best timing to kill him, stuff like that. And also about my past self. Spill everything you know. Pipera feels a bit speechless. Although it's great that she didn't get beaten up. Is it really okay to just let Daphne turn out like this? On the training grounds, Daphne runs even harder than before. Pipera's words keep echoing in her mind. The 3 children adopted by the Duke's estate were actually all brought along by Daphne's mother. After her mother passed away, their relationship with the Duke became completely estranged. In order to carry out the Emperor's orders, the Duke has to leave the estate twice a month, even during his busiest times. The latest order he received was to slay the Calamity Black Dragon. The root cause of her death turns out to be the Emperor's will. Then why on earth does the Emperor want to kill him? Daphne stops in her tracks and looks up at the sky. Did he ever bring harm to this empire before? Even though he was the Calamity, he always kept to himself and at least never committed any massive blunders. But why did they just have to come and mess with him? Daphne gnashes her teeth in pure rage. That bastard Duke. If he hadn't sneak attacked my left eye, he wouldn't be my match at all. The flames of revenge ignite in her eyes. Then I'll kill the Duke first, and then take out the Emperor. Not just the Duke's estate, I'm going to flatten the Imperial Palace too. I'll trample all of you under my feet. The soul of the Calamity Dragon. Cyrus accidentally possessed the Duke's youngest daughter, who had already passed away. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. But Daphne is becoming increasingly worried. The original owner of this body was precisely assassinated and killed by black mages. Now that the news of her defeating the bandits has spread, those black mages definitely know she's still alive. What alarms her even more is that the time the Emperor ordered the Duke to subjugate Cyrus perfectly overlaps with the time Daphne was assassinated. This is absolutely no coincidence. The elf Teddy is also shocked. Black magic is a craft that treats Lord Cyrus like a god, yet they ruthlessly attacked the current Lady Daphne. This is just way too contradictory. Could it be that you've discovered something? Teddy can't hide his excitement. This kind of past life, present life, love-hate drama trope is seriously perfect for writing a web novel, my lord. Shut up. Yes, my lord. Daphne tells Teddy to find a way to help her enter the main building of the Duke's estate, because the perimeter of the separate annex where she lives is covered in tons of barriers, while the main building has 0 protection. If she shows up, the mastermind behind the black mages will definitely make a move. Teddy also feels that the barriers here are suffocatingly numerous. But even if we successfully bait out the assassins, what if we still end up with nothing? Daphne also knows that even if she catches the assassin, the truth might still be wrapped in deep mystery. Right at that moment, she suddenly thinks of someone. That grand sage who claimed he could know the future and prophesied that she would degenerate into a worthless existence. He must know something. Go look up the grand sage's whereabouts. Teddy points at himself, his face full of disbelief. You're not seriously making me go, right? This lord actually talks about such a high-diff quest as easily as telling a neighbor to dig up some dirt. If I'm running around all over the place gathering intel, my time for brewing potions will drop. When that time comes, I might not be able to deliver your meds on schedule. Daphne curls her lips into a sly, mischievous smile. Don't worry about it. I've already found an apprentice for you. Teddy gets a bad feeling about this. Don't tell me it's a human. Bingo. From now on, you're responsible for teaching that child. Teddy refuses straight up without even thinking. Absolutely not. Even if I don't even match up to a single one of my lord's toes, I'm still a renowned elf. How could I possibly take a common human as an apprentice? If that child is incredibly talented, you won't have to brew potions yourself anymore in the future. Hearing this, Teddy's face instantly flips. Actually, I've wanted to take an apprentice for a long time now. May I ask what the name of this child who is about to become my prized disciple is? I will definitely train them into the most outstanding alchemist among humans. Her name is Pipera. Do your best. Soon, the day of the ball hosted by the Marquis of Finch estate arrives. Early in the morning, Daphne is fussed over back and forth by 2 maids, changing gowns, accessories, and shoes non-stop. Daphne can't help but facepalm. Can't I just dress up casually? Oh my god, young lady, what are you saying? You will definitely be the most dazzling one at the ball today. Daphne sighs helplessly, but she already feels exhausted right now. She heard this is her first public appearance in 6 months. People's curiosity about her has probably long faded, so she might as well just show her face and slip away. Meanwhile, inside this Marquise Finch estate, the Marchioness is repeatedly instructing her daughter, Brisa. When Lady Daphne Akiwan arrives, what should you do? I will go forward and greet her, then hand over some desserts when she's in a good mood. What if she's in a bad mood the whole time? Then I'll try to stay as far away as possible. Instead of getting close and getting beaten up, keeping a distance is safer. The Marchioness nods in relief, though despite the repeated reminders, she is still a bit anxious. But this opportunity is truly rare, and she absolutely cannot miss out on it. The Duke's daughter wiping out the bandits has already become a hot topic in the noble circle. Everyone wants to see the legendary protagonist Daphne with their own eyes, yet no one dares to approach her easily. After all, half of the noble children in the capital have been beaten up by her before, while Brisa has never met this lady yet. Because Daphne confirmed her attendance, the number of guests tonight is a whole twice as many as usual. The Marchioness silently prays that absolutely nothing goes wrong. Right as the ball begins, guests push forward to ask when Daphne will arrive. Because the journey is long, she will be a little late. But since she replied that she would come, she will definitely arrive. Some people even turn down other invitations just to witness with their own eyes what kind of sacred existence this legendary 5-year-old lady who defeated the bandits actually is. Right then, a man walks over and mocks, "Do all the ladies present actually believe this rumor? A 5-year-old child actually defeated bandits that even the Oher mercenary group struggled to handle? Isn't this just the guildmaster exaggerating things?" His words cause a wave of whispering, and many noble ladies begin to waver. I heard Lady Daphne is weak and sickly and seems to have an incurable disease. Yeah, that's why the Duke just lets her do whatever she wants, right? Seeing the public opinion shift, the man wears a smug expression. A dying child suddenly defeating a pack of bandits simply doesn't make sense. Recently, Duke Akiwan hasn't even been summoned by His Majesty the Emperor. I doubt if they're trying to intentionally manufacture news just to hype up this young lady. The Marchioness suddenly speaks up to interrupt him. But that is also just your speculation. There is no actual proof. The man gives a sinister smile. You're right, but can't we just test her abilities ourselves? Right at that moment, an attendant loudly announces, Lady Daphne Akiwan has arrived! Daphne, wearing a white formal gown, slowly steps into the hall, instantly becoming the focus of the entire room. Everyone whispers in low voices. Is that child Daphne? She looks even more delicate than I imagined. The guildmaster's words were surely just cap. However, the noble ladies still want to go forward and chat with her, while only Daphne herself has a blank face. Why is everyone staring at me? The girl possessed by the Calamity Dragon attends a human ball for the very first time, yet she senses a clear isolation. Everyone watches her from a distance in a wide circle, and not a single person actively approaches. Daphne furrows her brows. It seems the bad reputation of this body's original owner is way more deep-rooted than expected. Daphne decides to actively break the ice to dig up some intel from kids her own age. She actively walks toward 3 little girls gathered together. Hey, you guys over there, what are you doing? But her smile, which she thinks is friendly, is actually that terrifying in the eyes of these kids. The moment they see her, their faces instantly turn pale white. Daphne is a bit confused. Are they sick or something? Right then, Brisa is the first to react, quickly curtsying. Please do not be angry. Lady Daphne, my name is Brisa Finch. We were just too surprised and didn't expect you to come over and greet us yourself. We're sorry for not responding in time. She turns around to signal the other 2 girls who are still trembling to apologize. It's only natural to feel nervous and awed upon seeing you. Can you forgive us just this once? The kids instantly snap out of it, repeatedly begging for Daphne's forgiveness. This overly cautious defense, however, sounds completely badass in Daphne's ears. I see. So you're saying because I am a great existence, that's why you guys feel afraid and bow your heads in submission? Brisa obviously didn't expect her to interpret it this way, but to avoid making her angry, she repeatedly nods in agreement. Because you are the great Lady Daphne, this is completely natural. She eagerly invites Daphne to sit down. The 2 girls also bring over desserts and drinks for her. If you need anything else, please let us know at any time. This kind of royal treatment makes Daphne feel pretty satisfied. She's definitely going to flex this hard when she goes back. This pink-haired little brat is quite sharp too. Maybe she can make her one of her direct underlings. Suddenly, a boy fiercely pushes Brisa aside. Get lost, you annoying pest! He swaggeringly walks right up to Daphne and threatens her. Daphne Akiwan! Ever since the day you broke my nose, I've been waiting for this exact moment. Today I'm taking my revenge and showing you what a real fight looks like. Daphne gives him a lazy glance. Who the hell is this? Is he one of the random losers the original owner beat up before? She looks over at Brisa, who was pushed down to the ground, her brow furrowing slightly. Where are you looking? Don't think about sneak attacking me like last time. I heard you've been practicing swordsmanship too. Let's have a fair and square duel then. He throws a wooden sword right at Daphne's feet, continuing his loud provocation. A villain and a fraud like you probably doesn't even know the meaning of honor, right? At this moment, in a hidden corner on the second floor, Duke Brown is silently looking down at this farce, a cold sneer curling up on his lips. Duke Akiwan hasn't been summoned by the Emperor lately, so he must be desperate, hence hyping up his daughter and fabricating fake rumors to farm clout. With just a little provocation, given this young lady's explosive temper, she will definitely fall right into the trap. And his son, Mark, as an advanced trainee knight, can publicly expose her bluff. All those heroic rumors about her will turn into a total clown show. Trust Akiwan, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for asking for trouble. Mark points his sword at Daphne. If you apologize right now, I'll let you off for now. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Daphne finally stands up slowly. It's completely obvious that you'll just get knocked out by me in a single move. Do you not care about your own reputation at all? Truly peak stupidity. These words precisely pierce Mark's pride, making him explode in rage instantly. I am an apprentice knight. Pick up that sword right now. I'm going to show you my real strength. Dealing with a guy like you doesn't even require a sword. Do your worst. Mark lets out a loud roar, raising his sword as he charges straight at Daphne. Daphne simply pulls out a handkerchief, lightly stepping aside the exact moment the sword thrusts forward, actually wrapping the blade securely. Mark's eyes widen in sheer horror. How is this possible? Daphne uses the momentum to yank the wooden sword away, while her other hand grabs him by the collar. Leaning in, she whispers in his ear, "You're 100 years too early to step to me, brat." The next second, Mark gets slammed hard onto the floor. Sprawled on the ground, he mutters in utter disbelief. Impossible. Daphne looks at him with pure disgust. You actually pushed a little girl. How incredibly bad-mannered. This scene leaves the entire crowd of guests completely gobsmacked. Lady Daphne defeated an apprentice knight with just a single hit. Duke Brown's face turns completely pale. Could the rumors actually be true? Daphne walks over to Brisa. Are you hurt? Brisa blanks out for a moment, then carefully takes her hand. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Her cheeks flush red. Could it be Lady Daphne fought just for my sake? She looks so warm and kind, not terrifying at all like the rumors suggested. Daphne, however, sighs with a bit of exhaustion. If you're fine, go grab me some tea and snacks. That move just now made me a bit dizzy. Right away, Lady Daphne. Looking at the crowd gradually gathering around with all sorts of intense expressions, Daphne decides to leave first. She heads out to the balcony to breathe some fresh air. Man, being a popular dragon is way too exhausting. This body is also so trash it annoys her, making her complain under her breath. When will this goddamn body finally get better? But things are slowly improving, aren't they? Hearing a man's voice behind her, Daphne turns around instantly, only to see a long-haired man elegantly appearing and bowing to her, a profound smile flashing in his eyes. Long time no see, Lady Daphne. Or rather, should I address you as Lord Cyrus? The girl is currently pondering life on the balcony, when suddenly a long-haired, handsome man quietly appears right behind her out of nowhere. Long time no see, Lady Daphne. Or rather, should I address you as Lord Cyrus? The moment Daphne sees the person, she gets hyped up instantly. Grand Sage, I've been searching the whole world for you! The Grand Sage wears a punchable grin. I didn't expect you to miss me this much, my lord. I'm truly touched. Unfortunately, what you see right now is just a projection of mine. Seeing her dream of beating him up shattered, Daphne suppresses her rage and goes straight to the point. Did you know from the very start that I would be stuffed into this body? The Grand Sage touches his chin, acting all deep. It's a long story, but my time is running short. To put it simply, it's because you died, Lord Cyrus. So that's why you possessed this human body. Daphne's fist instantly hardens. Aren't you just spitting straight facts that mean absolutely nothing? If I spoil the whole mystery right now, it wouldn't be fun anymore. However, I came here to give you a warning. Watch out for those black mages. They will be making a move very soon. The Black Mages were originally humans who worshipped the Calamity Cyrus as a deity. In order to use black magic, they burn their own life force to manipulate the power of death, meaning their strength is limited and fading by the day. Daphne thinks nothing of it. Why should I be careful around such an insignificant existence? The Grand Sage flashes a mysterious, unpredictable smile. When humans are pushed to a corner, they can do absolutely anything. Once you find your original body, the answer will naturally become clear. Daphne didn't expect that her original dragon body would actually still exist. Before she can ask further, the Grand Sage's projection begins to fade away. Please take care. I look forward to our next meeting. Daphne wants to chase after him, but the projection vanishes without a single trace. She only feels like she's been clowned on. The dignity of a great calamity dragon was actually played like a fiddle in the palms of a mere human. Good job, Grand Sage. I will definitely put you down as my #1 target to eliminate. Just you wait. Right at that moment, the entire building suddenly begins to violently shake. Before Daphne can even figure out what's going on, she senses a thick, heavy energy of death erupting straight out of the ball hall. Recalling the Grand Sage's warning just now, Daphne instantly gets a bad feeling about this. Inside the hall, the collapse triggered by the explosion throws the guests into utter chaos. The Marchioness looks panicked, weaving through the ruins in extreme anxiety. Where are the kids? We must save the kids first! A man, however, roughly pushes her aside. Get out of the way! I'm getting out of here! I'm not about to die for nothing in this place! He aggressively grabs an attendant by the collar. Take me out right now! Find me a secret passage with fewer people! Suddenly, a stone smacks him right on the back of his head. The man groans in pain and turns around, only to see Daphne fiercely questioning him. Do you think only your life is precious? Fleeing for your own life without a single care for anyone else? Didn't you hear everyone just shouting to save the kids first? Her words leave the man completely speechless and red-faced with shame. Daphne turns around and hands the little girl she just saved over to the Countess. Take this child and get out first, stay safe. The Marchioness nods solemnly, picks up the child, and quickly dashes out. Daphne continues to search through the chaos, sending the kids to safety, one after another. The energy of death is still continuously spreading. There must be a medium somewhere. She has to find the source before the place completely collapses. Right then, Daphne catches a pungent smell. A raging fire has already started at the scene out of nowhere, with thick smoke filling the air. The situation is getting more and more complicated. A little girl beside her is coughing nonstop. Daphne pulls out a handkerchief and tells her to cover her nose and mouth. Human children are incredibly fragile. One wrong move and they could suffocate from the smoke. I can absolutely never let them die here. She shouts at a few adults who are currently escaping. Hey, this kid over here is in really bad shape. Hurry up and take her out. The other party responds immediately, taking the child and rushing toward the exit. The fire is growing larger and larger. Daphne's heart, however, becomes increasingly resolved. She stands resolutely amid the flames. The weak must be protected. I, the great calamity dragon Cyrus, will definitely get everyone out safely. Through relentless effort, most of the people have already escaped the danger zone. At this moment, the man who just took a child out runs right back inside. Lady Daphne, the rescue team will be here very soon. You should hurry up and leave too. Come on, let's get out together. Looking at his sincere gaze, Daphne gives him a dragon's validation. You pass. You can go now. I still need to go back inside to check one more time. But young lady, you're injured too. Do you not even realize this? The man is deeply moved. Why did such a selfless child who puts her life on the line for others have to suffer that kind of slander before? As a newspaper publisher, he will definitely make Daphne's noble deed widely known. The next second, he scoops Daphne up and charges outward. Daphne struggles with all her might. She hasn't found the source of the energy of death yet. Right at that moment, a faint cry for help echoes from deep within the fire. Daphne fiercely breaks free from his embrace and charges straight into the raging flames without a single look back. The 5-year-old girl Daphne charges into the fire completely alone, struggling through her search amid the scorching fire and thick smoke. I clearly heard a cry for help right here just now. Where on earth is it? Finally, she spots a curled-up pink silhouette. It's actually Brisa! Daphne rushes over without a moment of hesitation. Everyone else has evacuated. Why are you still here? Seeing Daphne, Brisa's tears instantly burst out. I'm sorry. My leg is pinned down by a rock. I can't move. Don't be scared. I can lift this rock. On the count of 3, pull your leg out. Daphne presses both hands against the stone block, pouring in every ounce of her strength until she finally lifts it up. Brisa is finally freed from the trap. She notices that Daphne's hands have been cut open by the gravel, with fresh blood dripping down. Her eyes are filled with pure heartache. Daphne casually wipes her hands on her skirt. Now is not the time to worry about that. Are there any other people here besides you? The moment the explosion happened, I evacuated the other kids first. I wanted to come back and check one more time, but I didn't expect to get pinned down by a rock. Hearing this, Daphne gives her a somewhat surprised look. A look of approval shows in her eyes. Not bad. You did a great job. As expected of the underling I picked at first glance. She extends her hand to Brisa. The entrance is blocked. Let's find another exit together. Right at that moment, Daphne senses a thick and chilling energy of death. She stares dead at a table not far away. Slowly leaning down to get closer, she finds a box actually hidden under the table. She carefully pulls the box out. It's actually a bomb. Brisa's face is full of pure horror. What should we do? Can we just defuse it directly? Daphne's expression turns grave. It's made with black magic. There's absolutely no way to defuse it. She can feel the surging energy of death inside it. If it explodes, the entire Marquise estate will be turned to ashes. The people outside, as well as those who just narrowly escaped death, wouldn't stand a chance. She must find a way to deal with it right here. Brisa's voice trembles with fear. Are we going to die here then? Who said anything about dying? What's there to be scared of when I'm here? Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in Daphne's head. The magic of the calamity, Cyrus and black magic, both originate from the negative energy of death. These two forces are almost completely identical in nature. As long as she can manage the energy difference, she can absorb it and convert it into her own magic. That means this black magic bomb is practically a delicious feast for Daphne. I'm going to detonate this bomb right now. Go hide far away. The moment these words come out, Brisa is instantly scared out of her mind. Daphne points toward a blocked pathway. The shockwave from the explosion will blast away the rubble. Take that chance to escape. Wait, then what about yourself, Lady Daphne? I must contain the blast from spreading. Plus, for me, this might be a chance to buff my magic. Daphne speaks with a firm tone, a look of absolute determination flashing in her eyes. She impatiently urges Brisa to prepare to leave. Ignoring the protests, she runs to the center of the hall completely alone, holding the bomb. But in Brisa's eyes, this is clearly a heroic act of self-sacrifice by Daphne to save everyone. To think she made it look completely natural. Recalling how Daphne reached out to help her earlier, and didn't hesitate to break into the sea of fire just to save her, Brisa is moved to tears. I can't let Lady Daphne die just like this. Meanwhile, Daphne has already fully concentrated on channeling the magic inside her body. Let me convert this explosion into raw power. Deep in the forest, next to the Marquise's territory, Duke Akiwan swings his sword to slice down the very last magical beast. The adjutant, Borin, examines the twisted forms of the monsters on the ground. The appearance of these magical beasts is completely unprecedented, because they are all chimeras that were forcibly fused together. The Duke wipes the blood off his sword, his gaze gradually growing cold. The only ones capable of doing this kind of biochemical modification are black mages. And these magical beasts are just the beginning. He has already grown completely sick and tired of these black mage guys. From now on, leave the clearing of magical beasts to the Knight Order. Borin looks at the Duke's back, feeling quite heavy-hearted. The late Duchess died precisely at the hands of black mages, and Lady Daphne's current condition is also very poor. No one loathes black mages more than the Duke, yet no one knows just how much torment his heart suffers beneath that calm exterior. Right at that moment, a massive explosion suddenly echoes from afar. The two look up at the same time, only to see thick smoke billowing from the direction of Marquise Finch's territory. The Duke instantly detects the vibration of magic, his brows furrowing. It's the energy of death. The black mages are moving even faster than expected. He stares at the burning building, suddenly remembering something, and immediately strides toward it. The little girl found a highly potent black magic bomb, and the next second she actually detonates it without a single hint of hesitation. Amid the sudden deafening blast, the people outside the building are scared out of their wits. Right after that, they find to their horror that the mere 5-year-old Daphne is actually tightly surrounded by a surging, blackish-purple magical vortex. In reality, Daphne is desperately absorbing the black magic energy generated by the explosion, but this power is far beyond her expectations. The speed at which it spreads is even faster than her absorption rate. Daphne is struggling incredibly hard, her entire body slightly trembling from overexertion. If it weren't for Teddy's 10-second effective potion, she probably wouldn't even be able to hold on right now. However, the black magic slams into her internal organs like a wild tide. The intense pain makes her want to just give up and release all the energy, but her reason tells her she absolutely cannot. The moment she lets go, not only will this body be instantly destroyed, but everyone present will also be completely doomed. I just saved them. I can absolutely never let them die a second time. I am no longer a calamity. Since this twist of fate has already been broken, I'm going to prove what real goodwill is. This time, I will no longer be the me who couldn't save anyone. She concentrates all her will, insanely absorbing the raging black magic. But very soon, blood seeps from the corner of her mouth and the purple light in her eyes gradually dims. Crap, the potion's effect is about to wear off. Her consciousness begins to blur. Just hold on a little longer. Just a little longer. Right at the moment she's about to collapse, a dazzling holy light rips through the darkness. The Duke appears just in time, holding a long sword, and wherever his sword energy passes, the energy of death is instantly purified. Daphne stares blankly at that figure, the surrounding pressure suddenly vanishing. Her legs go weak, but she falls into a firm embrace. Daphne, you did a great job. You can stop now. The always cold and aloof Duke actually has a hint of warmth in his voice. Daphne struggles to lift her small hand, her eyes completely filled with stars. The Duke's heart softens, completely unaware that Daphne is actually staring at his stats. Seeing her magic stats surge up to 50, she finally passes out in relief. On the other side, Brisa successfully escapes from the ruins and throws herself into the Marchioness's embrace. Both mother and daughter incredibly emotional. They hug each other tightly. My daughter, thank goodness you're okay. Do you know how worried I was when I couldn't find you? I'm sorry, Mom. I was pinned under a rock and couldn't get out. It was Lady Daphne who saved me. The Marchioness has a face full of utter disbelief. At this moment, Count Milan also steps forward to testify. That's right, I wanted to evacuate Lady Daphne, but she suddenly ran back. It must have been to save Lady Brisa. Yes, Mom. She even used her own body to block the black magic bomb, insisting on getting me out first. Hearing that there was a black magic bomb, everyone is scared out of their minds. Count Milan nods with the grave expression. I've encountered this kind of power before. This is absolutely the energy of death that can devour life force. Hearing this, everyone's faces change color. Did Lady Daphne actually face that kind of terrifying thing? By the time the adjutant Boren rushes to the scene, the Duke has already carried Daphne out. Seeing Daphne covered in wounds and completely motionless, Boren's face turns pale white. The young lady didn't die again, did she? She's not dead, that's great. I thought we were going to prepare another funeral. Suddenly, a massive crowd of guests who just narrowly escaped death push forward from behind, asking about Daphne's condition all at once. Is Lady Daphne in danger? Do we need to call a doctor? If it's an injury from black magic, holy power must be used. Lady Daphne only got hurt like this to save us. Facing everyone's concerned greetings, Boren still wants to say something, but the Duke has already turned around, preparing to leave. Boren frantically signals him with his eyes to stay. Lord Duke, even if we are leaving, we should at least say a few words about the situation just now. This is about the young lady, after all, the Duke says coldly. Anyone with eyes should be able to see what Daphne did. No explanation needed from me. Sure enough, just as the Duke said, the people have already begun to spontaneously retell and confirm the miracle that just happened. It was Lady Daphne. She selflessly absorbed that terrifying energy of death and saved all of us. She is a true hero. Yet there is no relief or pride on the Duke's face. A hero? It's nothing but an empty title. If she actually died, this kind of praise would be completely useless. He stops stalling, signaling Boren to quickly head back. And right behind them, the rescued crowd still gazes longingly at that tiny silhouette. In the deep night sky, the moon is dim and lightless. Inside the pitch-black forest, a figure wearing a black cloak quietly appears. Several subordinates immediately kneel on the ground, trembling in fear as they report something. The figure fiercely turns around, revealing a face completely wrapped in bandages, a pair of exposed eyes fiercely sweeping over everyone. Are you telling me our plan failed? A 5-year-old girl, completely alone, endured the impact of a highly potent black magic bomb, not only successfully crushing the Black Mage's conspiracy, but also saving over 100 innocent lives. Since ancient times, Black Mages have been viewed as the embodiment of evil. In order to cut off the flow of life energy, they didn't hesitate to slaughter the White Dragon, which symbolizes the origin of white magic. And all of this also brought down a massive purge by Duke Akiwan. A small number of survivors luckily managed to escape and founded the secret organization Ghost. They lay low in the shadows for 5 years, sharpening the blade of magical revenge, just to announce the return of Ghost on this day and unleash their revenge upon the Empire. However, the plan failed. The leader looks down at the subordinates kneeling before him, the fury in his eyes almost spitting fire. I said if the mission failed, you should end your own lives. Yet you actually have the nerve to come back alive? Are you disrespecting me? A black mage hurriedly prostrates on the ground to explain. Leader, please calm your anger. Your subordinate is not afraid of death. But there is vital intel that must be reported. Daphne Akuan, the Duke's daughter who was once cursed by the former leader. She absorbed the bomb's energy. The leader's pupils instantly shrink. Isn't she already dead? Inside Daphne's body, besides the curse from the previous leader, there is also a massive energy of death. As long as we kill her before the curse manifests, we can reclaim this power. And the leader had already ordered to eliminate Daphne a few months ago. Facing the leader's questioning, the black mages repeatedly guaranteed that they had indeed killed Daphne back then, yet she is actually still alive right now. The leader clenches his fists, burning with rage. The Duke's family just has to oppose me, huh? No matter what, anyone who gets in Ghost's way can absolutely never be forgiven. That goddamn Duke killed our god and our clansmen. We must make both the father and daughter disappear together. Before his voice even fades, he raises his hand and snaps his fingers. Without warning, the black mages instantly let out agonizing screams, their bodies rapidly turning into wisps of white smoke. Ghost will be taking that pathetic amount of death energy of yours. Now it's time to go search for the corpse of the Calamity. After the attack, the news of the black mages resurfacing causes a massive uproar. The citizens are left panicking, and public opinion is in shambles. And as the Duke, the pressure on his shoulders is far more than just this. 3 days have passed since the incident. The Imperial Court is heavily criticized for its poor response, yet it has delayed summoning him all this time. Is it because Daphne, who stopped the explosion, hasn't woken up yet? She hasn't opened her eyes for 3 whole days. The Duke looks at the elf doctor, who is compounding medicine. It's only been 3 days. Lord Duke, she will wake up very soon, so please don't worry. Teddy knows full well that Daphne passed out only because she absorbed way too much black magic. As long as she drinks some recovery potions, she'll get better real quick. If she is about to die, please let me know in advance. The Duke's words leave Teddy in complete disbelief. What did you say? If she's going to die, we need to prepare the funeral in advance. Seeing the Duke looking so casual and unfazed, Teddy just finds him absolutely out of pocket. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Even the most cold-blooded elf wouldn't say something like that. Truly a piece of trash human. The Duke quietly gazes at Daphne's pale, sleeping face. He thinks of another article published in today's newspaper praising Daphne's heroic deeds. Count Milan keeps publishing praiseful reports. And the Marquis Finch estate sends condolence gifts every single day. Everyone is genuinely worried about her safety. If it weren't for 5 years ago, when that black mage placed an emotion-wiping curse on him, at this moment, he should also be just like them. Incredibly anxious for his daughter, right? After all, Daphne is the only bloodline left in this world by his beloved. But when Daphne stopped breathing for the very first time, his heart was actually dead silent without a single ripple. Thinking up to this point, even he himself finds it cruel. Recalling that day, Daphne had once screamed hysterically at him. Why did you give birth to me? You should have saved Mother and killed me instead. I'm going to die anyway, so why didn't you just let me die back then? You don't care about my death at all. Facing Daphne's interrogation that day, the Duke couldn't say a single word. He couldn't feel any emotion at all. No sadness, no anger, no guilt, absolutely nothing. Even at the moment Daphne charged at him with a sword, he actually felt that if he really died by her blade, it might be a form of release. However, he ultimately didn't meet that kind of end. What a goddamn nightmare. A low complaint interrupts his thoughts. Daphne suddenly sits up from the bed. The moment she sees the Duke by the bed, she immediately furrows her brows, her face full of pure disgust. Reality is even more goddamn annoying. The Duke's face darkens, but before he can even speak, he sees her lying right back down. I need to rest. Get out right now. Being driven away so bluntly by his daughter leaves the Duke with a face full of question marks. Daphne, however, impatiently turns around to glare at him. What are you looking at? How do you think I feel seeing your face the exact moment I open my eyes? Truly a mood killer. Looking at her pouting profile, the corners of the Duke's mouth actually curl up slightly, without him realizing it. The moment he snaps out of it, he quickly covers his mouth in surprise. Did I just smile? The girl was knocked out cold by the bomb, and after sleeping for 3 days, she finally wakes up. But her body is so weak that even picking something up takes a massive amount of effort. However, after absorbing the black magic bomb, her magic stats straight up surged to 51. A thought flashes through Daphne's mind. If I just go find those black mages directly and drain their power, wouldn't the recovery speed be way faster? But right now, even moving is a struggle, so she can only eat some magic crystals to restore her mana. Right then, the maids Anna and Annie walk in, bringing along delicious sandwiches as well. Annie gently wipes Daphne's hands, her eyes filled with pure heartache. You look even weaker than before. The weight you finally managed to gain seems to be gone again. Daphne's severe injury this time really scared her out of her wits. In her heart, although the young lady's selfless act of saving people was truly great, she wishes Daphne would think more about herself instead. But Anna holds a different view. What the young lady did was so incredibly amazing. She pulls out a thick stack of letters. These are all thank you letters sent by the people you saved. It's completely different from how everyone used to avoid you like the plague before. Now everyone is looking forward to thanking you in person. They've finally begun to understand your true heart. You really did great, Lady Daphne. This is the first time she has ever seen Anna flash such a heartfelt smile. Sincere praise and recognition from humans. So this is what it feels like. She subconsciously clutches her chest, an unfamiliar warm current leaving her a bit flustered. She unfolds those letters, the lines filled with gratitude. Lord Daphne saved my child. Please do us the honor of visiting our humble abode. We will never forget this kindness. This feeling is way more profound than a simple thank you. So this is the joy of one's goodwill being reciprocated and true heart being accepted. Simply because she is Daphne, and no longer the calamity dragon that everyone used to fear. Finally breaking free from the cycle of karma that tortured her for hundreds of years, she received equal treatment for the very first time. The absurdity brought by this awakening almost makes her want to laugh, but the joy welling up in her heart right now is enough to cover up those painful memories of saving others in the past, only to get blamed for it. Young lady, the doctor says you can move around now. Do you want to return to the annex to rest? Daphne shakes her head instead, an elusive smile appearing on the corners of her mouth. I need to stay here for a few more days, because a guest is coming. In the dead of night, a dark shadow uses the cover of darkness to quietly slip into the room. It condenses into a man's silhouette by the bed, silently staring at the sleeping Daphne. She's actually still alive? I clearly confirmed she was dead last time. How could this happen? No matter what, I must completely kill her this time. He intentionally chose tonight to make his move, only because the Empire's strongest sword saint, Duke Akiwan, was summoned to the Imperial Palace. The Duke's perception is incredibly sharp, able to notice even the sound of a falling leaf 100 meters away. Just his mere presence alone turns his residence into a top-tier defensive fortress. Even the annex buildings are covered in powerful magical barriers, making them hard to approach. Last time, they had to wait until Daphne came to the main building to finally find a chance to strike. Tonight, he can absolutely never miss this God-given opportunity. Chilling black magic energy condenses in the man's hand as he thrusts it fiercely toward the girl on the bed. Die. To his surprise, the sleeping girl suddenly speaks. Bind. In an instant, several streaks of blackish-purple magic tightly entangle the man, rendering him unable to move. The man loses his coloring in shock. What's going on? What on earth is this? Daphne leisurely sits up, smiling as she looks at him. Foolish human. This is the correct way to use black magic. The man's face is full of disbelief. This is impossible. You were clearly just an ordinary child before. Did you hide your true strength, or is this a trap set by the Duke? Still trying hard to think? Not forgetting to gather intel even when pushed into a corner. This part is at least worth praising. Before his voice even fades, the man is slammed heavily onto the floor. He struggles to lift his head, glaring at Daphne. Who the hell are you? Why does a dying person need to know so much? The man fiercely tears off his mask, a massive amount of black magic spewing from his mouth, attacking Daphne like a surging wave. Aside from the leader, no one has ever been able to withstand this move. To his shock, such a powerful offensive is effortlessly neutralized by Daphne. You actually dare to use this kind of low-grade magic against me? You're 100 years too early to hurt me. Witnessing his ultimate move easily dismantled, the man is instantly dumbfounded. Although black magic and the death energy contained within the calamity are similar, Daphne's power is clearly leagues higher. Cracking black magic of this level is walks for her. The collapsed man finally faces reality. This brat is absolutely not someone he can deal with. He must deliver this intel to the leader. He injects black magic into his own heart. The moment he dies, his comrades will perceive the abnormality through his fading presence and report everything to the leader, all for Ghost. But how could Daphne let him have his way? With a mere wave of her small hand, the black magic at the man's heart is actually forcibly dragged out. He completely breaks down. How is this even possible? To me, death is a natural cause and effect. I am both the great black dragon and the evil calamity. Daphne hoists the man up by his collar, her pupils turning purple, flashing with an unquestionable authority. Your life belongs to me. All deaths can only be realized through the calamity, so tell me everything you know. The black mage sneaked into the Duke's estate in the dead of night, attempting to assassinate the mere 5-year-old daughter of the Duke, Daphne. Instead, he was instantly subdued by the current, upgraded Daphne, who even forced a shocking secret out of his mouth. A black mage organization named Ghost. They not only want to eliminate their arch-nemesis, Duke Akiwan, but also hunt down giant dragons to seize the shards of God, and subsequently use the power of death to rule the entire world. A look of mockery flashes in Daphne's eyes, a feat even gods couldn't achieve, yet mere humans actually dare to daydream about it. Perhaps it's precisely this insane delusion of grandeur that makes these people exceptionally dangerous. After all, they did actually succeed in slaughtering the white dragon, and the reason Ghost targeted Daphne is because they want to kill her before her curse activates, thereby seizing that massive pool of death energy inside her body. Currently, the Ghost organization has not acquired the complete power yet, which means she still has time. As long as she is alive in this body, she can hardly escape their hunt. If the enemy launches a massive surprise attack without any warning, Daphne's current state might be hard to handle. The only way out is to get stronger. As long as she becomes an existence that transcends everything. At first glance, he is instantly scared out of his wits by that creepy black object on the floor. Lord Daphne, what on earth is this monster? Why is there a corpse in your room? He's not dead yet, and he can't die here. Teddy suppresses his disgust to examine the paper-thin black mage. Oh my goodness, not a single drop of power is left. He was completely drained dry by you. Anyone who didn't know better would think you're a vampire. Daphne tells Teddy the intel she obtained. Teddy curls his lip in disdain. Mere humans actually dare to dream of ruling the world. But those humans actually managed to kill the white dragon. No one can say for sure what the future holds. She reminds Teddy to be careful, but she herself fires up with fighting spirit like she's been pumped with adrenaline. Since they dare to provoke me, I will never let them have their way. Go take that guy away and dispose of him. Don't leave a single trace. She noticed the way the opponent tried to commit suicide and deduced that Ghost members might have a special method of communication. Thinking Daphne wants him to silence the witness and bury the body, Teddy's face darkens. Daphne, however, speaks casually. No need to go through all that trouble. Just throw him somewhere far away. I have already wiped his memory, not killing is my principle. While processing the paper-thin man, Teddy silently prays. I hope you can stick to this principle for the rest of your life. Right then, he suddenly remembers something. Supposedly, there are sighting reports of the Grand Sage in the Western Desert. I want to go check it out. Daphne shrinks back into her blanket. Got it, go ahead. Teddy feels a bit aggrieved. My lord, do you know how far the Western Desert is from here? I'm not going there to play. Does your loyal slave not even deserve a single word of praise? Are you going or not? Ugh, I'm leaving right now. Goodbye! Just as dawn breaks, Knight Commander Lloyd is already standing on the training grounds, recalling when he first joined the Knight Order, how he often came out to train in the middle of the night. In fact, the Akiwan Knight Order has always been completely nameless. Unlike other noble knights, they don't even have official titles. This is because Duke Akiwan himself is hailed as the Empire's strongest sword saint. Almost all the glory and heavy responsibilities are carried by him alone. Outsiders always jeer, what can the knights of the Duke's house even do? Everything gets resolved by the Duke anyway, doesn't it? They're nothing but a bunch of freeloaders living under the Duke's protection. Many knights who once swore to fight side by side with the strongest sword. Saint couldn't stand the mockery and quit one after another in less than a year. The ones who stayed gradually lost their fighting spirit, treating training like a joke. That was until the frail and sickly Lady Daphne appeared. Day after day, she ran on the training grounds. Even if she ran until she threw up blood, she would still show up the next day. This gave the Night Order an unprecedented boost of motivation. I heard the young lady even stopped a black magic attack not long ago. Saving everyone twice with such a weak body is truly amazing. Lloyd resolves to work even harder, so when the young lady returns, he can show her a completely upgraded Night Order. Right then, Aries also arrives at the training grounds. The two look at each other, both slightly surprised that the other got up so early. Aries says he couldn't sleep, and since he was awake, he thought he'd drop by the training grounds. Lloyd, however, notices something from his dodging gaze. Young master, are you feeling frustrated? Aries turns his head back rather unnaturally. What did you say? Seeing Lady Daphne successfully repel that attack, do you feel unwilling, or perhaps even jealous? Having his mind read, Aries quickly denies it. No. I just think Daphne is way too incredible. I even want to praise her, so how could I be jealous? Absolutely not. You should be jealous instead. Lloyd's words leave Aries stunned. It's precisely because of unwillingness that a person grows stronger. Though talent is dazzling, it can't beat hard work accumulated day after day. Do you really think all your years of bitter training have gone to waste? Aries silently clenches his fists. Yeah, right now Daphne might be in the lead. But one day I will stand proudly by father's side in the name of a knight. The moment Daphne steps onto the training grounds, she sees knights lying scattered all over the floor. Lloyd jogs over with an excited face. Young lady, I increased their training intensity. You fought so hard out there, how could we stay idle? This is all hard work for the sake of the future. Young Master Aries voluntarily joined in as well. Daphne looks at Aries, who is exhausted to the point of barely being able to stand straight. Do you mean that half-dead skeleton over there? Lloyd, however, looks deeply comforted, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Although I advised him at first that the intensity was too high, the young master insisted on participating the whole way and never missed a single session. At this rate, within a few years, he will definitely become an outstanding swordsman. Daphne nods. That's quite good. But what's the use of telling me? You should be reporting this to the Duke instead. Right then, Daphne finally remembers her main business. She asks Lloyd with a serious face. Do you know where I can find black mages? Lloyd's face instantly changes color, his voice turning tense in an instant. Young lady, you wouldn't happen to be thinking of launching a proactive attack, right? You absolutely cannot. Escaping danger this time might have had an element of luck, but you might not be so lucky next time. The moment those words come out, Daphne's expression instantly darkens, as if she just heard the biggest joke in the world. Luck? You actually call it luck? With burning fury erupting in her eyes, she grabs Lloyd by his collar. Then I'll let you experience it for yourself, whether it's your luck that's good or my strength that's superior. Lloyd is so terrified that he apologizes repeatedly. Right then, a green figure suddenly dashes out to stop her. Daphne, you're still sick. Why did you run out? The newcomer is none other than B. Para. Daphne pauses mid-action, and Aries is even more surprised to see B. Para. Why are you here? We haven't seen each other in 2 years. But B. Para straight up ignores him, walking directly up to Daphne. You need to worry about your own body. You just woke up not too long ago. She pulls a potion bottle out of her bag and hands it to Daphne. I made this myself. I hope it can help you recover. Daphne takes the bottle and examines it closely. The liquid is clear and pure, with a remarkably high purity level. Daphne secretly rejoices. This child has great talent. If nurtured well, she'll definitely be of huge use in a few years. Seeing that Daphne didn't reject it and even smiled, B. Para's heart jumps with joy. Looks like she likes this gift. I was worried she'd throw it away like trash just like before. Seems Daphne really has changed a lot. She can't help but think of that arrogant elf Teddy, who actually took her in as a disciple against all odds, and even enthusiastically announced, You're B. Para, right? Starting today, I'm your master. Even though I hate humans, you're different. Once I train you up, I can be liberated, so let's work hard together. Although this elf is a bit weird, sending him to teach me might be Daphne's way of secretly showing goodwill. B. Para then remembers her late mother's dying wish. My dear daughter, please take good care of your younger sister. B. Para makes up her mind that she must absolutely never disappoint her mother. She stuffs a whole large bag of potions into Daphne's arms. Take these as well. She lists out all the ingredients and effects of the potions in one breath. Seeing Daphne give no response, she thinks she has annoyed her by talking too much. If you don't like it, I'll take them back. They're great. I'll make good use of them. Thank you. Such a heartwarming moment between the sisters leaves Aries completely dazed. Wait a minute, can someone tell me what the hell is going on right now? Don't ignore me, Bipera. Why did you ignore me completely whenever I asked you out before, but now you're so close to Daphne? Bipera explains with a blush that Daphne helped her before, so she now needs to take on the responsibility of an older sister to look after her younger sister. Aries stares blankly at this person who once shut herself away for 2 years because she was bullied by Daphne, yet is now approaching her without any guard up. Perhaps Bipera has also felt Daphne's change. This harmonious atmosphere actually gives off the feeling of a family for a split second. Speaking of which, what is this potion? When did you learn this alchemy? Are you sure there won't be any problems? Don't worry, the effect will definitely be great because I've tested all of them on myself. Daphne and Aries shout out in shock at the same time. What did you say? For example, cutting myself first before applying the medicine, or drinking it when my physical strength is depleted to test the recovery effect, and taking it right after exhausting all my magic power. The effects seem pretty good. Daphne and Aries are utterly speechless. You're too reckless. Don't you know the side effects of potions can be terrifying? Right then, a thought strikes Daphne. Since the knights will undergo high-intensity training from now on, physical exhaustion and mana depletion will be inevitable. Bipera, all your potion experiments will go to them in the future. You are not allowed to hurt yourself again. Aries immediately chimes in. Exactly. Their bodies are very tough, so don't worry about them. Reduced to lab rats, the knights slump on the ground, crying without tears. Whatever. We're doomed either way. As the commotion settles down, Aries' mood brightens. Anyway, it's great that you could step out, Bipera. The 3 of us haven't been together like this in a long time. It would be perfect if Big Brother were here too. Bipera nods gently. It's already very good just like this. Aries raises his hands to hook his arms around the 2 girls' shoulders, his smile incredibly bright. Yeah, right now is already great. This warm and lighthearted moment leaves Daphne a bit flustered. A strange sense of security actually causes her to gradually relax. The letters from 2 completely unrelated children actually let Daphne experience the warmth of sibling bonds. The 3 of them are finally able to get along in harmony. The Duke stands quietly by the window, watching the scene from afar, lost in thought. Right then, Adjutant Bourne pushes the door open while holding a stack of documents. My lord, regarding whether we will participate in the crusade against the Black Mages, the Imperial Palace is waiting for our reply. Not long ago, the black magic terrorist attack that occurred in the center of the capital exposed the fact that the remnant forces hadn't been fully wiped out, throwing the citizens into a panic. To quell the unrest, the Emperor ordered the complete eradication of Black Mages and promised a heavy reward to the participating Duke. This order rapidly spread to every noble house. But the Emperor privately summoned Duke Cross. If you are unwilling, you don't have to participate. You've already lost too much. I can't bear to let you shoulder more. I hope you can make a choice that suits you. The Duke looks deeply out the window. If it's for Aries, taking revenge on them is the correct choice. These Black Mages are just like wild weeds. Even if they are trampled and burned down, their root systems buried deep underground will still spread. I will throw myself into that endless loop of battle again. Watching the Duke's lonely back, Bourne understands completely. If it were anyone else, they probably would have broken down under all of this a long time ago. But my lord, if you back down now, it will probably be even harder to move forward in the future. Please reconsider. Right at that moment, the door is suddenly pushed open. Daphne walks in, strutting arrogantly. Duke, I have a question for you. How did you know I was here? That annoying aura of yours can be smelled from a mile away. Don't think I can't sense it. The Duke is slightly surprised. He had clearly suppressed his aura intentionally inside the mansion, yet Daphne could actually sense it. He curls the corners of his mouth almost imperceptibly, leaving both Bourne and Daphne looking completely confused. Ask then, what do you want to know? Tell me where those Black Mages are. Black Mages? What are you looking for them for? To defeat them, obviously. I am asking you why you want to do that. Daphne hesitates for a moment. She can't exactly say her true goal is to absorb their death energy, right? It must be for revenge. Bourne's sudden interruption catches Daphne off guard. Because the Black Mages have hurt so many people, the young lady must be planning revenge for them. To think you're already planning revenge right after recovering. Such a noble trait of disregarding yourself to help others. You truly are Lord Duke's daughter. Daphne wanted to deny it, but hearing the last sentence, she almost curses out loud. Who the hell wants to be this bastard's daughter? Are you really doing this for revenge? Seeing the Duke react, Daphne falls into a dilemma. Should she just curse out the Duke and get kicked out, or fake an admission to trick him into revealing the Black Mage's whereabouts? After overthinking it, she decides to swallow her pride. Yes, I want revenge. With your current strength, it's completely impossible. Besides, you don't even have a chance to kill me. Daphne instantly regrets it. Had she known earlier, she wouldn't have tolerated his nonsense just now. I heard you are learning the sword, and they say you are very talented. The Duke suddenly changes the topic. I'll teach you. As long as you learn from me, your strength will grow very fast, and you'll have the power to fight black mages then. He originally thought Daphne would eventually face death, so he had always let her do whatever she wanted. But now, what flashes in her eyes is no longer the dim light of a dying person. But Daphne just scoffs at the offer. Why on earth should I learn from you? I have zero interest in a guy like you. After saying that, she turns around and leaves. Boren didn't expect her to refuse so bluntly, leaving even the Duke himself awkwardly frozen in place. Daphne angrily bites down on a spoonful of dessert, stuffing it into her mouth. That guy actually had the nerve to offer to teach me. The arrogance is unreal. But she refused the Duke for another reason as well. Ever since handling the assassin last time, she insisted on moving back to live in the annex. The main building has too many prying eyes, making it unsuitable for mana training. Moreover, the Duke's aura covers the entire main building. If he senses any abnormality during her cultivation, it'll be bad. Although he won't discover her true identity, that guy's perception is terrifyingly strong, so she must be careful at every turn. Of course, the main reason is still that she hates him, though seeing him get rejected like that felt pretty damn good. But then again, this annex feels suffocating no matter the time. Just from what Daphne can sense, there are at least 5 layers of barriers. Maintaining it to this extent probably drains the mana of dozens of tier 6 mages. Is there some gold and silver treasure hidden here? Daphne can't help but ask her maid, Anna, why are the guards at the annex so strict? That is to protect you, young lady. Daphne's eyes widen in shock. How is that possible? Because it's common knowledge that your body is frail. The master worried that someone would harm you, which is why he forced the court mages to set up these barriers. Daphne can't believe her ears. That man would protect me? He clearly doesn't like me at all. The only time he showed any interest in me was when he was waiting to see when I would die. She even finds this answer absurd to the point of being hilarious. Could that guy actually care about her? No way. Absolutely impossible. Young lady, the master might just be bad at expressing himself. I don't know exactly what happened when you were born, but the master specially brought you a bouquet of blooming laurel flowers back then. Although he is clumsy, he undoubtedly loves you deeply. Daphne is stunned. But no joy or excitement wells up in her heart. Instead, a faint, almost imperceptible trace of guilt passes through it. She doesn't need that kind of stuff, because the current her is already no longer the real Daphne. The always ice-cold Duke actually offered to teach his daughter swordsmanship on his own accord, only to be met with Daphne's decisive rejection. Why on earth should I learn from you? I have zero interest in a guy like you. Daphne's reaction is somewhat outside the Duke's expectations. He comes to the training grounds to find Knight Commander Lloyd, wanting to test the waters. If I said I wanted to teach you swordsmanship, what would your reaction be? Unexpectedly, these words are directly interpreted by Lloyd as, I am going to personally teach you swordsmanship. He bows 90 degrees on the spot to express his thanks. Please give me your guidance, my lord. The Duke wanted to explain that he didn't mean it that way, but before he can finish his sentence, Lloyd has already excitedly gathered all the knights to announce this massive piece of good news. Hearing that the Empire's #1 Swordmaster is going to personally guide them, the knights instantly lose their minds. All of them burst into tears of excitement. Oh my god, I made it! This isn't a dream, right? Is it real? Now I can die with no regrets! Looking at this scene, the socially awkward Duke is put on the spot and can only bite the bullet and agree. As expected, this is the normal reaction. The knights are all so happy. Why on earth was Daphne so resistant? The Duke suddenly feels a wave of frustration. Duke, so you were here! A familiar voice rings out from behind him. Daphne is standing there with her hands on her hips, pointing at him with pure attitude. Since I'm so great, I'll specially give you a chance and reluctantly let you teach me just this once. The sudden change of mind leaves the Duke a bit dazed. Inside the carriage, Daphne looks at the scenery outside the window as her thoughts race. Changing her mind this time wasn't without reason. She recalls Anna's words and the sacred relic the Duke gave her. Gradually realizing that the Duke doesn't seem to hate her dragon self. That silence of his feels more like a clumsy kind of protection. But this realization makes her feel even more awkward. She always remembers that she is Silence, the calamity dragon that everyone fears. not the real Daphne Akiwan. This unpleasant feeling makes it seem like she stole the goodwill that originally belonged to the real Daphne. But instead of being dragged away by these emotions, she might as well seize this opportunity to squeeze everything she can out of this guy. But why does this road look more and more familiar? Didn't you say we're going to practice swordsmanship? Where the hell are you taking me? The power of my swordsmanship is very destructive. To avoid hurting innocents, I've always practiced my sword alone in another place. When the carriage stops and Daphne sees the old cottage in front of her, her heart skips a beat. A powerful sense of familiarity hits her dead in the face. How is this possible? This place is clearly... Dust-covered memory fragments begin to crash into her mind. Human, isn't a sword something you just swing around a couple of times? Even if you are a dragon, you have no right to look down on my sword. Daphne thought she had long forgotten. To her, human lives are like a passing flash, supposed to be short-lived, fleeting smoke that doesn't need to be remembered. Yet regarding this cottage and regarding the old man who once taught her swordsmanship here, the memory of the only human who accepted her when she was the calamity has always occupied the softest corner of her heart. Pathetically, because of her ridiculous pride, she never even asked for his name until the old man passed away. Why did you bring me here? The Duke looks at the cottage. This is my master's home. Daphne recalls the old man's teachings back then. A truly great existence is one that embraces lives weaker than itself, protecting the weak and defeating the strong. That is what's truly amazing. She finally asks that long overdue question in a soft voice. What was your master's name? Berthio Akyawan. He was also my grandfather. Meanwhile, in the faraway western desert, the elf Teddy is panting heavily under the roasting sun. He yells with all his might at the agile figure running ahead. Stop right there, Grand Sage! If I stop just because you tell me to, then why the hell am I running? Teddy is about to explode with rage. If he really lets this damn Grand Sage run away, he will absolutely get slaughtered by that crazy dragon. If I die of exhaustion, you'll be the criminal who murdered an elf. You'll be hunted down by all elves for the rest of your life. The Grand Sage laughs mindlessly. As long as you promise not to touch me, I'll stop. Having no choice, Teddy agrees. He slowly shuffles next to the Grand Sage, panting. Are you really a human? How is your stamina this insane? To his surprise, the Grand Sage pulls out a notebook. An elf is actually praising me. I must write this down in my diary. I'm currently recording my daily observations from the past 100 years. Compiling and publishing it later might help future generations. Teddy is a bit shocked. Has this guy actually lived for over 100 years? Hey, Grand Sage. My name is Thierson. Fine, Thierson. Do you know Lord Salence? Of course I do. Then you should know why I came, right? Then you should also understand why I'm running, right? If I get too close and see Lord Silence suffering, I might get dragged into it too. Can I only laugh at him to my heart's content by watching from afar? These words instantly strike a massive chord with Teddy. Me too. I also hope that crazy dragon suffers all kinds of hardships and never appears before me again. After venting, he sighs helplessly. But there's nothing I can do. If I don't bring you back, I'm dead meat. Do you really want to watch me die with your own eyes? Thierson's eyes, however, are full of anticipation. I haven't seen a dead elf before. Can you let me witness it so I can write it down in my diary? Teddy explodes from his completely unyielding attitude. Just hurry up and come back with me. She will never let you off. No matter where you hide, she can find you. Thierson finally drops his playful expression. He gently brushes away Teddy's hand that grabbed him out of excitement. I will go. But now is not the time yet. The karma has not been settled. Please tell Lord Silence to stay calm. She will naturally understand. Daphne never could have imagined that the only human friend who accepted her decades ago would actually be her arch-enemy's grandfather. How utterly ironic fate is. Not only did she take over the body of her only friend's great-granddaughter, but now she is even plotting to kill his grandson. Daphne stares at her own hands. How could I do something like this? The Duke finishes organizing the training grounds and notices Daphne looking completely lost in thought all by herself. Thinking that she is feeling unwell, he is about to step forward to ask, but hears her suddenly burst into laughter. Her laughter leaves the Duke completely bewildered. Right then, Daphne abruptly turns her head to look straight at him. Duke, listen carefully. I'll only say this once. She takes a deep breath. Please teach me swordsmanship. I look forward to working with you from now on. She has never spoken to anyone in such a humble tone before, and can't help but blush furiously. As for the Duke, he is frozen on the spot by her sudden change in attitude, forgetting to respond for a moment. Just as Daphne is getting impatient, the Duke suddenly picks her up. If you're feeling unwell, just say so. We'll head back immediately. He completely misunderstood her intentions. A surge of anger flares up in Daphne, but she forces herself to suppress it. I'm fine, I'm great! If you're fine, why did you suddenly get so quiet? Why else? It's all because you're the grandson of my only friend. She struggles a bit and urges him, Stop nagging! Put me down! Just swing your sword already! I'll copy your movements! To her surprise, the Duke's gaze suddenly turns dead serious. You want to copy my movements? Daphne, do you think this is some kind of joke? Daphne can't help but widen her eyes. The Duke's tone and demeanor are exactly the same as his grandfather's, which is downright chilling. Basic training starts with push-ups until you run out of breath and blackout. He points at a barbell made of giant boulders next to them, his tone leaving no room for argument. After that is endurance training. Put this on your back and run up and down the mountain repeatedly. I've already prepared the stamina recovery potions, just train. Unless you complete these 2 tasks within 3 hours, don't even think about touching a sword. Daphne secretly scoffs. Decades have passed, yet the teaching method hasn't improved a single bit. However, being able to receive guidance from both this grandfather and grandson in succession feels like a gift from fate. The feeling isn't half bad. Daphne immediately starts doing push-ups. Within 10 days, I will definitely earn my sword fair and square. This time, I will never give up. Just you wait, Duke Cross. I'll definitely make you witness my power with your own eyes. Meanwhile, inside a luxuriously decorated room, a man is pacing back and forth anxiously. Damn it! That Daphne was clearly on the verge of death. How did she come back to life? Did that elf doctor really cure her? Looking at the newspaper in front of him, the man gnashes his teeth in hatred. What nonsense about stopping a terrorist attack. To think people actually believe it. He suddenly stops in his tracks as a thought flashes through his mind. Cross. Is the Duke hyping up Daphne's heroic deeds as a roundabout warning to tell him not to eye the heir position? Cross wants Daphne to be his heir, which is why he's using public opinion first to suppress the other competitors. It must be it! Claiming he won't appoint an heir on the surface, while pulling this kind of underhanded trick behind my back. Currently, the only legitimate heir to the Duke's house is Daphne. When he first heard that her days were numbered, the Count thought his son finally had a chance. Who would have thought the situation would turn out like this? Cross, you lowly bastard of a concubine, you actually want to steal everything from me. What exactly do I have to do to completely kick those guys out? Right then, a young man approaches silently, his golden eyes flashing with a sinister light. The newcomer is none other than the Fox Beastman, Domit. His voice carries a hint of manipulation. Lord Count, please calm down. I have already thought of a countermeasure. The Count turns around excitedly, asking him for the solution. Domit smiles slightly, his smile full of calculation. You should know that over a month ago, the supply of mana crystals suddenly decreased. The investigation shows that the mastermind is the Black Mage organization. They raided multiple merchant guilds and mines, forcibly plundering the mana crystals. Hearing this, the Count is greatly shocked. What? Don't tell me they started their move a long time ago. The corners of Domit's mouth curl into an insidious arc. Yes, so a subjugation force will be formed very soon. When the time comes, we just need to stuff Lady Daphne into that army. The Count's expression changes. What do you mean by that? I want Daphne dead, but I don't want to kill her with my own hands. Please don't look at me with that kind of gaze. I suggested this after careful consideration. Having this hero who stopped the terrorist attack tag along will definitely give a massive buff to the soldiers' morale. But she is just a 5-year-old child after all. She might be hooked on playing hero for a moment, but how long can that illusion last? Domit's words are profound. The soldiers fighting alongside her will witness her true colors with their own eyes. We just need to patiently wait for the moment she gets exposed. Hearing this, the Count's expression softens a bit. But just as you said, she's only a child. What if the Duke firmly objects? Domit's smile deepens. That would be even better. Rumors will naturally spread by then, saying she is a cowardly loser who fled before the battle. Her previous heroic deeds were nothing but pure luck. After all, how can there be a hero who doesn't even dare to go to the front line? Hearing this, the Count finally lets out a sigh of relief. Then we'll do exactly as you say. Domit, you truly never disappoint me. I will never let that half-baked Duke's conspiracy succeed. Domit bows elegantly, his tone carrying absolute certainty. Please rest assured, Lord Count. I will definitely make Lady Daphne's reputation hit rock bottom. A 5-year-old girl is actually lifting a 500-pound barbell for weight training. Gritting her teeth, she finally lasts for half an hour. The moment she puts down the barbell, Daphne completely collapses onto the ground. This is only the 4th day of official training, and she has already deeply experienced the Duke's extreme severity. The grandson is seriously more ruthless than the grandfather. With this kind of training intensity, even a bug could probably learn swordsmanship. At the thought of her past defeat at the Duke's hands, proud Daphne's self-esteem hurts slightly. Since the Duke is that old man's grandson, she decides not to kill him for now. Perhaps if the Duke's family faces danger in the future, she can lend a hand once, but that's all. She will never forgive that bastard Duke. Daphne pulls out a stamina recovery potion and drinks it all in one gulp. Right then, Ares walks over with a worried face. Daphne, you've been training since this morning without a single break. Is father really forcing you? Daphne looks at him with utter disdain. Am I the type of person who can be easily forced? Thanks for your concern, but it's totally unnecessary. To get stronger, I can do anything. Seeing that Daphne is so obsessed with getting stronger, Ares is extremely curious about the reason. Daphne's eyes instantly light up with pure excitement. That's obviously so that one day, I can punch that Duke's face until it explodes. Ares is stunned. Your goal is to learn skills from father, and then use them to beat father up? Exactly, that's it. Then can I train with you? Suit yourself. Inside the carriage, the Duke is listening to Adjutant Boren's report through a magic orb. My lord, the person His Majesty summoned this time is not just you alone. Multiple heads of noble families are on the list, including Marquis Fenke. The Duke understands instantly. Looks like they are going to form a subjugation force against the Black Mages. Exactly, that is why His Majesty summoned you. He probably wants to entice each family to send out their elites to take the risk. It doesn't matter. Since the decision has been made to execute the order, we just need to comply. Boren suddenly changes the topic, his tone laced with worry. Young Master Ares is currently training together with Lady Daphne. The intensity is extreme, and it has been going on since early morning. With a training intensity that even young Master Ares finds hard to endure, can the young lady's body really take it? She might very well collapse again. The Duke, however, doesn't mind. Although her body is frail, her willpower is remarkably firm, Boren reminds him in a low voice. It's not just frailty, her days are numbered. So should we lock her away in the annex just like before? And snap the wings she wants to fly with? Is that the correct way? Faced with the Duke's counter question, Boren still insists. I'm worried that even if her hopes are shattered, she will still try at all costs. The Duke's voice remains unbothered. Embracing hope or falling into despair is entirely her choice. No one can stop her. You are uniquely harsh on the young lady. Are you training her because you truly believe she can achieve something? The Duke stays silent for a moment, recalling Daphne's declaration to eliminate the Black Mages. He shakes his head. I don't know. But precisely because I don't know, it's worth a shot. Giving up simply because the outcome is uncertain would be a real pity. Perhaps daring to try is already amazing enough in itself. No matter how well you protect a bird, its nature of longing to fly cannot be locked away, after all. In the blink of an eye, it's the 10th day of training. Ares, who just finished lifting the barbell, is already half dead from exhaustion. I can't do this anymore. My heart is about to jump out. Daphne judges him for a second, then shoves a bottle of stamina recovery potion right into his mouth. Finally catching his breath, Ares looks at Daphne and exclaims from the bottom of his heart, You're seriously incredible. You're 3 years younger than me, but can handle the exact same intensity, even though your body was so weak before. Daphne is incredibly smug. Are you just realizing now how awesome I am? Right then, the Duke and Boren walk over. Seeing that Daphne is still full of energy after training, Boren is completely shocked. The young lady actually pushed through. That's amazing. Daphne runs excitedly toward the Duke. As you can see, I succeeded. Hurry up and teach me swordsmanship. Understood. I will be leaving the mansion for a period of time starting tomorrow. I will teach you some techniques first. You must practice diligently before I return. Daphne is itching to try. Great, I'll definitely train to a level beyond your imagination. Watching the backs of the father and daughter as they walk away, a trace of loneliness flashes in Ares' eyes, which then turns into a bitter smile. What was I even expecting? After all, I'm not his biological son. I'd better go back to the Knight Order. At least the swordsmanship there was also passed down by father. Suddenly, someone yanks Ares' sleeve. He looks down to see Daphne looking up at him. What are you standing there dazed for? Hurry up and follow. Ares is overwhelmed by the sudden favor. Can I join too? Daphne pulls him toward the Duke without leaving any room for argument, questioning out loud, Why can't we go together? Hey Duke, why aren't you teaching him? He trained together with me. Boren carefully reminds her from the side. Young lady, you and the young master are still a bit different. So what? Aren't they both your children? Is it really okay to treat them differently like this? Is that how your master taught you? Aries didn't expect Daphne to be so direct and gets so nervous that he wants to decline. Then the Duke's calm voice rings out. I never said I wouldn't teach you, nor did I say you weren't allowed to follow. If you want to, let's walk together. These words make Aries' heart skip a beat. It turns out he can be just like Daphne. Intense joy and courage well up in his heart, and he responds loudly. Yes, father. I also want to learn swordsmanship from you. The girl's active invitation allowed Aries, despite being an adopted son, to also gain the opportunity to learn swordsmanship from the Duke. The Duke explains the true essence of the sword to the two children. The sword of the galaxy passed down by the Akiwan family contains secrets like the universe itself. The universe encompasses the birth and end of all things, and we must learn from its growth and ultimately comprehend its demise. Do you two understand now? Facing the theoretical knowledge explained by the Duke, Aries nods excitedly, but Daphne rolls her eyes hard as she listens. What kind of chaotic nonsense is this? She can't help but poke Aries. Do you really understand? Of course, what's so hard to understand? This kind of basic stuff didn't really need to be spelled out. Looks like father is teaching us very mindfully. Daphne is somewhat speechless. Back when Berthio taught her, she was only focusing on memorizing the movements. Who would have thought about so many mysterious theories? Right now, you two are still unable to activate sword aura. So start learning from the basic moves first. Holding a wooden sword, the Duke's figure shifts, and in an instant, he swings out several overlapping lines of sword intent. This move, the Comet Wave Slash, leaves a trail like a comet's tail to disrupt the opponent's judgment. Aries gasps. It actually leaves after images. The enemy won't be able to tell which strike is real at all. The Duke nods, turning to look at Daphne. Do you understand now? To his surprise, the girl has a completely blank face. Huh? Did the comet fart? Looking at such a sharp contrast between the two children, the Duke sighs helplessly. She can't even absorb the theory. As expected, is it still too early? But Daphne knows very well that this is clearly the exact move Berthio used back then. That's just a regular old after-image technique, you bastard. You even changed the move name to something so flamboyant, I'm so done. Daphne rolls up her sleeves and strides forward. Forget it, let's just try it directly. Aries thinks he misheard. You already know it just by watching once? To his surprise, Daphne instantly unleashes several sword arcs, leaving Aries completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? How did you do that? You just have to swing it out, that's all. Daphne plays it off casually, but she clearly feels that this move puts a massive burden on her body. Her stamina is draining rapidly, and even her mana is fluctuating slightly. If only a black mage could fall from the sky so I could replenish my mana. She knows she must adapt to this body as quickly as possible and find a new way to utilize the swordsmanship. The Duke also finds it unbelievable. This move isn't something that can be copied just by seeing it once. Did you inherit my talent? Daphne protests. How can you compliment yourself in such a roundabout way? Shouldn't you be praising me? Aries tries to smooth things over. Daphne, with father's personality, it's rare for him to praise anyone. This is already very amazing. Although the Duke feels these words sound a bit weird, he still wants to confirm it one more time, because just now, at the exact moment Daphne swung her sword, he seemed to perceive some kind of abnormality. Since you want to see it so badly, then I'll let you see your fill. Daphne is about to show off her skills again. But Adjutant Boren hurries over in a rush. Lord Duke, an urgent report from the Imperial Palace. The force originally scheduled to subjugate the Black Mages was composed of 10 guards, 5 reserve guards, 10 men from Marquis Fenki's Knight Order, and 8 men from the Imperial Count's Rose Knight Order, as well as 3 men from the Duke's Knight Order. But now, a new member has been added to the roster. The Duke opens the letter, his pupils contracting abruptly. Written clearly on the paper is none other than Daphne Akiwan. Boren frowns. They actually demand the young lady to join the subjugation force under the guise of boosting morale. This is absolutely ridiculous. The Duke's gaze turns ice cold. Is this the Emperor's intention, or is it a plot hatched by other families to restrain the Duke's house? In any case, sending a 5-year-old child to the battlefield is a flat-out insult to the Duke's house. No matter who is playing tricks, they must be made to pay the price. Prepare the reply immediately, Daphne. Will absolutely not participate in the subjugation operation. Out of nowhere, Daphne suddenly pops out, her eyes shining with excitement. The Black Mage Subjugation Force! I want to go! I absolutely must go! Bourne frantically tries to dissuade her. Young lady, this is no joking matter. But Daphne acts like she won't back down unless she gets to go. Duke, I must go. Don't worry, I'll just suck all the Black Mages completely dry. I'll come back right after defeating all of them. Looking at his daughter's enthusiastic appearance, the Duke suddenly feels a wave of helplessness. Meanwhile, at the camp near the capital's city walls, the soldiers are busy preparing. A young man wearing a cloak is handling something inside a tent. Suddenly, two boys rush in excitedly. Lord Rachel, we just heard a very awesome story from the captain. The man has a very gentle attitude. He picks up one of them and asks softly, What awesome story? Tell me about it. Daphne is that exact hero. We heard she is your younger sister, is that true? As the eldest adopted son of Duke Akiwan's house, Rachel's movements freeze slightly. He then takes off his hood, revealing a flawless, gentle smile. Yes, that's right. She is my younger sister. The boy gets even more excited. Now this hero is coming. It said she's even younger than us, yet she stopped a bomb attack. That's just too awesome. Can you tell us more stories about her? Suddenly, a figure strides aggressively into the tent. Who said Daphne Akiwan is a hero? Apprentice knights shouldn't listen to baseless rumors. Seeing the newcomer, the children instantly get super excited. It's actually Lord Kenrick Delayed, the legendary Grey Wolf of the Northern Battlefield. It's certain death just to lock eyes with those blood-colored pupils. Kenrick pats the two children on their heads, a flash of ruthlessness passing through his single exposed eye. Don't you guys get it yet? Daphne Akiwan is no hero at all. The heroic deed of a 5-year-old girl sacrificing herself to save people is already common knowledge to everyone. Yet Kenrick scoffs at it. Daphne is no hero at all. The children look completely confused. But she really risked her life to save everyone. That was pure coincidence. She never thinks about anyone else. Now everyone worships her, but if we talked about the bad things she's done, it would take 2 days and 2 nights to finish. Seeing that the children are still half believing and half doubting, Kenrick points at Rachel, who is standing to the side. He acts apologetic and adds, I'm so sorry, Rachel. It must be very awkward for you to talk bad about your own younger sister. Rachel smiles gently. It's fine, the truth is more important. An act of pretending to be a hero must never be condoned. Since even Rachel says so, the children's admiration for Daphne shatters instantly. They leave with quite a bit of disappointment. The moment they walk away, the elegance on Rachel's face instantly collapses. Damn it! Why is that brat still alive? Didn't they say she had an incurable disease and was a goner for sure? Kenrick next to him seems to have long been used to this. Calm down, don't get worked up. Rachel glares at him fiercely. Calm down, you know exactly why I left that house. I thought I'd never have to see her again, and yet someone actually stuffed her into the subjugation force. His voice is heavy with intense hatred. That house and the imperial family have all gone completely insane. Kenrick picks up an apple that was thrown on the ground. I agree with you on that point. However, I actually think this is a pretty good thing. Rachel's eyes narrow. What did you say? Don't you think? This is exactly the perfect chance to expose those rumors. Kenrick's words leave Rachel stunned. With Daphne's temper, can she hold herself back in the subjugation force without throwing a tantrum? Once the knights return to their respective territories, her true colors will naturally spread, and the rumors will collapse on their own. Kenrick's confident reassurance gradually calms Rachel down. Speaking of which, it feels like you haven't seen your family in a long time, right? Rachel shows a look of disgust. Does family refer to the side that was abandoned, or the side that abandons others? He puts on his cloak, his voice ice cold. Either way, I don't need it. After saying that, he leaves the tent. 10 years ago, on the battlefield, Rachel's biological father, Duke Everett, entrusted him to his close friend, Duke Akiwan, right before he died. That was how Rachel was brought into the Duke's house. Kenrick looks at his back with a bit of helplessness. He's completely stuck in a dead end. He wasn't quite like this in the past. At the same time, the elf Teddy, who failed to bring back the Grand Sage, is facing Daphne's wrath with trembling fear. He explains that he did catch the Grand Sage, but the guy kept begging so hard that he really had no choice. So you just let him go? Daphne stomps her feet in anger. Did he at least leave some words behind? He said the karma is not yet settled, and he will naturally come find us when the time comes. Daphne's heart shudders. Karma is a law of the world known only to a very select few existences. Even the elf in front of her knows nothing about it. So how could that human know? The corners of her mouth suddenly curve upward. What exactly is this guy's background? It really makes me curious. Then did you ask him when this karma will end? Teddy slaps his own forehead. I forgot! Daphne gives him a dirty look and instead talks about her joining the subjugation force. Teddy nods repeatedly. I know, I've already started preparing the essential potions for you. You're coming along with me too. Hurry up and get ready. Teddy is instantly dumbfounded. No way, my lady, I'm a doctor. You always make me do other things. It's really hard for me. Daphne's voice drops low. There's something you might not know. I have completely adapted to this body, and I can use my power in my own way now. Before her words even land, dark purple mana violently explodes from all around her body. Teddy backs away in terror. I'll go! I'll do whatever you want! Please don't kill me! To his surprise, Daphne bursts out laughing. If you really didn't want to, I was actually planning to let you go. But since you insist on it, I'll reluctantly bring you along, you dummy elf. Watching Daphne's cheerful departing back, Teddy is left alone in utter bewilderment. On the day of departure, Ares and Knight Commander Lloyd come to see her off. Ares just cannot figure it out. There are clearly so many knights. So why on earth did they have to send Daphne, who is only 5 years old? The people who allowed this to happen are simply out of their minds. Lloyd sighs in a low voice. This is definitely the underhanded work of people who deeply envy the young lady. But if the young lady refuses, her reputation would probably suffer. Ares cuts him off with disdain. Daphne's reputation was already bad enough. Why would she care what others say? What if it gets a bit worse? Who are you talking about? Daphne suddenly appears, scaring Ares so much that his whole body flinches. He immediately covers his head and ducks to the side. You're about to set off. Can you go easy on me? Daphne sighs. I don't care at all about what others say about me. I didn't join the subjugation force for reputation either, but to catch those black mages. Ares' eyes light up. Is it really for revenge? Because her parents were cursed and she saw innocent people suffer. She is full of anger toward them. Daphne doesn't understand why these people are always thinking about revenge. Ares clenches his fists, his voice full of guilt. I worked so hard, yet I can't help with anything. Before you return, I will definitely practice the comet wave slash to perfection. Ares smiles exceptionally brightly. I want to become a brother you can be proud of, so you must come back safely. The 5-year-old girl, Daphne, is sent to the front line to subjugate the black mages. To ensure her safety, the Duke specially places her right in the center of the knight group, and even has her share a horse with the elf Teddy. However, Daphne only feels completely uncomfortable. The gazes casting from all around are continuous, making it feel like she is being treated as a tourist attraction on a traveling exhibition. Have you guys stared enough? Is there something on my face? Teddy suddenly remembers something. Perhaps it's because among the newly appointed guardians of the subjugation force, there is Rachel Akiwan. That's the eldest adopted son of the Akiwan family, right? Since that's the case, just call him over to clear things up. Daphne looks at an accompanying knight. Hey, you over there, go find my brother and bring him here. The knight hesitates a bit. Are you talking about young Master Rachel? A trace of awkwardness flashes across his face, but he eventually turns his horse around and leaves. That hesitant manner makes Daphne a bit intrigued. Teddy explains softly. From what I know, that Rachel is the son of the Duke's friend. And precisely because of that, the original owner of this body of yours treated him worse than anyone else. Inside the Akiwan family, the ones with the worst relationship are probably those two. There are even rumors saying that the reason he joined the apprentice knight order was also because he was driven away by Daphne. Daphne sighs helplessly. The original owner really caused trouble everywhere. Just then, Rachel rides his horse over. Daphne, I heard you were looking for me. The corner of his mouth curls up, but there is no hint of an actual smile. Long time no see. How have you been? With that forced smile combined with the awkward pass between the two, Daphne understands he doesn't want to see her. Since we've greeted each other, you can go back. Rachel's expression freezes. What? Didn't you call me over? I did call you, but it's fine now. Rachel forces down the urge to snap. Fine, then I'll leave first. Turning his horse around, he drops a low whisper. As expected, you haven't changed a bit. Truly disgusting. Rachel remembers that the unfortunate turning point in his life started from his father's death. He once begged his mother not to send him away. But his mother told him, Rachel, only by sending you to Duke Akiwan will they give me money. Right now, we don't even have the money to buy a piece of bread. Mommy has no choice, don't blame me. Listening to his mother's high-sounding words, Rachel felt incomparable heartache. He clearly saw the brand new necklace on his mother's neck and the glittering rings on her every finger. Was his existence not even worth as much as those pieces of jewelry? Fortunately, the Duke's family treated him very well. The Duke nurtured him with all his might, and the Duchess took care of him gently. His heart, which once feared being abandoned, gradually settled down. Later, when Para and Aries were also adopted, Rachel finally saw a hopeful future. This place felt like a real home. Maybe one day he would naturally call out father and mother. However, after the Duchess passed away, everything changed again. The Duke stopped paying attention to them, making him feel as though he was abandoned all over again. But for the sake of his younger siblings, he gritted his teeth and endured. He waited silently. It was both a mourning for the Duchess and an expectation for the Duke's return. However, the Duke never acknowledged them again, while Daphne's bullying of him became more outrageous day by day. "Don't you know you were sold here? How long are you going to act pitiful? You aren't even a real child of this family at all." Every time he thinks about this, Rachel gets completely irritated. He only wishes for Daphne to leave quickly, never wanting to see that face again. A bit earlier, Kenrick was leading his team to rest and regroup during training. A pink-haired man approaches. "Lord Kenrick, you're very close with Rachel, right? Have you heard any news? For instance, when is that little lady from his family arriving? How much do you know about her?" The man is respectful on the surface, but has an expression that looks like he's just waiting for drama. Kenrick narrows his eyes and glares at him. The man immediately acts innocent. "Don't look at me like that. None of us have seen the little lady before. For a little girl to come to such a dangerous place, we're just afraid of accidentally offending her." Kenrick's face turns grim. "You clearly want to fish for information. Cut the act in front of me." Being exposed, the man drops his smile. "Lord Kenrick, if you don't want to get beaten up again, wouldn't it be better to just spit it out nicely?" "What did you say? Did you let it get to your head just because you beat me twice?" The man reaches for his sword. "Hurry up and make it clear. What kind of person is that Daphne anyway?" "Lately there are so many rumors about her being a hero. If you don't talk, I'll annoy you all the way until you open your mouth." Kenrick presses his forehead, a trace of chill flashing through his blood-red eye. "There's nothing to say. Don't be fooled by the rumors. Daphne Akiwan is a pure, unadulterated lunatic and a total brat. The 5-year-old girl, Daphne, follows the Night Order forward together. As the sky gradually darkens, the troops set up camp. The elf Teddy brings out a harp and plays a melodious song by the dancing bonfire. Daphne sits casually chatting with the knights gathered around, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. But this scene completely shocks Kenrick. "How can this be?" Nike pats his shoulder. "Lord Kenrick, seeing that scene just now, don't you have something to explain to us?" Watching Daphne's polite and natural interaction with the knights, Nike only feels completely fooled. "You clearly know that we guardians are knights directly under the royal family, so we must leave a good impression on Duke Akiwan. But you went around proclaiming that his daughter is a monster, a lunatic running around like a runaway buffalo, short-tempered and naughty. It's precisely because we believed your words that we deliberately ignored the little lady. Looking at it now, did you purposely mislead us with fake intel just so we guardians would suffer together?" Kenrick is tongue-tied for a moment. He also doesn't know why Daphne suddenly seems like a completely different person. It's one thing for the Duke's own knights to be close to her, but even the knights from Marquis Fenke's house are treating her so gently. "That must be a facade." Nike rolls his eyes upon hearing this. "Is that so? Then why don't you go test her out and see if you can force her true colors to show?" Kenrick strides forward. He wants to completely tear off Daphne's disguise. She's just a 5-year-old child. If he triggers her a few more times, she'll show her true nature sooner or later. To please Daphne, Teddy specially snatched another elf's harp to play music for her. "For the sake of Lady Daphne, what does a little thing like this matter?" Daphne nods with satisfaction. "I really want to keep you by my side forever." Hearing this, Teddy's hand shakes, and the harp strings screech with a harsh, discordant note. "What, you don't want to?" Teddy puts on a bitter face. "How could that be? I'm absolutely willing." The music flows once again, but for some reason, it subtly carries a trace of sadness. The light of the bonfire sways gently on Daphne's face. Watching the laughing and chatting knights around her, her thoughts gradually drift away. People always say dragons are beings that enjoy loneliness, but that saying is wrong. She has always been lonely. Being able to get along warmly with others is what truly makes her feel happy. Of course, not everyone accepts the current her. "Hello, Lady Daphne. I am Guardian Kenrick Delayed and also a friend of Rachel's." Daphne puts down her cup and looks up at him. "Hello there." Her gaze sweeps over the other guardians in the distance who are dodging her eyes. "So, is there something you need?" "It's nothing major. I was just worried that the wilderness rations are too unrefined and might not suit your taste." Daphne pats her little stomach, which is stuffed round. "The taste is actually pretty good." Kenrick clears his throat to change the subject. Then are you satisfied with the place to rest? In the wild, one can only use the earth as a blanket and fallen leaves as a pillow. The lady's body is delicate, so it might be hard to adapt, right? Daphne raises her hand and points. A beautifully crafted, natural, and eco-friendly sleeping mat enters Kenrick's view. The knights rush to introduce it. The tent is too stuffy, so the lady made this herself. If you're curious, she can teach you how to make it. Kenrick secretly grinds his teeth. Impossible, this must be some kind of trick. The Daphne he knew was lazy and gluttonous. How could she possibly make this with her own hands? Lady Daphne, your body has always been weak. The wilderness roads are cold at night and might cause you discomfort. Why don't you head to a nearby village right now? There will definitely be warm lodging and more delicious food there. Kenrick continues digging a hole for Daphne. Daphne lets out a helpless sigh. I know you guys hate me. I've already gotten used to it long ago. The surroundings suddenly fall silent. She stands up, walks in front of Kenrick, raises her little face, and looks straight at him. If you insist on doing this, forcing me to be picky and throw a tantrum here before leaving, then you can use that to ruin my reputation. But is your purpose merely to humiliate a little girl? No, our trip this time is to subjugate the black mages. Have you forgotten that? As her words land, Kenrick and the other guardians fall into silence. Just then, Rachel returns from his patrol. Strange, why is the camp exceptionally quiet today? Kenrick's face flushes red with embarrassment. After apologizing to Daphne, he hurries away. Seeing this, Rachel quickly chases after him. The two come to the edge of the bushes. Facing Rachel's questioning, Kenrick speaks in a low voice. Daphne already knew. She knows we hate her, and she also knows our purpose in intentionally provoking her. She told us to stop wasting time on boring matters, and that we should focus our energy on dealing with the black mages. Without a single complaint, she knows better than any of us what is truly most important. Kenrick lets out a self-deprecating smile. At that exact moment, I suddenly felt incredibly pathetic and ashamed. She seems to have really changed. But Rachel doesn't believe it at all. How is that possible? What kind of person she is, didn't you see it with your own eyes too? I've seen it, but today she indeed displayed the demeanor a lady of a duke's house should have. I know it's hard for you to accept, but at least see what she looks like now with your own eyes first. Rachel sneers. Then what about the torment I suffered before? Am I supposed to just watch her being pampered as a kind child in a corner where nobody knows the truth? Stop joking around. Rachel punches a tree trunk, deep hatred welling up in his eyes. Just you wait. Daphne, I will definitely expose your true colors to the whole world. Daphne, who used to be arrogant, overbearing, and short-tempered, now looks like a completely different person. She has become gentle, calm, and always prioritizes the bigger picture. However, as the eldest brother, Rachel doesn't believe her transformation at all. He clenches his fists in the dark, swearing to expose her true colors. My lady, are you just going to leave him alone like that? Daphne sighs while setting up her sleeping mat. It seems that compared to Ares and Para, Rachel's hatred toward me runs much deeper. Let him be. Ignore him. Teddy, however, really can't stand Rachel. If he has a problem, why can't he just say it to your face? These sneaky humans are so inefficient in everything they do. Do you hate humans? Not really hate, I just find them frustratingly stupid sometimes. Even though we're both creations, they always seem a level below elves. Daphne laughs. In my eyes, all of you are equally insignificant. Yet you look down on each other. Isn't that hilarious? Teddy is deeply hurt. My lady, how can you say such cold words in such a gentle tone? Honestly, you are way too merciful to humans. That's because humans are the weakest. The stronger an existence is, the more it should protect the weak. Teddy scoffs at the idea. If it's their own fault, why should they rely on others to protect them? Do you think strength lasts forever? No matter how strong an existence is, it will eventually weaken. Every tiny life has its purpose. If I were the only one left in the world, what use would my strength be? It's precisely because the weak exist that the strong have value. Teddy is tongue-tied, so he changes the subject. Speaking of which, we set up camp earlier today than yesterday. The sun hasn't even set yet. Right then, a pink-haired figure jumps out. Want to know why? Let Nike tell you guys. Because this area was once hit by an earthquake triggered by the Calamity Dragon. Since the problem can't be solved in one night, we might as well rest early and face it with full strength tomorrow morning. Hearing the word earthquake, Daphne's expression stiffens slightly. Teddy leans in and whispers, My lady, was that earthquake really triggered by you? That landslide happened because I wanted to save the villagers, but I accidentally overdid it. Then were those people saved? If they were saved, I wouldn't be called a calamity. Oblivious to the truth, Nike is still comforting her. Don't be scared, my lady. That evil black dragon has already been destroyed by your father. Daphne's cheek twitches. Teddy quickly holds her back, repeatedly whispering for her to stay calm. Watching from afar for a long time, Rachel's brow is locked tight. Daphne has been chatting normally with everyone. She isn't hitting or cursing anyone, and there's no abnormal behavior either. What on earth is that girl plotting? Kenrick thinks for a moment. Could it be that the Duke purposely sent her here? He knows you left home because of Daphne, so maybe he wants you to return on your own after seeing her change. Who knows, maybe the Duke just misses you. Rachel scoffs at the idea. That Duke isn't interested in anyone except the Duchess. He must have forgotten about someone like me long ago. Even if that's the case, I won't let him have his way. Before the subjugation ends, I will absolutely not say a single word to Daphne. Soon it's late at night. Daphne sneaks into the deep forest alone ahead of time. Riding a horse all day is exhausting enough, yet she still has to continue her training. After all, the Duke said that if she slacks off even for 1 minute, it will be noticed. The forest is just like what the subjugation team said, filled with an eerie aura. Could all of this really be caused by me? Suddenly, her footsteps halt. She bumps right into 3 black mages. I told you to be careful, the subjugation team is nearby. What's there to fear? Just kill them, but this is just a kid. They completely underestimate Daphne and gather around to discuss. Daphne is quite annoyed. Who are you guys discussing killing? Secretly, she's thrilled. These 3 black mages delivered themselves right to her door, making it perfect for her to absorb their death aura. I only have one question. Why on earth are you guys here? One of the black mages instantly gets excited. We are ordered to come and find the remains of the great calamity dragon. Daphne's gaze darkens. The Grand Sage said she could find the answers once she finds her original body. Are these people targeting her remains too? Why are you looking for the remains? Of course it's to seize that lord's power. Shut up, you idiot! His companion kicks him to the ground, then turns to Daphne with a vicious look. Brat, this is the end of the line for you. He unleashes his black magic. Dark purple flames erupt from his palm, rushing straight toward Daphne. Daphne leaps up nimbly, but the flames still graze her arm. She lands steadily, while the black mages are completely flustered. She took my black magic head-on. How can this kid still be alive? The burning pain from the wound makes Daphne gasp softly. This black mage's mana isn't as strong as the assassin from before, but with a 1 versus 3 scenario, she has no absolute certainty of winning. Daphne stretches out her hand, a ball of light condensing in her palm and growing increasingly brighter. What are you trying to do? Daphne answers with an innocent face, calling for backups, obviously. In an instant, the dazzling light pierces through the night curtain. The subjugation force at the camp is instantly startled awake. What is that? Assemble quickly, it's the aura of death. There are black mages. Rachel didn't expect that black mages would actually appear here, and at this moment, Teddy is looking around everywhere. Lady Daphne, where are you? Don't tell me you went to find those black mages first! Teddy's words cause Rachel's face to change drastically. Daphne is missing? A 5-year-old girl, practicing her sword in the middle of the night in a deep, ancient forest, bumps right into 3 black mages. After a brief clash, Daphne decides to summon her teammates. Perceiving the anomaly, the subjugation force quickly assembles and rushes into the deep forest. Noisy shouts pierce the night sky. Everyone be careful. You must absolutely not make contact with their death aura. But the black mage's counterattack grows increasingly violent. Daphne leaps onto a tree branch, watching the fierce battle down below. Good thing I called for help. If I fought alone, things would probably look grim. I thought the black mages would be at a disadvantage due to their small numbers, but their combat power is actually decent. If it goes on like this, the subjugation force might suffer casualties. But if the black mages are wiped out just like that, I won't be able to absorb their life force. Daphne falls into a dilemma. Going down to fight now might trigger suspicion from the knights. Just then, an anxious shout echoes from afar. Daphne! Where are you? If you're still alive, answer me quickly. Rachel questions anxiously. Teddy, as her guardian, you didn't even know she went missing? If this was Lady Daphne's own decision, I have no right to stop her. Don't make excuses. What if something happens to Daphne? Daphne watches the two arguing from afar, a ripple of emotion rising in her heart. Never mind others, but why is Rachel so anxious? Doesn't he always hate me? Hesitating for a moment, Daphne still leaps down from the branch. I'm here. Rachel immediately rushes forward and questions sharply. Why did you run off to a place like this? Do you know how dangerous it is right now? Go back to the camp immediately. Saying that, he grabs her hand to leave. But the black mage's energy hasn't been absorbed yet. Let go of me. I can't leave yet. Stop being willful. What can you even do here? Before his words even land, a blast of black magic suddenly assails Daphne from behind. Rachel's pupils contract abruptly, leaving almost zero time to think. The sound of flesh tearing open rings out. A large amount of fresh blood splatters on the ground. Rachel shields Daphne tightly in his arms, but his own arm gets hit by the black magic, the flesh rapidly rotting away. Daphne freezes on the spot. It isn't until she hears his painful whimpers that she snaps back to reality. Why? Don't you hate me a lot? Why did you still save me? Rachel's voice trembles from the intense pain. Does that even matter at a time like this? It matters. You clearly hate me. Just how pathetic do you think I am in your heart? Rachel cuts her off, gasping as he growls softly. Did you think I would just watch my little sister die? I don't like you, but you've been tortured by illness since you were a child. You finally made it here. How can you die in a place like this? His voice grows weaker, yet every single word is crystal clear. Just because I don't like you doesn't mean I want you dead. So you must survive. After saying this line, he completely loses consciousness and collapses on the ground. Daphne stares at him blankly, a storm surging in her heart. She has always considered herself the strong one, believing that protecting the weak is a matter of course. But if it were her, could she achieve this level for someone else? She came here purely to absorb mana. Yet the knights are staking their lives to fight. Compared to weak humans, her own narrow-mindedness is the real joke. Truly a disgrace to the dragon race. She hands the unconscious Rachel over to Teddy, then pulls out a bottle of mana enhancement potion and drinks it in one gulp. Even if it might expose me, I can't run away anymore. If I don't move now, it will really be too late to make amends. On the other side, Kenrick is caught in a bitter struggle against a black mage. The enemy suddenly unleashes an ultimate move, a thick, dark purple mana roaring and lunging forward. But that power actually halts weirdly in midair, as if fearing something. Just as the black mage is utterly confused, Daphne walks toward him step by step. Kenrick hastily tries to stop her. Lady Daphne, leave this place quickly. Daphne, however, merely curls her finger. The death aura that was originally rushing toward Kenrick violently turns around, directly piercing through the caster's own chest. The black mage suddenly coughs up blood, stumbles, and falls to his knees. His eyes are filled with pure terror. How is this possible? You can actually control someone else's death aura? What terrifies him even more is that the power inside his own body is rapidly draining away. You are absorbing my power. Daphne looks down at him, her purple eyes ice cold as frost. Because these originally belonged to me. In just a brief moment, all three black mages are completely wiped out, their powers totally drained. Witnessing the entire process, Kenrick is left dumbfounded. Lady Daphne, how on earth did you do that? Nike and the other knights also crowd around, both shocked and confused. Coming into contact with the death aura guarantees a severe injury, so why are you completely unharmed? Don't tell me you are a mage, but you were born into a family of knights. This is impossible. Daphne is tongue-tied for a moment. What needs to come has finally come. How should I explain this to fool them? That's because Lady Daphne suddenly speaks. Could it be that Duke Akiwan already foresaw this kind of... The room falls into silence once again. Daphne's words keep echoing in Rachel's mind. Don't you hate me a lot? Why did you still save me? The utter disbelief in her eyes back then leaves his mind completely flustered. Yes, he still hates her. The mental torment Daphne caused over these years is not something easily forgotten. In his heart, she has always been a bad kid. But Daphne, please don't die. At least let me be able to keep hating you in the future. Just then, faint footsteps come from the stairs. Everyone looks over in astonishment. It turns out to be Daphne herself walking down slowly. Kenrick immediately steps forward. Lady Daphne, you shouldn't be moving around yet. Is your body okay? Daphne waves her hand gently. Her steps are a bit unsteady, but she walks straight toward Rachel. Rachel hurriedly stands up. Are you okay? Daphne steadies her breathing, raising her eyes to look at him. I'm fine. I just have a few words that I must say. She recalls how Rachel risked his life to block the attack for her. That stance was so natural, as if protecting her was his absolute duty. Even though he was covered in wounds himself, his first reaction was still to check on her safety. This instinctive, unrequited protection makes her feel unfamiliar, yet unable to ignore it. You are an amazing older brother. Also, thank you for saving me. In the desolate desert, the solitary Grand Sage suddenly stops his tracks. He raises his head to look at the star-studded night sky. The moonlight pours down like a light veil, enveloping his entire body. The tips of his hair are quietly dyed with a strand of frosty white. Yet he curls up a deep smile. It seems that Lady Daphne has made it. It's finally time to say goodbye to karma. The subjugation force splits into two groups. Guardians Nike and Fiona escort escort the black mages back to the Imperial City. The rest continue with the mission. Kenrick solemnly advises Daphne, "You've already given too much, and your body hasn't recovered yet. You should return to the Duke's estate to rest first." How could Daphne possibly agree? Her mana points have finally increased to 230, so how can she give up halfway? She must drain a few more black mages dry to solidify it. None of you can withstand the death aura. Without me here, you guys will die. She originally wanted to use this arrogant speech to make them let her stay, but the effect is totally unexpected. Hearing her words, the eyes of the two knights turn watery. "Lady Daphne, is it because you're worried about us that you refused to go back? So you actually wanted to protect everyone. We are so sorry, it's because we're too weak that we caused you to worry." I think you guys might have misunderstood. Daphne just wants to explain, but is cut off by Rachel. "I don't know what you are plotting, but you go back first. As an apprentice guardian, I have been lagging behind before. It was you who made me rethink my path forward. I will also grip my sword tightly, no matter what method it takes. This time, I will definitely fight to the very end." Daphne frowns. "Don't talk big. What can a weakling like you even do? Be careful not to throw your life away for nothing." Kenrick also makes a solemn stance. "Thank you for your concern, but we have already made up our minds. Even if our current strength is lacking, we will never easily let anyone die." The surrounding knights look over, one after another, their eyes filled with earnestness and determination. "Please believe in us just this once, okay?" Daphne is stunned by him. She lets out a soft sigh, ultimately compromising. Why do they have to risk their lives to this extent? She then summons the elf Teddy and gives him a mission. "Follow them, and give them a hand when necessary." Teddy's face instantly drops. "Why should I? No way. If you do it, we'll wipe the slate clean regarding how you offended me yesterday." "Don't worry, my lady. Mission guaranteed to be accomplished." The knights on the side secretly click their tongues. Aren't elves a race that regularly ignores even the Emperor's orders? Just what kind of leverage does the lady have on him? At the moment of parting, Rachel calls out to Daphne once again, his tone still awkward. "I'm very grateful for your help, but that doesn't mean I forgive you." But the next second, he presses down on Daphne's shoulders and repeatedly urges, "After you go back, make sure to take your medicine on time. Go to the Imperial Palace to find a reliable doctor to look after you. Don't let Ares disturb your rest, and don't eat those weird medicines made by Para. Got it?" However, when Daphne finally returns to the Duke's estate, what awaits her is a situation far more troublesome than expected. The Duke is looking at the news about the subjugation force capturing the black mages on the newspaper, his face as grim as iron. He raises his eyes to look at Daphne, his voice exceptionally cold. "This time, the situation is far more serious than I imagined. Do you have anything else to say for yourself?" The girl is clearly a huge contributor to the subjugation of the black mages, yet the expression the Duke wears as he looks at her is frighteningly dark. "Do you have anything else to say for yourself?" Daphne protests with dissatisfaction. "This is unfair. I didn't do anything wrong, so why do I have to defend myself?" The Duke reprimands in a deep voice. "Do you know how much effort I wasted just to hide the fact that you are afflicted with a curse? Even if only a few people notice, it's enough to stir up a massive storm." Daphne thinks nothing of it. But didn't the result turn out great? Nobody in the subjugation force died, and we even captured the black mages alive. Is there any problem with that? The Duke walks up to her with slow steps, his gaze landing on her body. "You are injured." Ever since the day she captured the black mages, Daphne slept for a whole day. Even after returning to the Duke's estate, she couldn't get out of bed for a long time. But Daphne doesn't think this is any big deal. At this moment, a somewhat ridiculous guess suddenly pops into her head. "Could it be that you're worried about me?" The Duke denies it immediately, but Daphne clearly captures a fleeting look of worry on his face. The Duke then issues a gag order, strictly forbidding anyone from discussing the matter of the curse. He warns Daphne to be careful in the future. Daphne raises her eyebrows triumphantly. "And you say you're not worried about me? Otherwise, why tell me to be careful?" The Duke turns to leave, but is called back by her. "Right, there's something I want to ask you. Where exactly is the dragon you defeated back then sealed?" Ever since learning that the black mages are targeting the remains of her dragon body, Daphne has been brooding over this matter. She absolutely cannot sit back and do nothing. The Duke looks at her meaningfully. "Why are you asking about this?" Daphne tests the waters and speaks. "I know this isn't something that can be randomly disclosed, but between parents and children, it's pretty normal to share a secret or two, right? If that really doesn't work, just a little hint would be fine." Before her words even land, she gets directly picked up by the Duke and thrown out. Daphne is bursting with anger, silently swinging her sword alone in the training grounds for several hours. She doesn't need that bastard Duke's help anyway. She can do it just fine on her own. Now that her mana has leveled up again, as long as she becomes stronger, she will definitely crush those black mages completely. In an instant, she has already unleashed several sword shadows. Lady Daphne, so you're here! A crisp voice rings out. Daphne turns around and sees a pink-haired young girl smiling as she bows to her. I am Brisa Fenke. Do you still remember me? It's truly an honor to see you again. Only then does Daphne remember that this is that weak human girl she met at the ball before. Long time no see. Did you come to find me for something? Brisa is stunned for a moment. I received permission to visit you today. Didn't you hear about it? Only then does Daphne vaguely recall that a maid did seem to mention it, even reminding her not to train before afternoon tea. She looks down at her clothes, which are soiled with sweat and dirt. How about you wait a moment? I'll change my clothes right away. No need, my lady. You look great like this. Brisa hastily waves her hands. These are all proof of your hard work. I'm extremely happy to see you like this. Besides, you are my savior. She still clearly remembers until now. That day, Daphne rushed into the sea of fire without any hesitation to save her. Every single time she thinks back to it, her heart swells with intense emotion. She thinks that as long as she can stay by Lady Daphne's side, she will definitely become a better person too. Actually, coming to see you today has nothing to do with my family. It's just that I want to give you a gift. Please absolutely accept it. She carefully holds out a box. Opening it, it turns out to be a bamboo sword. This is a specially made practice sword. It normally has no blade, but injecting mana will form a cutting edge. The weight can also be adjusted according to the strength of the mana. Daphne takes the bamboo sword and swings it twice. It feels light and smooth in her hand. To better showcase your swordsmanship, I even embedded a mana stone in the tip. Although it definitely doesn't match your true strength, it should be decent enough for practice. What do you think? Daphne examines it closely. This is undoubtedly a top-tier crafted sword. Thanks, I'll make good use of it. Brisa's eyes light up with excitement. Awesome, Lady Daphne! Blushing, she hesitates before speaking. Remember last time you called me your underling? Now, could you officially appoint me as your first underling, please? Daphne is stunned for a moment, seeing that she didn't agree right away. Brisa quickly voices her commitment. I am a mage. Although I'm not strong yet, I just signed a contract with a low-tier spirit not long ago. I will be very useful. So please accept me as your underling, okay? She anxiously waits for a response. It's also Daphne's first time meeting someone who is so wholeheartedly willing to be an underling, so she can't help but find it amusing. Do you even know what I plan to do in the future? That you're in such a rush to be my underling? Of course I know. You will move forward to save the Empire and take revenge on the Black Mages. Daphne nods, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. All right then, I'll take you in. But if you want to be my underling, just relying on a low-tier spirit isn't enough. I understand. I will keep training hard. Then start running right now. Brisa blinks in confusion. What did you say? Daphne flashes a mischievous smile. How about I help you train so you can pass out the moment your head hits the pillow tonight? Now immediately, start running. Yes, Lady Daphne? Inside the office, the Duke sits in his chair, his expression dead serious. Daphne actually knows about the sealed evil dragon. But besides him, who sealed the dragon with his own hands, and the Emperor, who issued the decree, absolutely no one should know about this. Where on earth did she find out about it? The secret of the sealed evil dragon, Calamity, was actually discovered by Daphne. The Duke's heart suddenly sinks. Where did Daphne learn this from? Could it be that the Black Mages have already acquired this intel? If Daphne heard about it from them, that would make sense. But how did the Black Mages find out about it themselves? As his doubts deepen, he decides to go verify it in person. Inside the study, the Duke injects mana into his cane. He lightly taps the bottom of the bookshelf a few times. The surrounding light is instantly swallowed up. He steps directly into the deep darkness. Soon he arrives at a massive cavern. In the center of the cavern, a giant pitch-black dragon quietly crouches on the ground, its entire body surrounded by layers of magic circles. This is precisely the physical body of the sealed Calamity, Cyarid. The Duke carefully inspects the surroundings and finds no trace of any intrusion. His brow furrows deep. Since that's the case, where exactly did Daphne's info come from? To think you would come to this cavern again? It's truly a surprise. A calm voice echoes from behind him. The Duke turns around immediately and bows deeply toward the dark depths. Greetings to the son of the Empire. The person who arrived is the Emperor and also the creator of this subspace that imprisons Calamity. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Emperor asks about his purpose. The rumor that Calamity, Didn't die, but was merely sealed away. Seems to have already leaked out. The Duke notes, but instinctively hides Daphne's name. So things have finally come to this point, huh? It seems your majesty already expected this. The Duke looks up, then freezes on the spot. A sudden burst of golden light blazes before him as a massive, majestic golden dragon manifests. The radiant light fills the entire space, and the dragon's body immediately transforms into a human form. An elegant woman with golden hair, golden eyes, and curved horns on her head appears out of thin air. Among the humans who have seen this form of mine, you are the second. The Emperor smiles faintly. Seeing the Duke's calm composure, she speaks with a slightly teasing tone. I thought you'd be more surprised. Actually, this is already the most surprised I've ever been. The Duke lowers his eyes slightly. The reason why he could never refuse the Emperor's orders and felt at peace whenever he heard her voice. Was it all because she is a dragon? Why did you allow me to see your true form? The Emperor snaps her fingers and the surrounding scenery shifts. The cavern instantly turns into a vast garden. Your leg hasn't healed yet. Sit down and let's talk. The Emperor casts her gaze into the distance. Where should I begin? You once asked me what kind of existence that Calamity Dragon really was and why it could bring countless disasters. Back then, you didn't get an answer. It wasn't that I didn't want to, but I couldn't. A bitter smile crosses the Emperor's lips. Cause and effect exist in this world. Any action requires a price to be paid. But this rule applies to all living beings. Yet it uniquely does not apply to a dragon like me. Even if the orders I give are completely unreasonable, they will naturally be rationalized in your hearts, leading to obedience. Then why can't the laws of karma bind a dragon? The Duke stares into her golden eyes. Is it because of Calamity? The Emperor chuckles softly. As expected, you're a smart man. The giant dragons once yearned for an existence that could bear our karma. Another dragon and I refused, but the remaining 3 forcibly created him. He is the great Calamity, the black dragon you humans speak of. The Duke goes silent for a moment. Then those disasters he caused. That wasn't his original intention. He didn't do anything wrong. The Duke understands now. Sarid is like a container, forced to bear all the sins of the dragon race. The Emperor sighs softly. After all, he was created by the giant dragons, so I want to take responsibility for this myself. Having you seal him was also for this reason. The Emperor's expression suddenly turned serious. I originally thought it would end this way, but the other giant dragons seem to have already made contact with the ghost. That's why the black mages found out that Calamity didn't die, but was merely sealed. The Duke finally understands. The other 3 dragons that created Calamity have already turned against the Emperor. To protect themselves, they are exploiting humans again. The Emperor suddenly looks straight into the Duke's eyes and asks, So, please tell me, can you slay a dragon? On the other side, Daphne stares at the newspaper in her hand, her brow tightly furrowed. The subjugation force engaged in a fierce battle with black mages at the mine, 13 injured, 0 casualties. Teddy, you incompetent fool, I clearly told you to protect them, yet 13 people still got injured. Her eyes sweep across the words, Black Mage Organization, Ghost, in the report. Regardless, this name is finally known to the public now. Once people realize that the black mages are organized, public attention will naturally skyrocket. And it's inevitable that some idiots will deliver themselves right to my door. Daphne feels a bit helpless. She should have used this critical period to track down the traces of the black mages, but the Duke restricted her freedom using various excuses. Not only did he ban her from investigating further, but he also strictly forbade her from going out under the guise of resting and recovering. What's the point of healing this body anyway? Isn't it still the same old trash? Am I right, my underling? Brisa, who is currently lying on the floor struggling to do push-ups, feels like crying but has no tears left. Why on earth did she have to come here to suffer this kind of torture? The young girl finally got her wish and became Daphne's underling. Little did she expect that what awaited her was a dark, endless, hellish physical training routine. Another day of training ends. Daphne tells Brisa to try summoning a spirit, but Brisa is put in a tough spot. I want to summon one for you too. But ever since I came to the Duke's estate, the spirits just won't answer me anymore, even though they were completely fine when I was at home. But Daphne knows exactly what's going on. Spirits are extremely sensitive existences. Those that can sense her aura and still manifest themselves are probably only high-tier spirits. And for Brisa, who can currently only summon low-tier spirits, it's simply too difficult. With your current level, the mana required for summoning is nowhere near enough. That's why you need to train your physical strength even more. Brisa feels like crying. The high-intensity training these past few days is truly about to break her down. Just then, Ares arrives at the training grounds. I heard you were here, so I came looking for you, he says while casting his gaze toward Brisa, his brow furrowing slightly. Why is there someone else here? Who are you? Why are you staying by Daphne's side? Hello, I am... Before Brisa can finish, Ares directly cuts her off. I'm not interested. You can get out now, sausage head. Brisa thinks she misheard him. He actually called her sausage head? The second son of the Akyewan family is actually such an ill-mannered person. But Lady Daphne didn't say anything. Could this be a test from her to me? She wants to see how I handle this kind of situation? Thinking of this, Brisa puts on a polite smile once again. Pardon me, but I will not leave. Because I am Lady Daphne's first underling, it's only natural for me to stay by her side. Ares's brow twitches and he turns to question Daphne. Daphne, what is the meaning of this? Your first underling should have been me, right? Just like that, the two get into a heated argument over who is the number one underling. It escalates quickly, and they look about to throw hands. Right at this moment, the maid Annie arrives. Young lady, it's snack time. You can eat together with the young master and your friend, you know. Daphne nibbles on a sandwich and freezes for a second. Friend? Who is my friend? She feels entirely unfamiliar with this concept. In her long life, the only one she could probably call a friend was Bertio. Of course it's Miss Brisa. You don't have to be shy. Just seeing you invite a friend over makes me incredibly happy. My lady, why don't you go out for a walk with your friend today? Daphne is confused. But didn't the Duke say I need to rest and won't let me go out? It's fine. The doctor already said your body is fine. If you say you're going out with a new friend, my lord will definitely allow it. Finally getting a chance to go out, Daphne's eyes light up. Then go tell him right away that I'm going out. Just as Annie said, obtaining the travel permit goes unexpectedly smoothly. Learning that she can go out alone with Daphne, Brisa, who was just tangling with Ares, instantly gets super excited. A private date with Lady Daphne? This is amazing, but my current look is too terrible. Please wait for me, I'll go home and clean up right away. Daphne agrees to meet her at the Imperial Library and sets off first. Unexpectedly, Knight Commander Lloyd follows her. What are you doing here? When the young lady goes out, she naturally needs a guard. Daphne is completely helpless. She arrives at the Imperial Library, located in the center of the capital. Because the Emperor strictly promotes education, everyone from nobles to commoners can enter freely. The library houses hundreds of thousands of books, with towering bookshelves reaching the dome, looking exceptionally grand. Daphne nods approvingly. Although that Emperor once ordered to kill me, this point is actually worthy of praise. She tells Lloyd to wait in the lobby while she weaves back and forth through the tall bookshelves on her own. There is only one book she is looking for, The Birth of Black Mages. To truly crush them in her current state, she needs more intel. After searching for a long time, she finally discovers her target. But it's placed too high up, and she can't reach it at all. Just as she plans to quietly use magic to grab the book, a well-contoured hand takes it out one step ahead of her. Long time no see, Lord Sarid. Were you waiting for me? Daphne is stunned. It's actually the Grand Sage. Why are you here? Wait, you being able to show up, does that mean that damn karma has already ended? As expected, you are exceptionally intelligent. Daphne suddenly grabs him by the collar, lowering her voice to interrogate him. Since that's the case, spill it already. What exactly is the shackles binding this body? The reason I was sealed, and why do you know all of this? There are still some remnants regarding the karma of this body. I cannot tell you just yet. The Grand Sage calmly meets her gaze. However, I came to inform you of another matter. Lady Daphne, how much do you know about the Black Mages? Aside from knowing they're a bunch of lunatics clamoring all day to hunt me down, I know absolutely nothing. The Grand Sage's gaze turns deep. They are those who serve Calamity, and also those who obtained power because of serving Calamity. Daphne's pupils contract. What did you say? Because there is more than just one dragon sired in this world. Daphne suddenly recalls that aside from the dead white dragon, there are 4 other dragons in this world. Is it one of them who gave power to the Black Mages? I cannot tell you that either. Failing to get a single definitive answer after asking this much, Daphne is just about to lose her temper. But the Grand Sage suddenly reaches out and gently wraps his arm around her shoulder. I came today to inform you of Sarid's secret. His forehead slowly leans in, gently pressing against the girl's forehead. Why were you born as Calamity? And why were you uniquely bound by such karma? I will tell you right now. The long-lost Grand Sage finally appears to reveal to Daphne all the secrets that are closely intertwined with her very self. Meanwhile, inside the Duke's estate, the Duke is pondering over the Emperor's words. I plan to resurrect Calamity when the time is ripe. By then, the name of Calamity and its karma will both dissipate. After that, I will destroy all the dragons. Are you willing to walk with me? The Duke cannot judge whether the Emperor's words are true or false. If the other 3 dragons really created Calamity and have already made contact with the Black Mage organization, Ghost, then they have long ceased to be the proxies of God. Since that's the case, there is only one thing left for him to do. Yes, I will walk with you. Just then, Adjutant Pollen comes into the office, delivering an imperial decree from the Emperor. After reading it, the Duke's brow furrows slightly. His Majesty wants to establish a hero training camp. Pollen is stunned and hastily takes the decree to flip through it. Gathering children and teenagers regardless of status to establish a training camp for cultivating the second generation of heroes. What on earth does this mean? The Duke explains. With the Empire's current manpower, it's difficult to fight the Black Mages long-term. His Majesty is planning his layout in advance. Even though the subjugation force has been dispatched, other methods besides holy power have very little effect against black magic. Now that the relationship between the Empire and the Temple has broken down, it's hard for us to get support. Therefore, cultivating these children is to forge the future trump cards against the Black Mages. According to the Emperor's arrangement, the Duke himself will secretly search for and deal with the other 3 dragons. This move is also to select someone who can inherit the Duke's position as a hero. The idea is good, but the goal is to deal with Black Mages. Will there really be children willing to participate? I'm afraid even the parents won't allow it. However, for commoners, this might actually be a great opportunity. Not only can they receive top-tier education, but top performers can even become apprentice guardians. And as long as His Majesty applies a bit of pressure, the nobles will also have to respond. But Pollen points to a line of small text at the bottom of the decree. It seems we are also among the nobles being pressured. It demands that every family must send one member to participate. The Duke is somewhat speechless. He is about to embark on an expedition to subjugate giant dragons. Can't the children at home even get an exemption? Right at this moment, the room door is suddenly pushed open with great force. Daphne storms inside with a face full of rage. The Duke senses that something is wrong and takes the initiative to speak. Didn't you go out with a friend? What happened? Daphne takes a deep breath and looks up at the Duke, a fire of absolute determination burning in her eyes. I am going to completely destroy the Black Mages. It turns out that back at the library, Daphne learned through the Grand Sage that the guys who created her physical body are currently driving the Black Mages to spread death aura across the entire continent. Although their purpose remains unknown, as long as the Black Mages take damage, they will definitely show themselves. I'm going to capture all those bastards and throw them into a fire pit, so please let me join the subjugation force again. The Duke stares at her, remaining silent for a moment. He hands over the decree in his hand, the hero training camp. What do you mean? Just as the name implies, it's an institution for cultivating the next generation of heroes. I plan to send you here. But Daphne wants to go straight back to the subjugation force. After experiencing what happened last time, you're still just as stubborn. Once you enter the training camp, you will naturally have opportunities to deal with the Black Mages. As part of the training, you might even be deployed to the front lines. I think for the current you, this is the most suitable choice. Daphne is extremely dissatisfied, suddenly tearing the decree in half. But I just hate the word hero. The Duke pauses. Coincidentally, I don't particularly like you either. Since you hate it so much, then this opportunity will be given to Ares instead. Except from now on, you will never be able to fight the Black Mages again. Daphne is choked with anger and glares at him fiercely. You're so annoying. Fine, I'll go, okay? Unexpectedly, the Duke's tone suddenly turns serious. But before that, who is that man outside the door? I never permitted outsiders to enter the estate. Daphne is stunned. She originally wanted the Grand Sage to sneak in to help and officially introduce him afterward. She didn't expect the Duke to notice first. At this moment, a man steps into the room with a smile, his posture completely composed. I thought I wouldn't be able to dodge Duke Akiwan's sword. Hello, I am Theosin. This trip is to assist Lady Daphne. Please don't be overly on guard. Pollen only feels this name is exceptionally familiar. Wait, could it be that you are that legendary Grand Sage, Lord Theosin? Theosin gives a slight nod. The world indeed used to call me that. Pollen instantly gets too excited to contain himself. I am your fan. Back when I was resting at the Magic Tower, the books were full of your deeds. You are simply a blessing to humanity. Apologies, saying this right now is a bit inappropriate. But could you give me an autograph later? I will definitely treasure it as a family heirloom. Theosin smiles gently. Of course you can. However, what makes Pauline curious is, young lady, how do you know such a big shot? Daphne snorts with disdain. What's the big deal? He's just someone Teddy introduced to me to use as slave number 2. Anyway, I'm keeping this guy by my side. Her matter-of-fact attitude leaves the Duke utterly speechless. Don't tell me you are asking for my permission right now. The corners of Daphne's mouth curve up into a brilliant smile. Of course, you will bear the expenses of feeding this guy. If there's anywhere he's needed, feel free to order him around. No need to be polite with me. At only 5 years old, Daphne is about to be sent to the hero training camp by the Duke. Remember, you are a daughter of the Akiwan family. You will be the youngest trainee. Even so, you must never fall behind others. If you perform poorly in the camp's entry evaluation, not only will you be eliminated, but you will also lose any future chance to participate in the subjugation of the Black Mages. Daphne waves her hand with disdain. How ridiculous! How could I lose to those mediocre crowds? Even in my current state, knocking them all flat on their faces is more than enough. Too arrogant. This isn't arrogance, it's absolute confidence in my own strength. Daphne shifts the conversation, taking the chance to set conditions. Since you say I'm a daughter of this family, then learning swordsmanship that matches that status isn't asking too much, right? It just so happens there's over a month left, so hurry up and teach me the 2nd and 3rd forms of the galaxy swordsmanship. The Duke is speechless for a brief moment, then suddenly reaches out and pinches Daphne's squishy cheek. Why are you pinching me? I'm telling you to wake up. When you haven't even mastered the 1st form properly, you're already daydreaming about learning the 2nd and 3rd forms. Daphne glares at him with dissatisfaction. I can do it! Sooner or later, I will definitely land a punch right on your face. Hearing this wild declaration, the Duke laughs instead of getting angry. Since you're so confident, then tomorrow I will test your 1st form. If you don't pass, further swordsmanship forms are off the table. Daphne storms off to the training grounds in a huff, secretly cursing the Duke for being so incredibly annoying. However, her resentment is quickly swallowed by deeper thoughts. The conversation with the Grand Sage Theosin revealed the truth of her existence. As the Calamity Dragon Sarid, the reason why she was different from the other dragons, bearing the name of Calamity and surviving until now, and continuously suffering persecution from all sides, all because from the moment he was born, he was a container created solely to bear the negative consequences caused by other dragons. Thinking of this, a surge of mana suddenly bursts from within his body, abruptly losing control. It cuts open a wound on her tender hand. However, what hurts more than the flesh is her torn open heart. His entire life was always accompanied by hatred and persecution, walking completely alone through the long passage of time. Even so, he still persisted, because he once deeply believed that he was a dragon shouldering a great mission. But only now does she know that his existence was nothing more than a garbage dump responsible for cleaning up the mess and holding the filth. Is she just going to bow her head to fate like this, and live on according to the despicable meaning bestowed by the creators? Absolutely not. I am a great dragon, no one can deny me. I am the master of my own life. She grips the hilt of the sword tightly once again, and a surging mana pours out from the blade, exploding with a loud bang. Using all her strength, she swings out a strike of unwillingness and rage. Just you wait! I will definitely have my revenge. I am going to live out my true self. The massive roar of the sword, chi exploding alarms Lloyd, who happens to be passing by. He rushes into the training grounds and is left utterly speechless, completely awed by the scene before his eyes. Amidst the permeating smoke and dust, Daphne lies on the ground unconscious. He hurriedly goes forward. Are you all right, my lady? What on earth happened here? He looks at the deep sword gouge on the ground in disbelief. Such power is something even an ordinary swordsman would have to train for decades to unleash. How exactly did this young lady, who is only 5 years old, manage to do it? Daphne falls into a long and fragmented dream, a realm of utter nothingness where countless lights and shadows flicker, intertwining to display the past of Sarid and Daphne. Within those shattered lights and shadows of the passing years, the only thing clear and consistent from beginning to end is a bone-chilling loneliness. But if this loneliness did not originate from himself, but was instead a product meticulously designed and forced upon him by certain existences, then from now on, with what kind of mindset should she face her own life? Severe pain drags Daphne awake from her dream. Her entire body hurts as if it's falling apart, causing her small face to crumple into a ball. This feels absolutely miserable. She looks out the window, not knowing how long she has been asleep. Don't tell me the Duke's exam has already gone down the drain? Right then, she notices a card beside the bed. Drawn on it are two crooked little figures, standing side by side. along with Aries' childish handwriting. You better wait for me. I'll soon be able to have a sword duel with you. You're not allowed to get ahead of me. Get well quickly. It seems that guy came specifically to visit her while she was sick. It's just that this time she really needs to practice hard. She struggles to get out of bed and finds a potion bottle quietly sitting on the table. On the bottle's label is Para's neat handwriting. Don't get sick, my little sister. Even Para specially concocted medicine to send over. It seems the time she spent asleep was indeed not short. She comes to the living room. An exquisitely wrapped gift box enters her view, with a letter resting beside it. Daphne opens the letter and almost laughs out loud. This is just something I picked up. It's not a gift prepared on purpose. Don't misunderstand. One look, and it's totally that guy Rachel's style. Right at this moment, a soft halo of light pours down from overhead. It's the family relic given to her by the Duke, the lamp of white poetry, quietly radiating a warm glow. Daphne feels the Duke's familiar and steady aura from within it. She suddenly bursts out laughing, but as she laughs, tears uncontrollably drop down. The faint sense of loneliness brought by that vast nothingness in her dream made her think things would never change. But now, she feels the clumsy yet sincere care around her. I always thought I wouldn't even have friends, but without realizing it, I actually have a family. The girl fainted for a full 4 days due to mana exhaustion. When she wakes up, what fills her eyes are the bits and pieces of care her family members have for her. This causes his heart, which has always been alone, to be filled to the brim with a bittersweet, unfamiliar, warm current. Precisely because of this, when facing them, Daphne always feels an indescribable awkwardness. Yet Aries comes every day, quietly leaving snacks at the door before walking away. At night, Para always comes to the bedside to whisper to her, I'm making a potion that helps with recovery. Please wait for me a little longer. Even the Duke comes to see her. I'll consider that you passed the exam. I'll teach you the second form of the swordsmanship after I return to the estate. During this time, just focus on recovering your body. He pauses, revealing an extremely faint, gratified smile. To be able to unleash sword chi at such a young age, you're probably the only one. Truly remarkable. The sudden praise makes Daphne a bit uncomfortable. Shh! Are you just now realizing that I'm amazing? After spending so much time together, Daphne feels her relationship with the Duke has softened a lot. But this softening might just be because he still thinks the one living in this body is still the original Daphne, right? Daphne doesn't plan to hide this secret for a lifetime. But when the day of confession comes, that bastard Duke will definitely want to kill her, right? If she confesses after dealing with the black mages, would they show mercy out of gratitude? But the most likely outcome is still being kicked out of this house. Yet Daphne doesn't want to leave because this place is filled with an unprecedented sense of security, a place of belonging surrounded by love and care. Wake up! She suddenly raises her hands to slap her own face. Now is definitely not the time to be indulged in warmth. Right now, the most important thing is getting stronger. Train, train, and train some more. But since this body could unleash sword chi, it means its potential far exceeds expectations. But as for how exactly she managed to do it back then, she has absolutely no clue. In her past life, she trained hard under Bertio for nearly 10 years without even touching that threshold. Yet now she somehow crossed it out of nowhere. Was it just pure luck? She picks up the Hero Training Camp guideline, her eyes scanning through the terms listed on it. This training camp does not care about social status. Evaluation is based strictly on strength. The camp bears no responsibility for any accidents within the premises. All rewards and punishments will be handled internally. No external interference is allowed. In other words, commoners can also win a high status based entirely on their own strength. It seems the Emperor wants to unearth those hidden geniuses buried in the dust. If there are useful people, taking them in as underlings wouldn't be a bad idea either. On the instructor list, there are unexpectedly familiar faces she met back in the subjugation force. It even includes Rachel. Daphne can't help face-palming and roasting him. With that guy's personality, the scene of him being an instructor will definitely be quite something. However, he does indeed have the qualifications to teach others. Although Daphne would prefer to keep learning from the Duke, he is simply tied down by official duties, so for now she can only follow this arrangement. Daphne casts her gaze out the window, the tree shadows gently swaying in the wind. This is the place that let her know nights are no longer lonely. She must work hard enough so that she won't be kicked out. A few days later, Daphne fully recovers. The first thing she does is look for the Grand Sage, Theosen. Good morning. Lady Daphne, your complexion looks way better compared to when you fainted from that mana rampage, doesn't it? Cut the crap. I'm looking for you because of an important matter. Daphne's expression turns serious as she gets straight to the point. Tell me the method to break the curse on this body. Are you referring to the black butterfly disease? That curse has been lurking inside her body all this time like a ticking time bomb. I know the method, but it's still impossible to achieve right now. It turns out that for high-tier curses, like the black butterfly disease, a portion of the caster's original source power is infused into it. Only by completely erasing that power can the curse be lifted, which means the caster themselves must be killed. But the person who cursed me is already dead. Theosin shakes his head, helplessly. Even if a black mage dies, their power doesn't fully vanish. After their death, their power enters a subspace, and is inherited and absorbed by newly rising black mages. In other words, the power is recycled. So what you mean is, someone inherited that caster's power, which is why my curse still exists? Exactly. And the person capable of inheriting that kind of power is very likely the leader of the ghost organization. So you'll have to do your best, okay? Daphne suddenly smiles. I'm not the only one who has to do their best. You have to help me too. I don't need you to accompany me to hunt black mages. You just need to teach me magic. Theosin is stunned. Didn't you unleash sword chi last time? Why not keep sharpening that power? Since then, the sword chi has never appeared again. I don't know how to trigger it again either, so I want to start training with magic first. Theosin starts setting conditions instead. Even so, why should I help you guys? I am a sage after all. My fees are steep, I can't just help out for free. Daphne, however, seems to have come prepared. Didn't you say you wanted to take a look inside my space? Theosin goes silent for a moment. Then what do you need me to do? Right now, I can only access 3-star magic. If things keep going like this, I won't be able to unleash any real firepower, right? Theosin feels a bit ashamed. Who told you that 3-star level is enough to unleash real firepower? Just then, he suddenly understands. This lady is probably still using dragon standards to measure the human power system. Well then, let's start by learning how humans use 3-star magic first. At only 5 years old, the young girl exploded with an incredibly powerful sword chi, but that power mysteriously vanished afterward. In order to become even stronger, she gets the Grand Sage Theosin to teach her magic. 2 clusters of fire eyes from Theosin's palm. One is an ordinary fireball, while the other is a fireball with its mana condensed to the absolute limit. Can you see the difference? Daphne narrows her eyes to closely examine the fireball in his left hand. The mana is gathered so precisely and solidly, harboring much greater power. As expected, you can tell them apart. Under Theosin's guidance, Daphne closes her eyes, focusing her mind to sense the mana flowing inside her body. She carefully guides, compresses, and gathers them into her palm. Soon, a dancing fireball manifests. Look, I succeeded! Theosin applauds with satisfaction, as expected of you. Now please try to create 10 of them at the same time. Daphne's smile stiffens. 10? The power of a single fireball is ultimately limited. If you can control multiple ones simultaneously, it can rival high-tier magic. Theosin's tone carries a hint of provocation. What's wrong? Don't tell me you can't do it. Daphne's competitive spirit is instantly ignited. Don't look down on me. The great me is omnipotent. A moment later, she uses all her strength and finally condenses 6 flickering fireballs around her body, her small face already turning a bit pale. You did great. To achieve this level on your very first try is already amazing. Theosin originally estimated that she could create 3 or 4, at most. He didn't expect her sensitivity and control over mana to be so astonishing. Could she really be a dragon? Right at this moment, Ares and Lloyd walk over. Seeing the scene before their eyes, they are completely dumbfounded. Daphne, how on earth can you use magic? There are usually 2 ways to utilize mana. Mages construct a mana ring in their heart to store and release it, while knights circulate mana within their bodies to strengthen themselves. Therefore, mages have weaker physical strength, while knights cannot directly cast magic. Yet Daphne is clearly casting spells in the manner of a mage right now. Didn't she also unleash sword chi before? Could it be that she has mastered both methods? Ares' shocked howling leaves Daphne speechless. Theosin slaps his forehead. Oh dear, I forgot to mention. Humans indeed have different cultivation methods, depending on their profession. You mentioned that you created a mana container on your own, right? Actually, for a human body, that method is extremely inefficient. Daphne's face darkens. What did you say? This method requires forcefully injecting and expanding mana, making it difficult to focus on magic control and impossible to efficiently strengthen the body. Daphne feels her vision go dark and grabs Theosin's face, roaring. Why didn't you say so earlier? Now that it's already set in stone, do I have to scrap it? But you didn't ask me in advance. Theosin pulls his face back and hastily adds, but don't worry, if your goal is to become a magic swordsman, this method actually works. Although it's inefficient, you can utilize both sword ki and magic simultaneously. Occasionally, there have been humans who broke through the limit and succeeded, though the last magic swordsman appeared 100 years ago. But you are no ordinary person, so it's entirely possible. Daphne instantly imagines a picture of herself looking majestic while beating up the Duke. Splendid, I'm going to become a magic swordsman. As if pumped with adrenaline, she announces to Ares and Lloyd, from now on I will learn swordsmanship from the Duke and magic from this guy. Once I become the strongest magic swordsman on the continent, I will definitely wipe out all those black mages. Believe me, the eyes of the two instantly fill with admiration. It is my honor to serve a great figure like you. I will also work harder. Theosin leans close to Daphne's ear and whispers, but I can't guarantee success, you know. Daphne, however, is full of confidence. What are you talking about? Since the great me has decided, success is naturally a given. On the other side, inside the Duke Brown estate, the Count is complaining with dissatisfaction. What hero training camp? It's simply ridiculous. The title of hero should only be granted after achieving massive military exploits. Besides, heroes should be of noble birth. How can our children compete with commoner peasants? Duke Brown nods. I don't know what His Majesty is thinking either. He turns his gaze toward the blonde man in the corner. Are you the Fox Beastman, Domit? I heard you are very clever, and the Count speaks very highly of you. You flatter me. Previously, his scheme to make Daphne join the subjugation force failed, so Domit proactively cut off his own tail to beg for forgiveness and regain the Count's trust. The tale of the Fox tribe is a priceless treasure. Your loyalty is truly admirable. Duke Brown shifts the topic. So Domit, what countermeasure do you have for this matter? His Majesty's direct order is hard to defy, but we can try to demand returns. For instance, top graduates can not only become apprentice guardians, but also gain a clearance pass to the Imperial Archives. The Count finds it absurd. The archives cannot be entered freely, even by the Imperial family. How could His Majesty agree? Domit smiles. This is exactly a condition meant to be rejected. Afterward, we will propose a more relaxed request, allowing top graduates to form a private knight order. It will be hard for His Majesty to refuse twice in a row, so there's a high probability he will choose the latter. Duke Brown falls into thought. Currently, the maximum size of a noble family's knight order is 50 people. If this succeeds, it can drastically increase the family's power. Considering the original purpose of setting up the training camp, it's indeed hard for His Majesty to refuse this reasonable demand. And if he refuses, the royal family loses their excuse to suppress us. However, what makes me a bit concerned is that Daphne will also participate. Mentioning this name, Duke Brown's face darkens, the image of his son being brutally beaten by Daphne vivid in his mind. How could that unruly brat pose a threat to my son? The one who gets to own a knight order can only be my son. The Duke treks alone across the scorching desert, following the Emperor's secret order to search for the hidden dragon. But under the blazing sun, let alone a dragon, he hasn't even seen a single bug. He sighs helplessly. Instead of wasting time here, I might as well go back and handle official duties. Right at this moment, the communication magic orb suddenly lights up. The Duke instantly alerts. He and Paulin agreed that they would only make contact during an emergency. Could it be that something happened to Daphne again? The moment the Duke connects, Paulin's excited voice instantly comes through. My lord, Lady Daphne is too amazing. She just mastered sword chi not long ago, and now she can actually wield magic as well. Even the Grand Sage said she is a once-in-a-century prodigy of a magic swordsman. Compared to him, the Duke's reaction is much flatter. I see. Is there anything else? Pauline is somewhat puzzled. Are you not happy? This is not only the glory of the Duke's estate, but also an incredible event for the entire empire. The Duke coldly interrupts him. Daphne's fate has long been decided. Don't give me pointless hope. Because of the curse, Daphne will die very soon, and she will end her life in pain and torment. And all of this stems from myself. Precisely because of this, even if Daphne acts willfully and recklessly, or even hurts other children, he can only do his best to tolerate it. But since when did it start? Daphne changed. She didn't wait for her demise in fear, but instead faced the future and worked hard, wanting to live. But the curse of the Black Mages, is it something that can be broken just by working hard? He cannot give Daphne any hopeful encouragement. The Duke recalls his wife's words before her passing. My dear, even if I'm no longer here, don't be too sad. We still have our children. Please let them live happily and love them to your heart's content. But ironically, the Duke was also stripped of his ability to love by the curse. His once burning emotions now leave only a barren wasteland. I don't know what to do. I have even forgotten how much I used to love you. A long sigh blends into the scorching wind and sand. If only you were still here, how wonderful it would be. In the early morning, Grand Sage Theosen yawns with sleepy eyes. Daphne keeps urging him, Wake up, you still have a whole bunch of things you haven't taught me yet. Theosen simply lies down flat. Apologies, I am just not someone who can wake up early. Daphne can't do anything about him. This guy is completely impervious to soft or hard tactics. If pushed too hard, he might just disappear again. Daphne decides to change her strategy. Actually, I don't want to learn from someone like you either. Theosen snaps upright. Then let's just give up altogether. But the ancient records regarding magic swordsmen are already pitifully scarce. Who told you to be the all-knowing Grand Sage? The corners of Theosen's mouth curve up as he feigns humility. Well, I don't know absolutely everything. That's why I must learn from you. After all, you are the one who perceives all truths of the world and pursues absolute knowledge. This wave of flattery makes Theosen very pleased. He nimbly climbs up from the ground. Since you've put it that way, let's begin our practice. Daphne secretly breathes a sigh of relief. This trick the maid taught her is indeed excellent. Giving a couple of compliments works better than anything. Lady Daphne! Suddenly, a weak, raspy voice abruptly rings out, only to see a figure in tattered clothes and a haggard expression stagger forward. Daphne is stunned. Which elf are you? Hearing this, Teddy almost cries out. How long have I been gone, and you're already getting this close to another man? Does everything I did for you in the past get completely replaced just because we were apart for a month? This is too much. This continuous barrage of accusations throws Daphne into a daze. Seeing that she has no reaction, Teddy gets even more furious. I served you like a loyal dog. This guy fooled you and even ran away, yet you actually praised him. This is simply too unfair. Daphne finally understands. Teddy's psychological balance is upset. But didn't you always want to escape from me? That's different. You can't just kick me away without even having a handover ceremony. Teddy throws a tantrum and rolls on the ground out of grievance. Lady Daphne is a big idiot. Theosen leans close to Daphne's ear and laughs. He is very different from the noble elves I used to know. I didn't know he would turn out like this either. Daphne helplessly walks to Teddy's side and softens her tone. Teddy, you've misunderstood. No one can replace you. Your position has always been there. You will forever be my most loyal #1 slave. Hearing Daphne speak to him in such a tone for the first time in his life, Teddy is instantly moved to tears. While Theosen really cannot comprehend how a high elf could love being enslaved this much. After several days of training, Daphne swings her sword and unleashes a streak of crimson fire, successfully merging magic with her sword skill. Finally succeeded. If things keep going like this, my power will definitely increase rapidly. However, the high-intensity cultivation has long surpassed her body's limits, yet she is still gritting her teeth and holding on. Stop! A deep, cold voice comes from behind her. The Duke stands by the edge of the field at some point, his brow tightly furrowed. With your current state, you will soon faint again. Daphne doesn't even turn her head. I know my own body best. This much is absolutely nothing. The Duke stares at his niece's back and can't help but ask. I really cannot understand. What exactly are you fighting so desperately for? Daphne's figure pauses slightly. It is to take revenge on the black mages and those dragons. But saying that would definitely arouse the Duke's suspicion. As her thoughts race, she blurts out, Of course it's to continue staying here and not get kicked out. The Duke never expected that his daughter was working so desperately to become a magic swordsman, just so she could stay in this home and not be kicked out by him. Looking at the Duke's bewildered expression, only then does Daphne realize she let it slip, and she quickly denies it. No, it's not like that. I train hard because I want to get stronger, and then seek revenge on the black mages. But even though she tries her best to cover it up, that sentence still touches the Duke's long, frozen heart. Daphne, you don't actually think I would kick you out, do you? Why would you think that? Daphne lowers her eyes and softly lets out a sigh. Because I know you don't like me. Me staying here is not a good thing for you. Moreover, my existence and the curse are nothing but a trouble to you. Daphne knows well in her heart that if one day the Duke discovers her true identity, what awaits her will probably be far more than just being banished from the family. Maybe he would kill her again without hesitation. Even if she luckily survives, it's impossible for her to continue staying in this home. Then those people she once regarded as family, those who have always given her warm and sincere care, will also come to an end with this cozy time they spent together. Daphne doesn't want that. She doesn't want to go back to that kind of dark loneliness again. So my goal is to become strong enough that you can't easily kick me out. When I grow up, I will be useful to you. You can use me as much as you want. In order to protect this hard-earned warmth, she is even willing to accept being treated as a tool. This is the reason why I'm fighting so desperately. The Duke gazes at Daphne for a long time. He finally understands why, after returning from the desert, Daphne's figure always lingered in his mind, impossible to shake off. At this moment, he slowly leans over, his actions a bit stiff, but his voice gentle. Even if you become useless, it doesn't matter. No matter what lies you've told, or what mistakes you've made, I will stay by your side, because I am your father. At night, Teddy, who has fully resurrected, comes to find Daphne with excitement. During the day, he was completely overjoyed by her compliment of being her most loyal slave. Right now, holding a bag of mana stones gathered while following the subjugation force, the room is pitch black. Daphne is sitting on the balcony, bathed in the moonlight. What are you doing here alone? I've infused all these mana stones with mana. Please enjoy them. Wait, why is your face so pale? Could it be that the curse has worsened? Daphne turns her face away in annoyance. Shut up. I'm not in the mood for your jokes today. Leave the stuff and get out. But having spent so much time together, Teddy sees through her bad mood at a glance. He leans against the balcony railing and asks softly, "Did something happen?" "No," she replies quickly, which makes it even more suspicious, and Daphne goes silent. The Duke's words from earlier today, "I will stay by your side," keep burning her heart. If he had been cold to the core from the very beginning, Daphne wouldn't have cared at all. But he just had to say something like that, making Daphne feel deeply guilty for hiding the truth. She looks at Teddy and suddenly asks, "Do you have a family?" "Of course I do. I have parents and a brother I don't want to acknowledge." "Then let's make a hypothesis. If you found out your brother told you a colossal lie, how would you feel?" Teddy's face darkens. "To be honest, my brother hides a ton of things from me. Small things are fine, but if it's something huge, I will definitely be pissed." "Then would you cut ties with him?" Teddy waves his hand. "If cutting ties was that easy, I wouldn't have a family right now." "What if another soul is actually living inside his body?" These words cause Teddy to instantly freeze. Immediately realizing something, he walks toward Daphne and drops to one knee, his tone solemn. "Lady Daphne, I already guessed that you possessed a human body, not just to experience life. The connection between this body and the black mages already reeks of ominous portents." Teddy lowers his voice even more, almost as a warning. "But you are a great dragon. If you insist on immersing yourself in this family game, then if this continues, you will really die. Do you really plan to give up your identity as a giant dragon for this? If that's the case, you might as well let me be the dragon instead." Daphne is stunned for a moment, then suddenly gives a bitter smile. "You say that because you have never tasted what it's like to be completely alone." She gazes at the distant night sky, her voice a sigh. "Actually, you're right. Telling them the truth will only bring them pain. Even this worry of not wanting to hurt them is nothing more than my own selfish greed." She closes her eyes, and when she opens them again, she has already regained her composure. "So it's fine. At least for now, while I still possess this body, I won't feel lonely. Wipe out the black mages and take revenge for her best friend and family. Once everything is over, she will naturally leave. By then, all problems will solve themselves." In the blink of an eye, the day arrives for Daphne to join the hero training camp. Rachel, who was dragged here to work right after returning from the subjugation force, is looking at the trainee list in his hand with annoyance. There are 248 participants in total. Most of them are probably trash, right? Right then, his pupils shrink as his gaze locks firmly onto a familiar name. Daphne Acqueon? Why would she come to a place like this? Meanwhile, on the training grounds, Daphne is curiously sizing up the various trainees around her. Some are tense commoner kids, while others are noble brats with arrogant faces. Kenrick, serving as the instructor, stands on the high platform and loudly announces, "All personnel confirmed. The entrance exam begins immediately. Those who pass will move to the next round, and those who fail will leave immediately. The first round of the exam begins now. Everyone hit the dirt." As soon as the command is given, many pampered noble brats freeze on the spot. But the kids from commoner backgrounds obey almost instinctively, bending down to drop to the ground without hesitation, rolling and moving according to the instructions. While many noble brats just stand there at a loss, completely unable to bring themselves to perform such a pathetic move. Kenrick's gaze sweeps across the crowd. "Everyone who didn't move is disqualified. But Daphne, who is also a noble, is different. Her swift and fluid movements leave the onlookers completely dumbfounded. She has absolutely no noble baggage in her actions. After all, compared to the humiliation she suffered when being tortured by Berdio in the past, this is absolutely nothing. The disqualified noble brats are unwilling to accept this. What can you even judge based on this kind of thing? We were just startled and didn't react in time. Facing the questioning, Kenrick says coldly, "Then will the ghosts warn you before they ambush you? Are you going to make the same excuse in front of them?" In the blink of an eye, the number of trainees plummets to 114. Now, the second round of the exam will begin immediately. You only need to run laps around the training grounds. There is no time limit until only 50 people are left. Before his voice even fades, a black-haired boy has already dashed out first, like an arrow leaving a bowstring. His speed is astonishingly fast. Seeing this, the other kids also grit their teeth and follow up. Daphne, however, is unhurried, leisurely running behind the pack. Soon some kids can't hold on anymore and collapse straight to the ground. A commoner boy named Bernie is already drenched in sweat, his steps staggering. Yet he still desperately forces his feet forward. "I can't give up. The opportunity I finally got. Mom is still waiting for me." Just as his vision blurs and he is about to stumble and fall, a strong hand suddenly pulls him from behind. "Are you all right? If you're going to fall, you should at least protect yourself." Bernie stares blankly at Daphne. This girl looks like the youngest among this batch of trainees. Yet her breathing is steady and her calm appearance is completely out of place in this brutal run. "Only a few people are left. Hang in there a bit longer." After saying that, Daphne accelerates and runs ahead. Bernie looks at her back, takes a deep breath, clenches his fists, and chases after her again. Finally, Kenrick's voice rings out. "Only 50 people left. Good work, everyone. Now it's time for the real final exam." Deep inside a certain forest, among the tangled tropical plants, a damp fog permeates, and the swamp glows with a dangerous color. Liron Lonnie suddenly hears a sharp, angry roar. "Lonnie, you clearly knew I was coming, yet you deliberately put crocodiles in the swamp to torture me, didn't you?" A woman with blue twin tails slams a giant crocodile onto the ground and angrily questions, "Lonnie Artson, what are you talking about? Isn't it perfectly normal for crocodiles to live in a swamp? Crocodiles live in rivers. This swamp is your specially made poison swamp. How could a normal crocodile survive?" Lonnie chuckles softly. "No need to worry. This crocodile is an experimental subject that successfully adapted to the toxicity. What are you running over here for, anyway? Did Khalid not come with you?" Hearing that name, the blue dragon, Artzes, looks displeased. "I couldn't find that guy, so I can only wait for him to crawl out himself." Then her tone shifts. "Lately, the ghost people contacted me. Do you still remember the daughter of that cursed hero? You know, the daughter of that priest you hate?" Lonnie's originally casual movements suddenly freeze. "Iris? Of course I remember. That detestable woman cost him one of his eyes. How could he possibly forget?" Seeing his expression turn icy, Artson regrets bringing this up a bit. "Don't get worked up. The main focus isn't her, but her daughter. That child was cursed by the former ghost leader, and the current leader is trying to kill her to recover his full power. However, the assassins sent out mysteriously vanished." Lonnie frowns and guesses. "Could they have been captured by the Duke?" Artzes shakes her head. "They never left the Duke's estate. It's like they vanished into thin air. Even stranger, that child joined the Imperial Subjugation Force and defeated 3 black mages all by herself. Plus, she completely resisted the death breath. According to the ghosts, that child seems to be utilizing the power of the curse." Lonnie frowns. "Impossible. That curse is like a chain engraved into the body. It can't be used as power at all." "Exactly, I thought so too. This is simply ridiculous." Lonnie gently taps his fingertips on the table, a trace of darkness flickering in his eyes. "But since that child is Iris's daughter, maybe I should personally go out and take a look." The selection for the first hero training camp can only be described as brutal. In just 2 rounds of exams, 248 trainees are screened down to only 50 people. Looking at the kids collapsing from exhaustion all over the place, a cruel curve curls up at the corner of Instructor Kenrick's mouth. The final round is a real combat confrontation. This command instantly panics the kids from commoner backgrounds. Confrontation? How would we know any swordsmanship? While the noble brats on the opposite side let out a sneer. "A bunch of muddy-legged peasants. We'll show you what real swordsmanship looks like right now." Before their voices even fade, they are interrupted by Kenrick. "Weapons are banned in this real combat confrontation. This is a pure test of physical ability. The moment your knee touches the ground, you are out. You can gank in groups or you can run away, but you are absolutely not allowed to step a single foot out of the training grounds until only 30 people are left. The exam begins now. Screams ring out at almost the exact same second, only to see a black-haired boy with a red bow tie already stepping hard on another kid. He speaks expressionless, the first one. The free-for-all brawl breaks out just like that, roars, and the sound of fistfights intertwine as dust flies everywhere. "You peasant, how dare you lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am?" Suddenly, the young noble master, George, points at a commoner boy and curses furiously. The boy explains timidly, "But this is an exam." "What exam?" "If you're not taking the exam, get down on your knees and apologize to me right now." Before his voice even fades, a figure sweeps past like a whirlwind, kicking George hard onto the ground. He clutches his butt and curses, "Which bastard dares to hit me?" Only to bump into Daphne's frosty eyes. "It's me, what about it?" George's face turns pale. He can't afford to mess with the young lady of the Duke Aqueon family. "How can you launch a sneak attack on me?" Daphne spreads her hands with a perfectly natural look. "So what? I've always been despicable." She turns her head toward the dumbfounded noble brats. "And you trash! Come at me all together!" Daphne arrogantly declares war on everyone else, though her stamina has actually long been depleted. The long run in the second round almost drained all her strength. Right now, she just wants to wrap this up quickly and get some heavy sleep. Just then, a gust of wind pressure comes from above. That black-haired boy actually leaps into midair. Daphne dodges sideways, narrowly evading it. Seeing Daphne completely unharmed, the boy is very disappointed. The third one, what a pity. He assumes his stance again, oozing murder. "I won't hold back this time." Daphne recognizes him. In every single round of the exam, he was always the first to make a move. Facing the rain-like fists, Daphne dodges gracefully, even carrying a bit of ease. "Nice skills, but for me, you're still a long way off." The boy is enraged, swinging his fists even harder. "High and mighty nobles like you have never viewed us as human beings." Daphne is stunned. "What did you say?" "That look as if you're looking at garbage trampling on other people's dignity is fun, isn't it?" The boy's face is distorted with rage. "If you guys get disqualified, at worst, you just go back home and continue enjoying life. But this is our only chance to change our fate." "Why do you want to snatch away our hope?" Daphne quietly looks at the incredibly furious boy in front of her. Tattered clothes, resentment in his eyes. It looks like he has suffered a lot at the hands of nobles. "But why target me of all people? Did I ever bully you?" Daphne doesn't counterattack, only continuously backing away and dodging. "Kid, I can't say I understand your feelings, but I can tell you one thing. You're not the only one craving victory." To her surprise, a deeper rage ignites in the boy's eyes. "For someone like you who lacks nothing, is there anything even worth your craving? Stop pretending to understand me. You think I don't know your tricks?" Daphne knows she is talking to a brick wall. She simply lands a heavy punch straight to his face. The boy falls backward on his spine, nose bleeding. Before he can even react, Daphne's cold voice comes from beside his ear. "Are you awake now? You don't know me, and I don't have time to understand you, but don't take out your resentment for others on me." Right at this moment, the whistle signaling the end of the exam blows. The boy is startled. Without realizing it, only 30 people are left. "Now you've qualified too. There's no reason to resent me anymore, right?" But the boy doesn't feel happy, because he knows very well that the reason he wasn't disqualified is entirely due to Daphne holding back at the end. "Next time we meet, I'll fight you seriously. Thanks for your hard work today. Good luck." Gazing at her departing back, the boy clenches his teeth hard. The humiliation of receiving charity from a noble surges in his heart. But beneath that humiliation, a spark that has never existed before is ignited. "Just you wait. Next time, the winner will definitely be me." A crude carriage speeds down the bumpy road, with 30 exhausted kids crammed tightly together. The noble brats have looks of utter disgust, as if sharing a ride with commoners is a defilement of their bloodline. Daphne, however, is completely lacking any image, sprawling out flat in the middle of the carriage, sleeping soundly. The surrounding people look on dumbfounded. To actually be able to sleep in this situation, it's completely different from the image I imagined. "Didn't you see that kick she used to send George flying? It was so fast you couldn't even see it. Wasn't it said that she's weak and sickly? Was that a rumor?" As expected of a hero's descendant. But we're not even the same kind of people, right? The newspaper last time even said she stopped a black magic terrorist attack. Maybe she'll be #1 in the training camp later. What's the big deal? In the corner, a girl suddenly interrupts the discussion, staring gloomily at the sleeping Daphne. So what if she has the bloodline? At the end of the day, she's nothing but a notorious thug. Due to her dazzling performance in the selection exam, the mere 5-year-old Daphne has become the unspoken #1 in everyone's eyes. However, jealousy comes right along with it. She's nothing but a notorious thug, relying entirely on her Duke father to back her up. Otherwise, she would have been called trash long ago. The girl endlessly counts down Daphne's crimes. At a certain ball, it was clearly her own fault for accidentally bumping into a maid, yet she ordered the maid's head to be shaved bald. Then she complained that the dessert wasn't to her taste, called the head chef over on the spot, and slapped him hard across the face. She even spat at the elders who tried to dissuade her. The girl lowers her voice, carrying a tone of warning. In short, stay far away from her. If you get targeted by her, being beaten half to death would be considered light. Two noble boys look at each other. Thank you for your warning. My name is William Kaiser. May I ask your name, young lady? Rachel Amon. William suddenly realizes. So it's the second young lady of the great Marquis Simon. It's a pleasure to meet you. Marquis Simon and Marquise Finch are both famous for their immense wealth. After learning the girl's identity, the surrounding noble brats immediately gather around, offering flattering greetings. Sitting in the corner, as a commoner, Bernie silently watches this noble social gathering, secretly thinking in his heart, is it really okay to speak ill of someone right in front of them while they're sleeping? He looks at Daphne, who is sleeping soundly, his heart filled with doubt. Is she really as terrifying as the rumors say? During the second round of the exam, she even helped him. Which one is the real her? The carriage soon arrives at the training camp, and the kids get off one after another. Bernie is the last one left. He looks hesitantly at Daphne, who is still sound asleep. Should I wake her up? Calling Rachel's warning, his heart tightens, but in the end, he still feels that Daphne isn't truly that brutal. He gently taps Daphne's shoulder. Wake up. The moment his fingertips touch the fabric, a fist smashes heavily into his face. How dare a low-tier elf rebel? Daphne snaps awake and sits straight up. She gets halfway through her angry cursing before becoming fully conscious. Blinking, she looks at Bernie, who fell to the ground, and leans in curiously. Aren't you that guy from earlier with the terrible stamina? Why are you lying here? Bernie grimaces in pain, deeply regretting not listening to Rachel's warning at this moment. Daphne notices his rapidly swelling cheek and instantly gets furious. You actually got beaten up? Which bastard did it? Tell me quickly, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Until Bernie's trembling finger slowly points at her, Daphne instantly freezes. So I did it? Accidental team kill. Sorry, my sleeping habits are a bit bad. Seeing Bernie tearfully holding a tooth that was knocked out, Daphne pats his shoulder. About your tooth, I'll definitely find a way to help you fix it later. I know an elf whose medical skills are pretty good. Hearing the word elf, Bernie's eyes instantly light up. Ignoring the pain, he asks eagerly, is it an elf living in the mountains and forests? Can you introduce him to treat my mother's illness? My mother has been sick for a long time, and the doctors in town can't find the cause. We can't afford a doctor in the city either. Daphne is stunned. The first thing he thought of was actually his mother's illness. Daphne reaches her hand out to him. You guys really are a hidden gem. From today on, you are my subordinate number 3. I like kind people. Besides, good deeds bring good karma, right? Bernie doesn't quite understand what Daphne is talking about, but he just tightly holds her hand, feeling from the bottom of his heart that she is truly a good person. Not far away, an ancient and striking building stands tall. This is the hero training camp established by the royal family. However, stepping inside, the kids' expectations instantly turn into disappointment. The interior of the building is dilapidated and decayed, just like an abandoned haunted house. Is this really the dormitory? Could it be a scam? Amidst the whispers, Guardian Nike appears on the training grounds. Everyone, though the exam is over, your journey to becoming heroes has only just begun. I am Nike, responsible for combat skills and overall training. This is Swordsmanship Instructor Kenrick, Tactics Instructor Fiona, and Western Guardian and Assistant Instructor Rachel. You must obey orders unconditionally. Daphne spots Rachel at a glance. Long time no see. How did this guy lose another round of weight? Noticing her gaze, Rachel immediately turns his head away, pretending they aren't close. But Daphne refuses to give up, frantically signaling him with her eyes. Ultimately, Rachel can't take it anymore and mouths a warning to her. Focus. However, Daphne misinterprets it as, I love you, and even flashes a finger heart in response. Why say love out of nowhere? No shame at all. Seeing Daphne strike all kinds of finger hearts, Rachel's completely speechless, while Fiona misinterprets it as telepathy between siblings. However, when distributing the training uniforms, a young noble master complains that the clothes are too old and slams them heavily onto the ground. How can anyone wear such filthy clothes? And this ragged place doesn't even have a single decent thing. If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have come at all. Do you know who my father is? Before his voice even fades, Daphne's fist smashes onto his head. Who cares who your dad is? Is your family wealth the source of your arrogance? Keep talking trash, and I'll sit on you until you can't get back up. Nike is surprised by Daphne's sense of justice and immediately yells, All of you, back down, Tai Fei! As a trainee, if you insist on quitting, you are free to leave at any time. But the brand of shame from dropping out halfway will follow you for the rest of your life. Are you sure you want that? Tai Fei grits his teeth while clutching the huge bump on his head, ultimately not daring to utter another word. After the group dismisses, Nike secretly feels amazed. In the past, training the guardians on discipline alone would take a whole day, but this time it went by so quickly. The young lady of the Duke's estate really helped out a ton. The Duke and his adjutant, Pollen, are walking through the lush green garden. Pollen takes a deep breath and sighs. Spring is here. It won't be long before the flowers start blooming, right? The Duke gazes at the fresh greenery, and in a daze, his lover's figure seems to appear in the flowers again, her gentle whisper echoing in his ears. The Duke snaps out of it, hiding the loneliness in his eyes, and instructs Pollen. As the weather warms up, the risk of disease rises. Make sure to strictly control the territory. Understood. Actually, even without you mentioning it, I plan to hold the purification ritual tomorrow. The Grand Sage will also come to help. However, after the ritual, he and the elf doctor will temporarily leave for a period of time. What the two of them are up to together is unclear, but the Grand Sage said he would definitely be back before Lady Daphne returns. The Duke falls into deep thought. As soon as Daphne leaves, they are going to leave too. Although the reason is unknown, it's clear that Daphne indeed has them firmly under her control. Whether for Daphne or for the Duke's estate, they are a powerful force that can be relied upon. Thinking of this, the corner of the Duke's mouth curls up slightly. Although he doesn't know where Daphne met these connections, it is undoubtedly a good thing. Suddenly, his footsteps pause. In the past, whenever Daphne was mentioned, he would feel annoyed, but at this moment, a strange warmth actually wells up in his chest. By the way, did Lady Daphne pass the training camp exam? The Duke clears his throat. Maybe she has already failed. Even if she barely got admitted, what matters most is her subsequent performance. Why? Is it because His Majesty once promised to award the position of apprentice guardian to top graduates? But that shouldn't matter to the young lady. The Duke turns to look at Pollen, his tone serious. Duke Brown proposed to His Majesty to open the Imperial Archives access rights to noble children who graduate with honors. If this request is not granted, he demands that outstanding graduates be allowed to form private knight orders. Hearing this, Pollen is stunned. Is he crazy, or did he take the wrong medicine? How could he say something like that? But His Majesty has already approved it. The Duke's brow furrows slightly, unable to guess the Emperor's intention. Pollen ponders for a moment and suddenly has a bold guess. Could it be that His Majesty is certain our young lady can take first place? The Duke is somewhat speechless. Stop joking, she's only 5 years old. But she defeated the 8-year-old heiress Shoya. Mentioning heiress, the Duke's expression softens slightly. That child has great talent and a firm will, yet in front of Daphne, he seems like an ordinary kid. He himself seemed to realize this, and once confessed to the Duke, Father, I still haven't learned the first stance of the sword style. I'm learning slower than Daphne, and I'm not strong enough. But I also want to become someone you're proud of. Please look at me more too. Thinking of this, the Duke no longer hesitates, turning around to walk quickly toward the training grounds. Pollen freezes on the spot, looking at the Duke's hurried back. Could it be that the Duke has really changed? Changed back to how he was when the Duchess was still alive. Inside the hero training camp, the kids who have been hungry all day finally get to eat. Daphne sits down with her food tray. Although the food is simple commoner fare, the commoner kids are eating it happily. Since the number of noble children joining the camp exceeded expectations, the strict disciplinary cleanup earlier was precisely to tell them that noble privileges won't work here. This is also the reason why Daphne stepped in to help. However, habits die hard. Who could eat this kind of trash? Tai Fei from Earl Impei's family throws his fork down, his face full of disgust. Even my dog wouldn't eat this. Then let's just cut off your tongue. Hearing Daphne's voice, Tai Fei instinctively flinches. The pain from being smacked by her just now is still fresh in his memory. What do you want now? Daphne walks up to him and asks calmly. If you don't eat a single bite, what are you going to do about tomorrow's training? None of your business. Can you even swallow this stuff? Isn't food made for people to eat? But it tastes terrible. Daphne looks at him, her gaze like she's looking at an ignorant, childish brat. Idiot, there are still many people in this world who can't even eat this. Don't you feel ashamed complaining about the taste in front of people who are starving? Taifei's face turns completely red as he quickly retorts, "It's not that exaggerated. As for you, what kind of good person are you pretending to be here? Who doesn't know that you're actually the—" Before his voice even fades, his shoulder is grabbed hard by the older Morris. The serious look instantly makes Taifei's momentum wither away. Lady Daphne is right. As a noble, act like a noble. Stop embarrassing yourself. Taifei looks around aggrievedly. But everyone else thinks the same way. Why pick on only me? The surrounding noble brats skip the drama and bury their faces in their food, minding their own business. The smart ones already realize that obedience is the only rule here. Taifei only feels a chill run down his spine. Finally, giving Daphne a fierce glare, he slams the door and leaves. Watching his departing back, Daphne lets out a helpless sigh. Morris turns to look at her, his tone carrying a warning. Lady Daphne, know when to stop. Playing nice won't change anything. It'll only make everyone uncomfortable. The air instantly freezes, and the other kids get so tense they can barely swallow. Just when Morris thinks he has completely pissed her off, Daphne suddenly reaches out and points at the cherry tomatoes on his plate. If you're not eating these, give them to me. After dinner, having eaten and drunk her fill, Daphne returns to the dormitory. Before pushing the room door open, she suddenly stops her steps. Since I'm full, I might as well go check on that guy. As darkness deepens, the girl doesn't return to her room. Instead, she sneaks over to Instructor Rachel's quarters, ready to catch up with this long-lost big bro. To her surprise, the moment Daphne pushes the door open, she catches Rachel right in the middle of changing his clothes. This scares the absolute daylights out of Rachel. What are you doing? Get out right now! Daphne leans against the doorframe, checking him out with an amused expression. What's the big deal? Afraid I'll see everything? By the way, why are you so skinny? You need to hit the gym. Seeing Rachel about to blow a fuse, she finally backs out with a laugh. Once Rachel finishes changing, Daphne walks back in as if she owns the place. So why exactly are you here? I saw how much you missed me, so I specifically dropped by to bless you with my face. Rachel lets out a helpless sigh. Why did you even come to this training camp? I thought Eris would be the one coming. That guy is currently learning swordsmanship from the Duke. Daphne pats her chest proudly. As for me, I already mastered the first stance, so that's why I could come here. Hearing this news, Rachel is utterly astonished. That father of theirs actually teaching Eris swordsmanship himself? Unbelievable. What on earth happened at home while he was away? Since you're so curious, why don't you go back? I heard you haven't been home for several years. There must be a reason, right? Rachel rolls his eyes at her. Isn't it all because of you? Well, now that we've made up, isn't everything fine? Rachel still acts stubborn. Who made up with you? But you clearly mouthed, I love you to me. It was not like that. The next second, Rachel straight up picks Daphne up and walks toward the door. If there's nothing else, please go back to your room. I need to rest. Also, I don't plan on giving you a free pass just because of our relationship. Train in moderation. Don't go getting hurt for no reason and causing trouble for others. Though his words are cold, this low-key care secretly brings a wave of warmth to Daphne's heart. Returning to the dorm, the room is so basic it only has 2 beds. Daphne sits on the edge of the bed, out of sheer boredom. Next door, Taifei's whining echoes continuously. How can anyone sleep in a dump like this? The moonlight pours across the floor, like liquid silver. She gazes out the window, her mind flashing back to the old days with the subjugation force. Back then, the bonfire roared, and everyone sat around laughing and joking. That kind of liveliness was enough to dispel all loneliness and cold. Perhaps being isekai'd into this body is a good thing for her. But what about for that family? She once swore that after defeating the ghost organization and taking revenge for the dragons, she would leave without a single regret. But can she really pull it off? An indescribable dread wells up in Daphne's heart. She lets out a bitter smile and sighs. In the end, I'm still a confusing disaster. Just then, the door is gently pushed open, and a silver-haired girl who just finished bathing walks in. Daphne is startled. Is this my roommate? The girl obviously freezes for a moment when she sees her, pointing at the bed on the other side. That's my bed, yours is over there. Got it. Daphne bows slightly and compliantly switches places. This reaction takes the girl completely by surprise. According to her uncle's intel, Daphne is a maximum threat level existence that's best avoided at all costs. But how is the person in front of her so chill? Are you my roommate? What's your name? Celia. I'm Daphne. I know. The air falls into a brief, awkward silence. Where is the bathhouse? Daphne asks again. Celia's brow furrows slightly. Didn't you listen to the instructor? It's at the end of the hallway on the 3rd floor. You need to bring your own towel. But I didn't bring one. Daphne blinks. Can I borrow yours? Celia's heart skips a beat. This towel was a gift from her uncles. If she doesn't lend it to her, will she hold a grudge? But if she does lend it, what if this notoriously spoiled young lady just takes it for herself? After debating back and forth, Celia still gathers her courage to refuse. No way. I only have this one. Oh, I see. My bad. It was wrong of me to make such an unreasonable request. Seeing Daphne actually apologizing so seriously, Celia's eyes almost pop out of her head. Wait a minute. Are you really Daphne Acquion? Daphne looks completely baffled. Does anyone else actually dare to impersonate me? But the intel said you were a crazy, savage, and unrepentant absolute menace. You're supposed to beat up a dozen people and then kick me out of the room to make it right. Daphne helplessly facepalms. I am Daphne Acquion, all right, but I'm not the thug you think I am. The current me is a kind, stable, hardworking, and amazing Daphne. If you don't believe me, just watch. Watching me every day from now on might actually feel pretty fresh and entertaining. Facing this sudden wave of confidence, Celia suddenly laughs. You really are an oddball. Suddenly, she tosses the towel right into Daphne's hands. Consider this an act of charity. Go ahead and use it. But remember to wash it before giving it back. Daphne is a bit surprised. She can tell this thing means a lot to Celia. Since that's the case, it's decided. You are now my subordinate number 4. Ignoring Celia's completely blank stare, Daphne coolly walks toward the bathroom. Tomorrow I'll introduce you to number 3. I'm heading out first. In the blizzard-ravaged northern continent, the headquarters of the Black Mage organization, Ghost, is hidden deep within this freezing famine. The flickering firelight reflects the gloomy figure of the leader. His brow is tightly furrowed as the latest intel echoes continuously in his mind. The elite Black Mage team led by Aeneas was completely wiped out, leaving only the words, the hero, before their death. Their failure forced Ghost to abandon the attack on the mines. The current Ghost organization simply cannot withstand a second wave of impacts from the Imperial subjugation force. He cannot figure out how a little brat named Daphne could possibly control the power of the former leader inside her body. Could it be because she inherited the bloodline of the Acquion family? This damn hero bloodline must be eliminated. Otherwise, that lord will definitely be disappointed. You've already disappointed me greatly. A cold voice abruptly explodes out of nowhere. The leader snaps to his feet and sees Lyron Lonnie standing in the shadows. Lord Lonnie, why are you here? His legs go weak and he drops to his knees on the spot. This subordinate has failed his duty. Please punish me. Lonnie looks down from above at the humble figure on the ground. If a single apology could fix everything, where would that leave my authority? Maybe I should gouge out your eyes as a warning. Right after that, his tone changes. However, the blame doesn't entirely lie on you this time. Who could have guessed that a little girl would actually hide such immense power? But the magic crystal mine wasn't captured, and the sealing ground of the evil dragon wasn't uncovered either. Why did the latter fail in particular? The leader forces himself to calm down. The traces of the evil dragon suddenly vanished completely. We tried all the methods you taught us, but we couldn't find it no matter what. Lonnie's expression instantly freezes. Could it be that guy stepped in? Impossible. That guy has been missing from the continent for hundreds of years. Appearing suddenly at this moment is absolutely impossible. Thinking of this, he softens his tone a bit. Searching for the Calamity Dragon isn't just for myself. It's also for your own good. Yet you guys are so negligent. This subordinate will definitely give his all. Lonnie squeezes the blood-red fruit in his hand, a flash of frantic anticipation crossing his eyes. As for that girl, I want to know where she is and exactly what kind of power she possesses. You said killing his daughter right in front of that hero. Interesting. Or would the reverse be more entertaining? On the second day of the hero training camp's launch, Daphne sprints at full speed, finally diving to touch the finish line at the very last moment. Putting in this much effort is solely to secure a slot for breakfast. Did I make the top 10? You did, but you didn't use honorifics with the instructor. 1 point deducted. Just as Daphne is about to protest, Taifei rushes over. Wait a minute. Clearly my foot crossed the finish line first. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? It was obviously my hand that crossed first, okay? The two go head-to-head, arguing nonstop. Taifei even proposes to have a 1v1 fight with Daphne to settle the score, which is urgently stopped by Kenrick. Trainee Taifei 1 point deducted for attempting to brawl. Daphne takes the chance to mock him. You're still too green to throw hands with me. Trainee Daphne, 1 point deducted for bickering. What did you say? Daphne's eyes widen. Kenrick looks at the list and says calmly, initial score is 15 points. In 2 days, Daphne's points were deducted to 0. According to the rules, those whose points hit 0 will receive punishment. In the cafeteria, the kids are sitting together eating breakfast. Did you guys hear? Daphne got punished. Bernie sits in the corner, stirring the soup in his bowl, unable to help but feel a bit worried in his heart. Is it okay if I sit here? Bernie looks up to see a silver-haired girl standing before the table and quickly invites her to sit down. Celia asks casually, are you worried about Daphne? Do you know her? Bernie nods. We just greeted each other once on the carriage when we came here, that's all. Celia falls into deep thought. Then you must be her subordinate number 3. Seeing Bernie's completely blank face, Celia feels like she was scammed. Although she didn't really believe what Daphne said about being subordinate number 4, on second thought, if she could really get on a noble's good side, maybe it would be helpful for the future. She checks out the unremarkable Bernie. This guy actually ranked 3rd in the physical test. Although his background is ordinary, maybe he could be a good chess piece. The two introduce their names to each other and begin discussing the content of the next swordsmanship class. Bernie confesses that he's better with an axe because his family is poor and he often has to chop wood to exchange for money. I heard that as long as you can graduate successfully from the training camp, you can get a high-paying job. If that's the case, I'll have money to treat my mother's illness. Facing such a pure and honest kid, Celia thinks about her own calculations just now, and her face can't help but feel a bit hot. At this moment, she notices that Bernie only drinks the soup and doesn't touch the bread on his plate. Classmate Daphne probably won't get to eat, so I thought about saving a portion for her. These words make Celia feel even more ashamed. She was actually calculating benefits, while others were worrying about their friend going hungry. Her tone becomes much more serious. I know a few swordsmanship techniques. I can teach you later. Bernie's eyes instantly light up. Really? Thank you so much. At the same time, looking at the endless mountain road, Daphne just wants to curse. The content of the punishment is actually to hike all the way from the foot of the mountain back to the training camp. And Kenrick used a teleportation scroll to leave right after dumping her here. As Daphne climbs, she curses Kenrick and Taifei 800 times in her mind, unable to figure out what on earth she came here to suffer for. Soon, starving as she is, her physical strength gives out. Suddenly, a brightly colored mushroom by the roadside catches her attention. Daphne scrambles and rolls over to it, grabbing that mushroom and about to stuff it into her mouth. Are you crazy? A voice comes from above. Daphne looks up. It's actually that black-haired boy who fought with her during the entrance exam. Are you trying to commit suicide by eating that thing? The starving Daphne grabs the mushroom by the roadside and is about to stuff it into her mouth, but is sharply stopped by the boy crouching on the tree, Joshua. Are you trying to commit suicide by eating that? Daphne is puzzled. What do you mean by that? This obviously looks like a poisonous mushroom. If you don't believe me, eat it and see if you die. Hearing this, Daphne throws the mushroom away, her tone unfriendly. So you came here just to mock me? Only to see Joshua suddenly hand over a piece of bread. His gaze drifts around, a suspicious blush appearing on his face. Take it. This is specifically for you. I know you held back against me during the exam earlier. This is just returning the favor. No need to apologize. Daphne, however, lets out a cold laugh. So you plan to equate passing the exam with a single piece of bread? Joshua freezes. What did you say? Trying to dismiss me with just one piece of bread is way too naive. Or is that urgency of yours to get ahead in life only worth a piece of bread? Joshua's face turns completely red. Then what else do you want me to do for you? Daphne points at the ground. You carry me on your back right now. I can't move a single step. A moment later, Daphne is comfortably resting on Joshua's back, devouring the bread, looking thoroughly pleased. Thanks, if it weren't for you. I'm afraid I would have long abandoned my dignity as a human being and started crawling on all fours. Although I still feel like it's a loss, since I'm so broad-minded, I'll reluctantly forgive you. Joshua tries his best to suppress the urge to dump her off. How can every single sentence from this guy be so infuriating? He takes a deep breath. Anyway, I will never let you take first place. That spot must be mine. Daphne scoffs disdainfully. Do you think you and I are the only ones fighting for first place? Everyone is eyeing that spot. But I am the most desperate one. Joshua's spine tenses up, his voice absolute. First place belongs to me. Daphne is slightly startled. From this child who looks only 8 years old, she can feel an unusually heavy will. What kind of fate does this brat even carry to show such a resolute expression that surpasses his age? Do you really think that with just this desperation, you can get the results you want? Do you think that as long as you work hard, you'll definitely get rewarded? You're naively cute. Joshua is just about to blow up, but Daphne switches her tone, reaching out her hand to rustle his hair. But I just like that stubbornness of yours. Work your butt off. Work hard to the point where everyone mistakes you for a genius. Her action is too intimate. Joshua instantly freezes up, his ears turning red unconsciously. Even if you don't say it, I'll still achieve it. The next morning, right after the high-intensity physical training ends, Daphne feels like she's about to die. However, a harsher test follows right after. The swordsmanship class begins. Instructor Kenrick scans everyone. Basic stances, defensive techniques, and mana control. I will teach you all one by one. Several commoner-born kids look worried. I heard mana awakens by age 10 at the latest. We're only starting now. Will it be too late? Taifei, who is on this side, mocks them proudly. It's impossible for commoner trash to sense mana anyway. Kenrick raises his hand to stop the bickering. Among guardians, there are even cases of awakening in their 20s. Compared to them, you guys aren't late. He signals everyone to come forward and take a sword, starting the lesson from how to grip it. At this moment, Rachel raises his hand to question the instructor. I've already mastered how to grip a sword. Do I really have to learn it again? Kenrick signals him to step forward. Since that's the case, block this strike. In just a split second, the wooden sword in Rachel's hand is sent flying, bouncing far away. Kenrick looks around the room, his voice cold and sharp. Did you see that? You can't even hold a sword steady and don't understand how to exert force. Yet you blindly claim to have mastered it. That is arrogance. His gaze suddenly locks onto Daphne. Right, trainee Daphne? Being suddenly called out, Daphne is startled in her heart. It seems you're unsatisfied with the class and can't focus. Come up and try blocking this yourself. Daphne steps forward and tightly grips the hilt. However, facing Kenrick's sharp and overwhelming offensive, she actually manages to steadily block the blade. The spectating trainees are filled with shock. Kenrick's offensive is continuous, but his eyes grow deeper and deeper. This isn't something that can be done with just brute force. She's observing my movements to diffuse the power. Turns out her performance with the subjugation force wasn't entirely because of the curse backlash. It seems she received personal guidance from the Duke. Kenrick pulls back his sword. Your basics are already solid enough. You are exempted from this class. Daphne lets out a long sigh of relief in her heart. Finally, I can rest. Next up, Fiona's tactics class also passes safely. The grand finale is Nike's boxing class, and he is also the craziest one among the 3 instructors. Everyone pair up in twos. Don't think boxing class is just brute force labor. As guardians, you could lose your weapons at any time. Hand-to-hand combat is your last resort to protect yourselves. The loser will have to climb to the mountaintop once. Hearing this, the kids' faces all turn pale as dirt. They've been training since dawn and are already completely exhausted. Nobody wants to climb the mountain again. But if they want to win, then Daphne, who is the youngest, skinniest, and shortest among them, naturally becomes the prime target to bully. Thus, the gazes of all the survivors simultaneously lock onto Daphne. Locked in the center of all the malice, Daphne disdainfully cocks her head. What are you all looking at? In order to win the combat matchup easily, everyone's gazes unanimously lock onto the youngest and skinniest Daphne among them, and Daphne sees right through their intentions at a single glance. Bring it on. I can handle all of you by myself, instructor. Seeing this, Nike immediately barks a reprimand. Do you think you can complete training goals by relying on bullying the weak? If you target Daphne just to escape punishment, I am disappointed in all of you. He turns his head to look at Daphne, letting her pick her opponent first. And this plays right into Daphne's hands. She raises her hand and points at Joshua. I choose that guy. This leaves Joshua looking utterly blank. You're picking me? Not you, the one behind you. Joshua steps aside, revealing Mark hiding behind his back. The unlucky bastard who once bullied Blisa at Marquise Finch's estate and ended up getting beaten to a pulp by Daphne. Right now, his face is deathly pale and he's shivering all over. Why me? Is it because we're old acquaintances? Meanwhile, the other kids who don't know the truth guess that since Mark is twice her size, he's definitely got a guaranteed win. But Rachel and the other kids who know Daphne's real strength can only look at Mark with eyes full of pity. Only Mark has a misery he can't speak out loud. He had already lost to her once before. However, after just a few moves, Mark is flipped straight onto the ground by Daphne. This scene leaves the entire room shook. Even Nike can't believe his own eyes. A 5-year-old kid moving as agilely as if she had trained hard for over a decade. In short, trainee Daphne has perfectly demonstrated that, even if you are small and lack physical strength, as long as your skills and will are on point, The weak can still tear apart the strong. You should all follow her example. Meanwhile, inside the Acqueon Duke's estate training grounds, Eris has already been swinging his sword continuously for several hours. Drenched in sweat and panting heavily, he keeps motivating himself in his heart. Lloyd's encouragement echoes in his ears. The Duke said, "Young master, your perseverance and relentless nature of never giving up are also innate talents. Your future is definitely promising." But Eris knows that he doesn't possess the kind of talent Daphne has. That galaxy sword style technique, Daphne could perfectly copy it after seeing it just once, while he has swung it hundreds and thousands of times, yet still can't grasp the core. Maybe because I'm not the Duke's biological child, I can't inherit that swordsmanship genius. Eris lets out a bitter sigh. Compared to that breathtaking, brilliant talent, his little bit of persistence is practically insignificant. But in the next instant, his hand gripping the sword tightens a bit more. But this doesn't seem too bad either. Since I'm slow, I'll just push it to the absolute limit. The moment he figures it out, Eris gathers his power and swings his sword again. And this time, a complete comet wave slash blooms from his hands, and a sharp, powerful sword chi instantly explodes outward. A massive magical beast is easily subdued by the passing Duke Acqueon. The situation is getting increasingly urgent. Magical beasts have already approached the capital's outskirts. He must find that dragon as soon as possible. "Long time no see, Lord Duke!" A booming voice echoes from behind the Duke. A burly man with a shiny bald head and a bushy beard stands there. "This humble one is Chief Guardian Blade, my lord. Do you remember me?" The Duke narrows his eyes, almost blinded by the glare. That face is so fiercely terrifying that he always forgets the guy's name. "I've taken care of the other magical beast as well. Although it was small, its mana was extremely potent. This is definitely the work of the Ghost Organization." Blade-Eyed unrolls a map densely marked with over 20 locations where magical beasts have appeared. This means the black mages who had vanished are starting to make moves again. As Blade-Eyed speaks, tears suddenly stream down his face like a waterfall. "How many casualties will this cause? Lord Duke, can't you stay and help us? I am currently executing a secret order from His Majesty." Seeing the other's despondent face, the Duke adds, "But any trace of magical beasts on the map, I will absolutely not sit back and watch." Blade-Eyed instantly breaks into a smile through his tears. "That's wonderful. Please rest assured. I have already ordered my subordinates to take good care of Lady Daphne. The subjugation force is on standby at the training camp." The Duke pauses, then suddenly asks, "I heard Rachel is also there?" "Yes, my lord. Please take good care of him as well." Blade-Eyed shudders all over, tears welling up in his eyes again. "The lord actually said Rachel's name out loud himself. He truly treats him as his own son." Inside the hero training camp, the kids finally welcome a rare free activity time. Daphne sits alone in the corner, silently circulating the mysterious energy inside her body when Celia approaches her. She invites her to play cards. Daphne looks completely blank. "What's playing cards?" Celia is a bit surprised. "You don't even know about poker?" "It's fine, you're still small, I'll teach you. Let's go, everyone is here." Daphne freezes for a moment. "By playing cards, do you mean that kind of game where multiple people play together?" "Yeah, 2 people can play too, but it's more fun with a crowd, right?" Hearing this, Daphne's eyes instantly light up. She suddenly grabs Celia's hand, her fingertips trembling slightly. "Thank you. Being able to play together with everyone has always been my wish. Thanks to you, my wish is finally coming true." Seeing Daphne so emotional, Celia is a bit bewildered. "Have you never played with anyone before?" "No, I've always been all by myself." "Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's go quickly." Several kids sit in a circle. Holding the cards in her hand, Daphne smiles more brilliantly than anyone else.